It's not like we are in the wrong league. We are here in the Ultraliga, Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Season 11. Hello, welcome everybody. It's me, the newcomer, Rafał Majutek-Szczepanek, and with me I have two really great casters that I'm sure you already know. Solari and DrBrilmann, introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, that's not exactly Alisia just did, but Ultraliga is just as good, believe me. And again, it's the first games of what is League of Legends professional without some technical issues. I mean,
on the first day, it's a tradition, right? For every single league, if your first day runs without any technical issues, something is very wrong.
And we are not that different from the second division nor from LEC or anything like that. But we are live. We are on the first day of the 11th season. We are starting something new, actually, because we had many changes between the season 13 and season 14, not only on Summoner's Rift and in terms of items and champions, but actually in terms of the Ultraliga League format between the 10th season and 11th season. And I do believe we have a video that will try to explain a lot of those topics. So that was it. Hope you liked it.
I do understand everything now, folks, because I hope you do. We're not going to repeat it.
Yeah, speaking of technical difficulties, that's probably it. But so maybe we will introduce our fans to what's new in the league, what has changed, and how are we going to play it? First of all, we have fewer teams. We are actually having 8 teams due to the process called de-accreditation. We said farewell to some of the teams, and we said hello, welcome to 2 new teams, one coming from the promotion tournament and one acquiring a new spot. I am talking about Back to the Game and devils.one, the team that is actually coming after only a 1-year break. But we are missing some teams, and maybe you guys could talk a little bit more about it, because you've been here for a long time.
We're missing some of the staples, to be honest, especially if you remember the previous year, we had Alior Bank really trying to do their best to go for almost a miracle run and win everything they could. They didn't, but they definitely won our hearts. However, unfortunately, in this season, they're going to be one of the teams that are not going to be joining us.
I feel like when we talk about the teams that are absent at the current moment, then we just have to talk about Illumina Gaming, right? Because this was the team that was considered to be one of the most important for the region itself, right? Because they have been here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I recall correctly, from season 0 or season 1,
Correct,
if I'm not
season
mistaken.
0.
Season 0. So they've been one of the long-standing teams right now. It's devils.one, actually, if I recall correctly, that are succeeding them in the most longest-running organization in the league currently. So we've said goodbye to them. Then there's, of course, Exceed and Cumberland Friends that have had interesting runs, let's put it this way. We're not going to recollect everything that have happened to them, because the list would be quite long and extensive. But, you know, there's a past few seasons that have been very heated around both of these teams. So, yeah, feel free to go ahead and check this out after you're finished watching this season of Ultraliga, of course.
That's for sure. I actually have a one thing to add in terms of Comil and Friends. I've been on their last match of the promotion tournament last year in the studio and the broadcast, and I took with me, you know, a meme called "One-Way Ticket," and I showed it on screen. It was so cool. It was like, you know, one of you guys, the Team ESCA Gaming or Comil and Friends, are going to get a one-way ticket to the second Ultraliga. Team ESCA Gaming actually refused and they won the whole series. But Komil and friends, they refused also and didn't participate in the second Ultraliga. So we had some differences, some swaps here and there. So sadly, Komil and friends, the whole organization is no longer with us. We had so much fun, you know, watching it grow from the team where the Komil, the owner of the organization himself, was playing, and it ended sadly in the season 10, the previous season of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga.
I feel like I want to just jump here for a second in terms of the changes to the amount of teams and the overall set of actors that we have on stage right now, if you wish to speak in Shakespearean terms. But I know this breaks a little bit of the floor of the conversation in terms of what's changed in the league since we're going uncredited, just as you said. We are changing the amount of teams and whatsoever. But I feel like right now, and I cannot even try to hide my excitement, how interesting it is for me just to take a look how this entire thing is going to play out, right? Because cutting short 2 teams may seem like a bad thing, but on the other hand, I feel like the battle for the playoff spot, because now, correct me if I'm wrong, in this format, according to the ERL rulebook, it's not top 6 teams that are advancing into the playoffs,
Correct.
but top 4.
Correct, 100%.
Now, that's interesting and already very fun, right? That's one thing. Second of all, that was mentioned backstage so many times. The community has been talking about it. We're going to talk about it a lot. The Div 2 teams and players are coming in. And what better time to come into the league when you have a different setup, actors and stage, when you have only top 4 teams that are going to advance into the playoffs. New league. Literally new league. It feels different. It plays different. The items are different. The map is different. Barons are different. The group is now running around. Like, it's just a whole new game. And I feel like that's one of those things that the change has been brought, but the change is so cherished, at the very least by me.
I mean, I have experienced like 90% of players talking nothing but really, really good about those changes. They are once again feeling excitement. They are once again ready to step out into the competitive world. Actually, there is one really strong point that I can't argue with. Even Sylvan goes back to playing ranked, so...
That's nature is healing. Sylvan is going back to playing ranked. That
I mean, we
definitely
did
tells how
play.
big the changes
We
are.
did play ranked flexes, to be
It was
frank.
flex.
So
It doesn't count.
but it was a ranked. You
It
know?
was flex.
But it was a ranked.
It doesn't count, I believe.
See?
Fine.
Thank you.
Fine.
Yeah, actually, we do have like 17 players coming from second Ultraliga, players that have been playing in second Ultraliga in the previous year. That's almost a half of the players and in the starting rosters. That's the biggest shift. That's the biggest trade of players that we've seen in the whole franchise that Ultraliga has been.
I don't even know where to start here, to be honest, because I was going through all of these players name by name, and I am not super familiar with the second division, so maybe you're actually going to be the better person to talk about some of these names. But from what I saw, some of these people should have been in Division 1 for the longest time already, because we have some real prodigies coming this season from Division 2 all the way into Division 1, and we're going to be name dropping some of them because you definitely need to be watching these newcomers.
Yeah, I would love to start with a team that actually goes with like 4 out of 5 players of the second div, with one that you might be familiar with, Accorder, previously named Katra, and back to the game. The team that just, was created on like summer the previous year, summer 2023. They just stormed the league, won everything, won the finals 3-0, went to the promotion tournament, bam, won 2 best of 5s, and welcome Ultraliga with only one slight change to the roster. They swapped their top laner, and now Polsky Kos, in the nickname of Kozi right now, joined them, and we have Shaskyu, Syzyf, Salami, and Accorder, the pack of 4 friends that just, made their dream come true, starting from the second Ultraliga, right now trying to conquer the first division.
One thing I find super funny here is that you mentioned the 4 players. Actually, I believe all 5 players that were playing in the qualifying tournaments are right now playing in Division 1 of Ultraliga. It's just Mentek, if I recall correctly. The top laner previously for Back to the Game is now playing with GRP Esports, but pretty much all 5 players who qualified are in Division 1 right now.
100% correct. Mietek just recently transferred to Gripchocraft, and Gripchocraft is no other team that went for the second division players. One of them is a champion of Season 6, Furby. Both of them, Fetsky and Dancer, are friends from Lotus Gaming. They've been playing bot lane together, and many other examples of second Ultraliga players coming to the first division, trying their best, trying their luck to just, play for the wider audience and actually play with a better opponent, because we do have some super teams in here.
This is the thing, right? I wanted to jump into the conversation from the point of view as it is really good to see different players get transferred from Divisions 2 to Divisions 1. And I feel like this is somewhat of a same, not the same dynamic, but this is dynamic we can compare to certain players transitioning from Aerials to LAC, right? Or to the main leagues of the region. Doesn't really matter from what region are we coming from. Let's talk about Europe right now. But I feel like in a certain way of it, Ultraliga has somewhat of a comparable dynamic to LAC, because we've got our own G2-ish in the way of Zero Tenacity. These guys, whenever you look at them, you go, okay, this is going to be either absolutely crazy, they're going to win it. This is going to be very simple for them, they're going to win it because they just know how to do it. Or they're going to throw. Well, you never know. Let's see. And you're just sitting there and waiting for it. We've got our own sort of fanatic that have this rivalry with them right now. It's not that historically long, but Anonymo Esports are just staring at them, innocently, just all the time, and stealing the championships away on some of the games and just go, yeah, you thought you're going to win this. No, you're not. And then there's this power dynamic going between them. Then there's other teams that are a little bit of a wild card, a little bit of, we don't really know what they're going to see, what they're going to prove, what they're going to do, right? With Iron Wolves always generating a lot of excitement about their games, but then just, dropping it down sometimes, but sometimes stepping up and delivering. And I feel like that's the interesting moment and the interesting thing for these players from Division 2, right? Because playing, even in promotional qualification tournaments, playing in Division 2, but coming into Div 1 is a whole different experience. And one way or the other, you're going to have to fight against people that have a lot of experience, a lot of time of playing, also not just on domestic scene, but also an international one, right? Because a lot of these players, they went to EU Masters, now known as EMEA Masters, right? So I am genuinely curious to see how Back to the Game, for example, as you've mentioned, are going to present themselves, because both Katra, now Accorda, and Cozy, yes, they both have been to Div 1, but other three, they haven't. Right? And that's the interesting thing. How are they going to gather around two, in experience-wise in this particular team, veterans, and how are they going to adjust themselves towards that Division 1 play style, if you want?
Actually, I do believe that Season 14 is presenting so many opportunities for these new players that were kind of stressed about going competitive, or just didn't have the best time in the last couple of months, maybe a couple of years, playing competitive. They just didn't feel like it. They are returning to the pro play. They are returning to play solo queue. They are finding the new energy and the new drive to play League of Legends, and that might be a really big factor in terms of power ranking them. Because for me right now, I know those players from the second division. I know their strengths and their weaknesses, but it's really tough for me to compare them, for example, against players like Melonic or Harpoon or, I don't know, Royson. It's really hard because they never met such a strong players before, and it's going to be, in my opinion, a really big shift in power, the really big shift in terms of the power ranking, mostly for the teams in the third and the fourth place, the two teams that are going to go into the playoffs.
At the same time, I believe we talked about it already, but what is the better time and place to try to overthrow the so-called super teams, if not right here, right now? Because what we have right now in League of Legends, and that's what everybody will tell you, feels like a completely new game with the new meta, the new items, the new changes to the Summoner's Rift itself. There's so many new things, and you need to adjust them super quickly. And that is, I feel like, where the newest team with the newer players can shine the most. Because if you have this adaptability in you, you might just be on the high horse right now.
I think, though, even though I absolutely agree, we're going to see this a little bit more into the league as we're going to see what is going to be played, right? But despite the fact how new does the game feel, I have to say, the champion pools did not really change.
I was hoping, but yeah.
I mean, let's be a bit more real over here. The champion pools haven't really particularly changed. If you have been watching Alisia for these past 3 days, then you might have noticed that the drafts look, they don't look the same, but they look relatively comparable and somewhat feel quite the same. Not all the time, of course, and of course they are being brought up in somewhat of a different combination sometimes. At the very least, we see that, yeah, there's a handshake of K'Sante and Jax, for example, in the top lane, but we see that things are a little bit different on other parts of the Rift, especially thanks to the fact that we've got new items, thanks to the fact that the Rift itself has changed. We've got a wide mid lane in which there's a lot of ways how to go to the river right now or try to set up a potential gank and so on. There's 3 different barons.
Yeah.
And they are broken in terms of how the one of them in particular, the all-seeing baron. This is just nuts because you can walk into the Baron pits without the need to jump over the wall. You just literally imagine. I know I don't have paint, okay, but I'm gonna do that. So this is the Baron pit, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the one. So normally you have a big wall, and that's where you go into the pit. While right now there's just 2 big ways how to get in, and you don't have to think about it. You just walk in it and you start the fight. How absolutely brutal is that in terms of setting up the fights and setting up the objectives and so on and so forth? Not even speaking about the fact that right now top lane is actually an important lane. I know we've been joking about it for so long that top lane lives on an isolated island. We don't care. Odo and someone else just, constantly standing there for 20 minutes. And then oh my God, I have an unleashed teleport. Where should I go? Nowhere, I'm going to stay top lane. And it just continues to fight there. Right now, you have to fight for these void groups. You have to go and try to get it. Because if you don't, there might be an entire early game on the line because of it. So I feel like, yes, there is a lot of changes, but then there's a certain way of our previous experience with these champions, with these combos, with these drafts, with these compositions are going to play a huge part in how well are we going to adapt to the new Rift, let's say.
Yeah, because we can just blindly follow the full clear path of as a jungler and then recall and then redo and then recall and then maybe think about the Drake. Because as you're thinking about the Drake, the other team is actually already working on those 3 void grabs that are maybe not such a big of an advantage on the beginning, but when you stack 5, at best 6 of them, then your split push, then your early game, and taking on those early plates is going to really be painful for the opposing team. And yes, you might have a Drake as a recompensation, maybe 2 of them, but you're still too short from the soul buff, and you're still like 10 minutes away from this big power up, and we are already accumulating money, mate.
Exactly. I love this change to the top part of the map a lot because right now, what Riot were trying to do in this season is to balance the things out. And you can see it in all the changes throughout the Rift, but I feel like this is the main one. Because previously you had the Rift Heralder, who by the way is still back sitting there, but just a little bit later. And you get it, and it's pretty much the advantage for one lane and whoever killed it. But now the Void Grabs are for everybody. So the whole team is interested in their top lane and jungler going there and getting those grabs, potentially rotating the support there as well. I want to see more action around the top part of the map in all of the games today because, man, this is so exciting and so much benefiting to whoever does it.
I feel like right now, Riot, when you said they're balancing things out a little bit, I not only agree, but there's also the little part of it saying, yeah, they're also going, sharing is caring. So right now, everybody can have a Cyanode and a Trainwreck, And then, let's run down the top lane. You're just, holding the horse, just going, come on, mate. And you just start, run yourself into the turret. And then you turn around and then you go the other way.
Make sure you click in the correct direction when you jump in, because even the pro players do this mistake. So your excuse if you do
no,
it.
It was calculated. You see, it was calculated. You go the other way around. You go the other way around. Then you go to a different lane. It's like, you start at the bot lane, you return back to tier 2, you make a turn, you go a little bit fast and furious 3 Tokyo Drift, and you start drifting your way on a hero.
I wonder if you know how it is.
Yeah, you just do it. Then you arrive in mid lane, and you just go, it's time to go forward, and then you do the second time. Yeah, that calculated, mate.
That's a new way and new possibility of ganking once again. It will only happen in the mid game because the first herald, because we only have one herald, is appearing on the 14th minute on the Rift. So we maybe start to think about a little bit of team fighting or actually getting rid of the first tier 1 tower. So this idea might actually come in handy. But you have to watch out, as Dr. Brillman just pointed out, you have to watch out about where are you going. I mean, what's your starting position in terms of taking this drift? Because, you might crash into a wall, and that's nothing really good.
Yeah.
A very successful herald indeed.
Alrighty, I do believe we will have the first draft a little bit delayed. We heard earlier that one of the players are having some technical issues, as we do as a broadcast. So it's all right, it's fine. It's the first day of the season.
The tradition.
You know what? We need to get Portuguese casters in as soon as possible. They're going to save it. And for everybody who's been watching LAC this weekend, they know why I'm saying this, because that's how they dealt with their problem. They literally just asked the 2 Portuguese casters to come in, and they even like, can I sit on the desk together with you, Shocks? And he goes, yeah, sure, fine, why not? They just sit at the desk and go, okay, so what do you think about today's matchup? Well, it's going to be quite I'm sorry. We are running out of time, though, so let's get out to the casters. And the 2 guys just...
Yeah.
I mean, even though I'm in a studio right now, I don't see anyone around me, only saw Ivan Bashes and probably like Maokai saplings in it by I don't want to move, I don't want to trigger them, so I
No.
Yep.
Don't do it.
If anything happens and I see yellow sparks, I'm just going to say that you flashed out of the studio, just run in the opposite direction. I mean, I do have a friend from the Netherlands casting team. I can call them. I mean, why not? But no, actually, when we were talking about all of these teams, we were talking about all of these players, I feel like there's also a very interesting topic to be made in those old teams, because new teams, we can talk about them all we want, but we've seen them in Div 2, and we've seen them in the previous iteration of League of Legends, right? Now there's 14, the patch number 14, the season 14. We need to see how they're going to adapt to it right now. But the old teams actually concern me quite a little, because, yeah, there's Zero Tenacity to talk about, definitely. There's Anonymo Esports to talk about, definitely. Forsaken that are going to be playing this first match against Scripture Cup, definitely. But can we talk about the fact that we've just swapped Koreans for Chinese players? Because apparently Iron Wolves are cooking, and I don't know what they're cooking. Is it a pasta? Is it Chinese traditional cuisine that I'm not particularly aware of? But we've got 2 Chinese players in there, and I have zero idea what to expect.
Yeah, mostly when it comes to players imported from Asia, we are seeking them as some kind of superstars. I mean, we had Noah, I mean, we had Ice, I mean, we had many really good players that, for example, that actually went on and continued their career in a superb way. We right now have Killin and Odin, and to be honest with you guys, I did not make a background check on these 2. I don't know what to expect. Amazing from these players.
The thing is, we did try to do a background check on our side, and we failed miserably. There is very limited information on both of these players. Apparently, you need to go into some Chinese part of the internet to find more info about them, and none of the casters of Ultraliga possess the ability to speak or write or read Chinese, so we couldn't really do any further background check. We know nothing about them. These are 2 dark horses we're having in the league right now.
Pretty much the only thing that you can take a look at is their some, like records of what they're doing and records of what they're playing. We know that he's been grading quite a bit of solo queue, That is definitely true. He's been doing quite a bit of rankeds and so on and so forth. But that is unfortunately about everything that we have a knowledge of, right? And honestly speaking, I am quite interested to see, not from the idea of how well are going to perform individually, right? Because this is a big question. Even when you're importing someone from different region, it doesn't really matter what region we're talking about. Is it Korean? Is it some European region? Anything else? Brazilian, if you want. It's important to know about it, and important to know what are going to be their personal strengths and individual skill in terms of the matchups. But I am quite curious to see how well are they going to do inside of a team, and especially inside of a European team. Right? This is a topic we've been discussing when it came to the Korean players. Is it going to be different for them? Are they going to show a different style of play when they're going to be performing in a European league? And they were, right? Noah has been literally the RoboCop kamikaze. I'm going to walk up and then kill you with Zeri because I can and because I want him, because Gary goes and just, just explodes himself on the bot lane. And that's the same thing, right? How these guys are going to do it. How are they going to communicate with the rest of the team? How is there going to be problem with it? Is it going to be, a moment when they go, oh, yeah, sorry, my bad. I didn't communicate it well to you.
Can I actually jump on this point? Because when we're talking about the communication within the teams, this is definitely one of the teams where I'll be looking at it and wondering how exactly the communication looks for them. But there is another team for which I have the same question, and maybe even, with a bigger missing pink in my head for them, because this is all bit Anonymo. And you might be asking me why, because they only had one change in their roster. But let me explain to you, because the change that they made in their roster is the most crucial one. They swapped their jungler. They had Severo as their jungler the previous year. Right now, it is the Afro boy. We don't really know much about him yet, but my expectations are above the roof for the guy, because albeit Anonymo, with 4 members being the same as the previous year, we have Prime on the top lane, who is shining as always, and then Nermit and Chipsy on the bot lane. These guys, all of them want all of the attention to themselves. They want the resources. They want the jungler to be there. So for their new jungler, I will be looking at him very, very closely, because he has so much on his shoulders. Who is he going to prioritize? Out of that is going to be how the game is going to look like in the end. It is going to be on his shoulders entirely.
I feel like with Orbit Anonymo there's a much bigger conversation to be held in terms of how important Severo was for the team, and it is undeniable that he was unbelievably important. But it's the question of not just how Afroboy, the new jungler of Orbit Anonymo, is going to fit himself into the team. It is, of course, very important, but don't forget that there is a new head coach. It was Kwon before, right? It was Kwon before that was coaching the team. He was doing a very good job at it, as we could have seen, because they won a title, so it's quite important. But now it's Blockcom. I hope I am pronouncing this correctly, because there's 3 syllables that are coming, all 3 together, and it is quite hard to pronounce it, obviously. But yeah, I hope we're not butchering anything, folks. If we are, sorry about that. But let's see what Blockcom is going to be able to bring down to the table, because it's not just about the individual opportunity and the individual approach coming from the player in order to fit himself into the team and be flexible. It's also about the coaching stuff, to walk up to you and go, mate, listen, and just starts to explain politely what are you supposed to be doing.
Politely.
Right, politely, yeah. Well, depends on your performance. If you go 0-3...
Yeah, well, like some.
We're not going to name anything, but everybody knows who went 0-3. And I mean, yeah, without any, that's just supporting the beef a little bit, and without any disrespect to any of the organizations. But I mean, honestly, LEC is like the drama show right now. It's fun to watch, and I'm waiting to see some drama in Ultraliga, because I mean, let's be real, we have the drama here as well, and it's going to be so fun to see this drama being settled in Little Summoner's Rift.
Actually, in terms of drama, since we, I believe, still have some time left to discuss, I would like to point out one thing that happened in the second Ultraliga that I don't believe happened anywhere in the world. We are all talking about, some kind of big derbies and matches between organizations, that the atmosphere is so heated that everybody is, like just spamming on Twitter and trying to cheer for their team, and everybody is trying to maybe not hate on each other, but he's trying to bite the other team and show that, yeah, we are better. Here in second Ultraliga, we had some kind of agreement. It's called Trójkąt Wrocławski, the Wrocławian triangle, I do believe it is how it's pronounced. And we have 3 teams that are actually agreed with each other to not spread hate against each other in the league, in the Twitter or anything. And they had this wholesome moment on the first minute of the game where, you know, you had 5 against 5 on the mid lane. Everybody was just like fist bumping their teammates, and they went to the other lanes, just trying to keep it all peacefully and all really, really friendly. So it is a nice addiction in terms of, you know, heated rivalizations in all of the leagues. In the second Ultraliga, we have like this alliance between teams.
When you said about it, I just wanted to quickly also jump into that thing. Have you seen what's going on in the Korean challenges? Because it's today the first day when Reckless is playing on the team.
Yep.
It's very important, right? And everybody has been spamming this on Twitter. It's absolutely brilliant when because Reckless smurfed his first game. He was absolutely brilliant.
Did he get an MVP? I do believe so.
I believe he did, yes. And as in terms of his academy team saying thank you, they all have raised banners of Fnatic when they've won that game, which is absolutely brilliant. And I feel like this is another thing. We talk about the changes in the league, right? And we talk about it from the technical standpoint. We talk about it from the format standpoint, whatever you really want to call this. But I think that one of the greatest things, and I say it without a hint of sarcasm, is the fact that we are getting, all of our regions are getting so invested into what is going on. The fact that there's a heated conversation about Spanish and French fans is brilliant. And the fact that all of these fans are alive is just brilliant. Here, we've got things that are going on. We've got alliances, the triarchies that are getting built. For everyone who watched the Game of Thrones, not the Game of Thrones, sorry, House of Dragon, they know what triarchy is. But regardless of that, so that is going on, right? The fact that Reckless is getting his credit, I guess, where it's due, right, in the T1 Academy team, I feel like right now might be the greatest time to be a League of Legends fan, right? And that's why I'm also quite excited in the Ultraliga this season as well, because we are entering this sort of like new, I don't want to say it's a new era. It isn't particularly a new era, but I guess it's a new chapter, right? In a long, big book in this huge Lord of the Rings tome, basically, right? But it is a new chapter. And I am genuinely curious to see whether all the teams are going to be able to write in their names on it, right? And the Div 2, the old veterans, the new teams, the building up, the hype. It's almost even overwhelming, I would even say.
Some might call it a new beginning because, you know, we've been so used to having 10 teams. We've been so used to having some super teams here in Ultraliga, and the expectations of many, many fans were set so high. We're expecting like, all right, we had this Ego team, we had this and we had that, we had Trimby, we had many, many amazing players that went to LFL, that went to Alisia, and we won that like every year, like every season. I do believe that we couldn't produce much more at the time, and you know, these expectations were still so high, so we kind of like maybe not destroyed and built from the scratch everything, but we rebuilt this whole league, this whole system, and we are trying to, you know, set a new goals. We will have fewer teams in the EMEA Masters. Probably, we don't know yet, we don't have the confirmation, but probably like 1 or 2. So it's really going to hit some of the organizations, for example, from the 3rd and 4th place, that will not have a chance to play on the European stage. But it's okay, because they will have some time and preparation to build a strong structures around the organization, to coach the players, to make them understand and love League of Legends once again. And I really do believe that it's so awesome. And it's also one awesome thing I want to say at the end of my speech, that we are going to the draft. No, correction, you guys are going to the draft. I am leaving you right here. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to start this season of 11th season of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga with you guys. Right now, I leave you, all the viewers, in good hands. Solari, DrBrilmann.
Thank you so much, Mayutek, as we are indeed jumping into the drafts. And Let's see what the teams are cooking. So, Akali Jux and Ash banned away from the side of Forsaken, and Xinjiao and Nocturne and Varus banned away from Futurecraft. Again, viewers at home who are watching LEC this weekend, you see nothing that would surprise you.
I am so happy with the Nocturne ban, to be honest, especially with the Nocturne ban out of all these 6 bans that we're seeing so far, because it feels like, some of the items this season were made specifically for some champions, and Nocturne is simply overpowered with the new hexblade that he's getting. So I am happy to not see this one-shotting nemesis from the jungle in the game anymore, but we have some more one-shots, and I'm looking at Rumble that has already been picked for Forsaken. With the new AB items, I really wonder how it's going to influence the mid-game of this champion.
Apparently, if you take away the mana from the Leandre seed, becomes a very, very powerful item. But, never mind! Technical difficulties we are jumping into. You can see a bit of our Polish colleagues right up behind us, but it's
not anymore.
It's all fine on games. Now, to bring in a bit of a perspective. So, basically, if we look at the... Never mind, let's get back into the bans. Alisia now being picked up by... Forsaken, all around, probably one of the greatest pickups you can take for yourself in.
They changed places. I said it was the Rumble was picked for Forsaken. It was picked for Gripshiecraft, in fact. So that's important.
I believe that. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Alisia now being picked for the mid lane, which pretty much hints to me, yes, that's what I was trying to say, that we're going to have a ranged composition, which is quite interesting. Aphelios, they already banned Varus away for themselves, which is a bit of a surprising thing. Most of the times you go Varus Alisia, for example, if you want to get a really long range composition. But we see a Lucian without the Nami being denied to it, so it's a combination that is again receiving a lot of popularity.
Yeah. I'm not happy about that. Lucian is feeling a little bit better right now. He's not stuck in the situation where he was in the beginning of the previous year, of the previous season in League, where he was just, you either win your lane or you're done for good. But he still struggles from the same issue, being that he is a pretty short-range champion. Going against Aphelios, it is a little bit easier. This Varus ban from Forsaken actually helps Gripshiecraft a little bit with their own bot lane composition, but it still doesn't solve some problems. Like, for example, how are you going to get to Azir unless you're really good with your movement?
It's a good question. We'll see how it's going to get answered as the second rotation of the bans coming in. Jace coming from Forsaken. Perhaps they're afraid that this James is going to go mid, or they are afraid that this Rumble might get flexed, which is, I don't really believe that is the case currently. And I think it feels the strongest at the top lane at the moment, but we'll see. So Sana also gets banned away, so that means they are trying to get as much of a comfortable laning phase for Alisia as possible, allow him to take full control, to shove in, and maybe then even try to get control over the top side of the map. So I'm going to be quite interested to see what's going to be the jungler from the side of Forsaken, because they can go Vide, they can go Graves, they can go pretty much anything that will allow them to get themselves to the Lucian as fast as they can.
And it's going to be a very important pick, and that's why I'm loving the fact that most probably they're leaving it till the very end. The support is going to be picked right now for Forsaken. I'm looking at Lulu. I think it's going to be Lulu in the end. Aphelios Lulu is something we saw in the previous season. It is still very strong. Lulu is a great enabler for Aphelios, keeping him alive at all costs and removing the close range threats to him, which already there are quite some of them at Gripshiecraft. Might be even more because we have 2 last picks that will be coming from Gripshiecraft. Really curious about their mid lane decision in the end, because against Azir, we had some picks in the previous season. They were super boring. I hope, yeah, Orianna she's also in the list of the boring picks against Azir, but she's that's right now.
Yeah, that's one of these things.
You take Stone Surge and you're just chilling.
And yeah, she comes. That's pretty much no brainer because you've banned away Akali yourself. And actually, yes, there's also Nico. There's also Nico that's being very, very powerful at the current moment. And not sure whether it's the best of the options right now. Can be. Yeah, there's also LeBlanc actually not banned away. That is true. However, Gripshiecraft decide to go with the Orianna. The safest pick also gives you a good team fighting angle. With the Vi picked up as well, that means there's going to be a lot of troubles for Aphelios to play this game very, very safely. And Azir too, if you think about it. So now a lot of it rests on the shoulders of Forsaken to get themselves the jungler. I was thinking Lee Sin or Jarvan the Fourth. Maokai, a little bit of a surprise for me, really. But
I
why
love
not, I
it.
guess.
I love it, actually, because what right now Forsaken want Crypto to be doing is going right into them. And Crypto's whole team composition is all inning into the enemies. Forsaken, they have Maokai, Azure, and Xante, who are going to stop completely the engage from the enemies as long as they have the ultimates available. And then they can counter them because they have Lulu, who's going to keep their carry safe, answering the question of Fi. Because Fi, as you said, she's a great ball carrier. She's the great threat to the backline. Battle Lulu is kind of going to be there, or should be there, to save the day.
Exactly.
And then Xante re-engages as well. I love what Forsaken are doing with their jungler, to be honest. I am all in for this pick.
I'm quite interested how they're going to play it out because there's definitely not going to be the lack of damage on the side of Forsaken. However, if there is going to be the world where these two carries are going to be taken away, that is going to be very hard to deal with. The good thing is, yes, indeed, there's a lot of this tools to try and stop the enemy from coming into the from coming right in your face for this fight, right? You've got the Maokai, who's going to be a very good sort of the engage stopper, right, or disengager if you want. Lulu is going to make sure that she can save one at least person, and most of the times I guess Vi is going to be the one to get polymorphed. But there is also Xante, and I feel like one of the primary things that Xante is going to be doing is taking care of Rumble. Right, because you need one thing you all definitely do need, especially in the time of the laning phase, is to stabilize the top lane and just make sure that nothing goes wrong. Really, right? That's one of the really troublesome things. The other thing is within the team fights, as soon as the equalizer gets dropped, that's already a bit of a problem. When it comes to you with an overcharged flamethrower, that's even worse. So with the Xante's all out, what you can do is just take him out of the fight, have this one-on-one, try to, at the very least, control him and push him away from the fight when Azir and Aphelios burst your enemies down.
That's the idea. That's how it's perfectly going to look for Forsaken. But the thing is, in order to survive this fight, and in order for the fights to look pretty much as you just described, they need to be super proactive on the map. And that is what I'll be looking forward to seeing from Forsaken, because they always need to be the first ones at the major objectives. They need to control the river. They need to control the entrances, especially if we get your favorite all-seeing Baron. This is going to be super crucial. If they're the first ones, if they force groups to go into them, they've pretty much won already.
I feel like a lot of it actually relies on the hands of how the top and the mid lane is going to play their game out. Same actually goes for the bot lane, I guess, in a certain way as well, because the lane priorities is going to be unbelievably crucial for the upcoming game. But we all have to wait and see, because it is my utmost pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome thee on the Summoner's Rift as we get into our game one. Group 2 GRP Esports versus the Forsaken.
Oh man, I missed that. I missed it so much. I am so happy to be back in the business with you, DrBrilmann. This game is going to be fantastic. I'm pretty sure of that, because this is the opening game for this season of Ultraliga. Come on, we need to see the rivalry starting already in this game, and we need to see what those players are actually made of, because Cryptocraft, for example, is the team that has made their name. They have had their highs and lows, but in this season, they have to be high, because even though the competition is smaller, it is even tighter than before.
Let us see how the game is going to play out, because when we were actually talking about the jungle pathing and the way how they're going to be proactive on the map, it is also going to be quite interesting to me to see how exactly this Maokai is going to be taking the overall prior when it comes to the what's it called? Jesus Christ. To the objective, sorry, to the Grubbies. Because the Grubbies is going to be unbelievably important right now for both of these AD carries. Both Lucian wants to propel himself, as does the Aphelios, and granting him a little bit of that true damage when it comes to the turrets and turret plates is going to be a crucial way of monetizing yourself well into the upcoming team fights.
Oh, absolutely. Monetizing the carries is going to be, well, it has been the pivotal theme in the previous season, but in this one it's going to be even more important. But look at that level 2s in the bot lane.
Oh, and here we go. As Felix takes a little bit of damage. Doesn't really use any of these summoner spells. That's at least all right. But that sets up the overall mood, I guess. For the
Exactly. The mood on the bot lane is going to be a lot of exchanges here and there because we have the same compositions between both of the teams. A pretty short range AD carry in the majority of the cases for Forsaken because it's Affiliates. He can change the things, the gears a little bit. Plus the Enchanter supports. I'm so happy, by the way, for the Enchanter supports to finally be back in the meta. But they want to be doing the same thing. The supports want to be, supporting. The AD carries want to be accumulating as much gold as possible. With Forsaken, of course, being in a little bit better position here because Affiliates, even if he's super passive in the early game, he still scales really well later on. In 3-4 items, he's going to be unstoppable.
Absolutely. So we also have to see how exactly the mid lane is going to play out, because look at this. Right now, mid lane completely shoved for the blue side, right? Mm-hmm. So now they have a little bit more prio. They can walk up. They will try to do a little bit of things now and there. And if that continues to happen, then it is a very bad situation for Forsaken to be in, because they want to have as much proactivity on the top side of the map as possible, because they don't want to give Rumble too much space, they don't want to give Ryan too much space, and they don't want to give Orianna too much space. So that is going to be a huge point, as he needs to try to shove his lane as soon as possible when the Grubbies are going to arrive, which is still a bit more.
Yeah, we still have around a minute before they're going to arrive. First time on the roof, and then they're going to arrive for the second time, because the Grabbies think that we need more of their appearance, and frankly, I have to agree with that. But look at what Creaturecraft are doing. They are preparing in advance, knowing that the Grabs are coming soon. They are already establishing the vision control on the top side of the enemy jungle, making sure they see the entrances to the pit, and they know if Forsaken are going to be up to some nasty business around there.
Orianna wasting his teleport to get back into the lane as soon as possible makes perfect sense, because you can't really afford to lose time and lose the priority, which you don't particularly have at the moment, but at least you can try to fight for it at the current moment. Yes, Xante is also falling behind. Oh, Bayer has been used, holding on to Flash, as the bubble is going to be dodged as well, and it seems that for the time being, Charisma is all right. Comes the Vi, though, might be a little bit of a diving action. We'll see if that indeed is going to be the case, as Lulas is walking up. The bubble is going to disconnect. The Vault Breaker is going to get channeled. And the flash, brilliantly timed for the Purse Blood. And even a double, perhaps, as Lulas generously tanks the turret with the double kill coming right into the hands of Fetsky.
Lulas and Dancer shared the tanking of the turret a little bit to make sure that Fetsky has the time to shine. And boy, oh boy, did he use that time. Doesn't have any stamina spells anymore, but frankly, doesn't even need them, because a double kill for Lucian on the bot lane so early in the game, pre-level 6, is already setting him up for success. This was a lot of action, but frankly, I love the whole idea of Creaturecraft to go so aggressively, despite their jungler being noticed on the wards. There was no time for Forsaken to react to what was coming to get them.
Now it sets up Creaturecraft in a brilliant situation. So we've seen that Furby is capable of shoving in the lane against Alisia. It's going to be a bit of a harder situation right now, though, because Alisia has level 6, shoved in the lane, and tries to go for a little bit of a roam. Perhaps they were looking for something on the top lane, perhaps to try to establish a little bit more control over the Grubbies. But Maokai is at the bot side of the map, which means the first one go over to the Vine, go over to Creaturecraft, which is something that they're very happy to hear. Lucian is going to be able to push in a bit more aggressively right now and try to go for at least one turret plate. The same goes to Rumble. With so much top priority, it is no problem for Damkex to walk down. Also, a fun fact, we forgot to mention it, but yes, it's Damkex who's playing the top lane for Creaturecraft in this particular game. Since, as we were told, Mirtek is having internet issues.
Unfortunately, yes. Still hoping to see him back in the game, because this is yet another player that we haven't really seen in Division 1, but are really looking forward to, because he was the one playing together with the Back to the Game when they qualified all the way to Division 1. So he is one of those Division 2 prodigies that we're really looking forward to seeing in this season of Ultraliga. But right now, it's an interesting case, because yes, Forsaken are having so many rookies on the field, while Creaturecraft, especially right now with the Damkex on the roster, are bringing in the experience. And it does feel like right now, even though the game is only 7 minutes in and the goal difference is rather low, this difference is starting to show.
The exchange of objectives have happened, which is really bad for Forsaken in this particular situation, since the counter exchange is pretty much one of the worst you can have in the beginning of the game, as I feel like, because of the fact you need to stack him, right? In order to get the full advantage, you need to try and stack these drakes. Unfortunately, right now, it's not happening for the team. And yes, we did see Forsaken tried to look for a play here in the bot lane. Didn't particularly work as Gripcraft are not very fast to try to push it away. Vetsky and Dancer are playing it as slow, I suppose, as possible because they know that Forsaken are going to look to try to shut them down. Overall, Gripcho are in a firm control of the early game, and I'm quite interested to see how Forsaken are going to try to answer it. Bubble connecting onto the Lulu. A few summoner spells are still available as the trade's going back and forth, but no big action coming with just yet. I might eat my words because Lulus is here.
Exactly. Whenever Lilith is around, you need to just stop whatever you were saying and watch closely because action's gonna happen.
The culling being used, perhaps to try to set up another tower dive. I feel like that might be just the case. They're trying to fight for the vision. We see that there's pretty much no words from the side of Forsaken. They have to try to do something about it. And yes, instantly we see Charisma dropping down a ward to try to make sure that Vi is not going to be around. I'm not really sure. Lulus indeed. Level 8. Shockwave is here. You want to try to go for it? You can. You have Season Deceased as well.
Yes, you have everything at your disposal, and you have Azure walking around. Oh, that's so tempting right there, but no, it doesn't look like there's going to be an action for now. Might be some action on the bot lane though, because Bellet is here looking for ways to go around and find some funny business. Level 6, as well as Lulus, have the ultimates available. Might be a little bit of a fight here, but what to fight for? The dragon is not up for 2 more minutes, 2.5 more minutes.
Pretty much nothing for the current moment. Forsaken need to try to find a way how to stabilize the game from themselves because right now the solo laners, they're not particularly losing. The top lane is a little bit not under control of Orianna, who had, of course, an amazing split as the top laner in our previous season when he was performing in Aliobank team. Right now, however, feeling not exactly good against Amkex as he is playing the Rumble, one of the broken champions of the current patch note, but it's fine. And when you look at everywhere else on the map, bot lane is in a very dire situation. A huge minion difference between Vetsky and Whitman, as Aphelios is falling behind really a lot of gold. Plus the 2 kills actually that is on Lucian.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of gold that is being lost for Forsaken right now on the bot lane. You can even see the difference in the items. The Stormbreeze are already available for Vetsky. A pretty big item for Lucian to go is the first item. Nothing for Whitman completed at the moment. Still sitting on the Noon Quiver, still working his way towards something else, but falling behind so desperate they simply cannot fight right now with Gripchuk's bot lane. And boy, they know that. Look at them being so aggressive.
They can allow themselves to do so. The culling is being dropped down. Nothing you can do, just as you have mentioned. There's nothing right now that Forsaken can do to try to answer this amount. Oh my god, that might be the end of it. But no, the ultimate is going to save Lucian for the time being, together with the barrier and the wild growth coming from Lulu. And plus also the heal, so much resources has been dubbed, so much respect coming from the side of Forsaken. Might be some action on the top lane, might be some action on the bot lane as well. As Bellet is walking up. Yeah, Orianna, though, being forced away. Damn kicks. Half HP, not feeling too well. Bellet taking so much damage from this Lucian. They are just going to force him away because of the sheer damage of that Lucian with Stormrazor.
That's 1 item, by the way. Well, to be fair, there is no item completed on Bellet yet, but it's 1 item Lucian. Already feeling super confident, but some confidence is back for Forsaken as well. They're using the fact that Bellet is around to push a little bit more on the bot lane right in time, because 24 seconds all the time before the second Drake of the game is going to appear. Don't know which one, doesn't matter too much because it's just the second Drake and it's a third one that is really going to settle things down.
Problem is that the grubs have again been taken.
That's
right?
True.
So there's 6 stacks right now, if I'm not mistaken. On the
Should
side
be,
of
because they took all 6, yes.
Exactly. So it feels like right now Forsaken are a little bit lost on the map, right? Because you haven't really won anything out of this exchange. So the voice grubs, voice grubs, no. The void grubs have been taken by Gripcraft, making it for Vetsky and Dancer so much more easy to just go and push onto the bot lane tower, since you can take it down really quickly. Second Drake is now going to go into the hands of Forsaken, which is lovely. You can try to propel yourself towards that soul point. It's a question, what is going to be the soul? But one of the biggest reasons for Bellet right now to hang out on the bot lane so much, because you want to stop Lucian and Nami to push to your turret, because it's just going to fall down. And even more gold is going to fall into the pockets evolutions. That pretty much just narrows the playstyle of Forsaken so much right now.
It absolutely does, but I am loving what they are trying to do. They know that they have no control with the top side of the map. They know they have very limited one over the bot lane, but at least they're trying to push the things a little bit more into their direction on the bot part of the map. I love these two dragons for them right now because they will really need the shield that is going to come together with the mountain salt that we have in the game. By the way, the dragons are pretty much remaining unchanged. We have the biggest change, I believe, in the Infernal Drake that is right now dropping the little crystals that you can pick up and be very happy with the additional attack damage and ability haste and maybe even something else. I don't even remember.
I think it's ability haste that's getting stacked.
Yes.
And it gives you movement speed when you pick it up. But I think
that's very true. And you can pick it up from the dead enemies, from their dead bodies, and your teammates as well. But don't
and now,
force
we've actually seen Fetsky and Dancer just showcasing just what we've been talking about, right? So they've collected one more turret plate. Both of them get gold, so they can try to accumulate as much more money as they possibly can. We've already got Nami with the Imperial Mandate, as pretty much Nami right now rushes this item as fast as she possibly can.
Some things don't change.
Yeah, well, you know, have to settle down at least for something. And Gripshokoff have all the pretty much all the map to themselves currently. Top lane a little bit stabilized. Ariana manages to not fall behind too much in this rumble. No kills in there as well, so that's also a very good thing. Meaning that this Cassandra is at least going to be able to do something in teamfights. Might actually eat my own words here a little, because they are going for this Herald, and if they drop that Herald in the mid lane, it is going to be an absolute game changer.
Oh yeah, it is going to be a turret for sure for them, considering how much they've been pushing towards the turrets already. It is going to be opening them up for them even more, and they have already been controlling a large chunk of it. But right now, Forsaken are still doing the same things. They see that something is happening on the top side of the map, so they immediately answer it by trying to push the things on the bot lane. However, Dumpkex is there, and Dumpkex is pretty much a stone wall, a brick wall, if you might. He's not going to let them cut through the turret unless Whitman is very, very good with his movement, because otherwise he might be dead.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how. That's how these
you don't joke with Dumpkex.
No, you don't. No, you definitely don't. Now the bot lane situation has been stabilized just a little bit. We see the changes. Let's get Dancer right now in the mid lane, which brings me again to the maybe an idea that they're looking to drop the Herald either mid or bot. By the looks of it, they are willing to let the top lane, just kind of live on its own at the current moment. Ariana is doing everything he can in order to catch up. They won't be able to push the tower down right now. I'm speaking about Forsaken currently. Sorry for not clarifying it. And Gripchikov doing everything they can do in order to stabilize it. I really am wondering, though, where Lulas is going to drop that Herald.
It has to be the mid lane, right? They really want to open the mid lane because right now they are suffering in terms of the Drake. It's pretty much the only place where they are behind, and they need to get more gold into their hands because the gold difference has been 2k for quite many minutes in the game already. So mid lane really feels like the most obvious answer for them right now. Plus, it will give them even more gold opportunities for Furby and more map movement opportunities for Furby, who is Oriana, who wants to be as proactive around the map as possible whenever the team tries to group somewhere. So I would say I'm looking at the mid lane, but I don't know. Maybe there is a secret plan, like, I don't know, give a lot of gold to Dumpkex, who has been having fun on the top lane this almost whole time.
Is that an Imperial Mandate on Maokai? Come back to this in a moment. Ola has been used. Dumpkex flashes away, tries to go for it as Ariana keeps chasing him. He knows that he has no armor whatsoever. Ariana showing to us. Why do you not joke with him? Even if you're playing on broken Champions League solo queue. Solo kill.
Exactly. You don't joke with Dumpkex, but Ariana is another person who really doesn't like any jokes whatsoever. He goes in, he gets the kill, and look at his first item. It is a very big magic shield that he's getting from this bow, which name I always forget. The new items are still very tricky to me.
We're all learning, folks. Yeah, the bow, not the Terminus. Yeah. Is it the one?
No, it's the other one. The one that I cannot pronounce, by the way. I have a problem with pronouncing these new items, do you?
The opportunity. That's all I'm going to say. Listen, everyone, for all the viewers that are at home right now, we're also still learning. The amount of items is unbelievably confusing, and learning all of these names can be really hard. But yes, there's a huge shield coming from it. In the meantime, down kicks brings the Herald right into the mid lane turret. Not gonna take a lot from it though. So by the looks of it, they're doing exactly the same thing that we've been seeing about 3 or 4 seasons ago, and sometimes we see it still. You drop down the Herald, you take a chunk off the mid lane turret, and you force your opponent to answer to it. Now you can go to the Drake because the entire priority has been shifted, and you pretty much have control of that space. I believe though, Forsaken recognizing it, are going to try to trade the Drake for a top lane turret.
For at least something, but yeah, the top lane turret is going to be an answer for them. But look at that.
The roots have been dropped down. They're going to find 2 of them as here comes the soldiers and Bellet trying to do everything he can to root him down. They will kill a Dancer. The kill goes over to the Aphelios, which is exactly the way how do you want to distribute things right now. Maybe also get a little bit of money towards that Azir, but it's still good.
It's 3 ultimates, however, that Forsaken had to use in order to get the enemy support down, which gives a lot of credit to the enemy support, I guess, in that situation. But you're absolutely correct. The gold went exactly where it needed.
Wussies and Disease coming in through us. He has to jump away right now in a flash because he knows he's going to get caught out. Bellet is here to do exactly what Maokai does, punish his opponents. And now, just as I said it, Azir gets the kill.
Oh yeah, now suddenly this thing starts shifting quite a lot. It's 2-3 in the kills per teams. Still a little bit of gold lead for Gritchicraft, but finally this 2k gold lead that they have been having for the majority of the game has been broken. It is much less now, which gives Forsaken a really nice fighting chance. And I love the audacity from them. I don't love the attempt to answer with the same audacity from Gritchicraft, because Lulas is one of the most experienced players on the team. He has been playing in the Portuguese league. He has been playing in LCS New Riki. God bless New Riki. I still remember you. Rest in peace. But he has been playing in big leagues. You would expect him to know what he's doing. And it feels like he knew what he was doing up until some moment. Things definitely went wrong there for them. But things did not go wrong for Forsaken, because even though, yes, they used so many resources there in that fight that we just saw again, it was worth it because the money is what they need right now the most. Might have lost Brillman because I cannot hear you, my friend, anymore. I cannot hear you. I still cannot hear you, my friend. Unfortunately, we can't hear Brillman still, and it is very unfortunate, but Fatesky at least did not die, so Brillman did not really make us miss any big play. There was an attempt of a big play, but it didn't happen. Fortunately for Gritchicraft, Fatesky flashless, but still alive, and that is what matters the most, because we're talking about past 20th minute in the game, and this is where funny things are happening on the route. Brillman, did I just hear you?
Are you Ice of Thunder?
Oh my goodness, yes, it's you, you're back!
I am back. Folks, if you know, technical issues. First game, that's how it mostly goes. What did I miss?
Yeah, exactly. But it's all right. We didn't miss too much without you, but now that you're back in action, somebody has to fight and somebody has to get a kill.
Probably somebody has to fight, somebody probably has to get the kill. Bot lane turret has been killed. That's pretty much exactly what have happened. Yay, Ariana, you win an award. Do you know which one it is? It is nothing, my friend. But,
my favorite one.
Yes, exactly. Now let's see what's going to be the answer. Lulis stepping in forward, might be looking for season to season.
Again.
Yes, he is indeed going underneath the turret. There is no Maokai right now so close to stop you, but he will, jumping right on top of that Lucian. Fetsky now taking so much damage as here comes Ariana with the teleporting himself right in, and he gets the kill right into the hands of that Lula. Lulis now running away for his life from that Azir, trying to make sure that he's not going to get caught. But here comes the Lulu. You're now a squirrel. Congratulations. You're rooted. You are knocked up in the air, and you are dead. Second kill for the Forsaken.
To give credit to Gritchicraft, there was an idea, and they almost executed it, because it is something we've been discussing during the draft, that Vi wants to jump in with a ball from Orianna onto her, and immediately after that comes the shockwave. The problem with that is that it's so obvious and predictable. Like, what other thing are you going to do with Gritchicraft with their draft if you want to go into the enemies? And you have to, because the Baron is up, the time is up, it's time to do some funny things around the map, the Drake is coming up soon, all those things. But Forsaken know what's happening. They answer immediately, and they rotate Ariana, the man, the legend from the bot lane, and he goes in with Maokai immediately rotating to the mid lane as well. It's so much control, and it's too much, for example, for Fatesky to get out of it, because he's just a poor little Lucian. If he's caught for good.
biggest problem with him that he has to go into a relatively close range in order to try to
Yes.
do something about any fight, really. And when you get to yourself to that close range, Maokai is always going to be there to try to jump right on top of you and root you down. However, 20 seconds on the clock before the Drake is going to appear, and both of the teams are going to try to fight for the Prio. Now, we've seen team fights being very weird here and there, and we'll have to see how they're going to play out right now. Important things to notice, though, Fetsky, no flash on him, no flash on Furby as well, which means they'll be able to get out. There is a flash on Rafbin, but there's no flash in Whitman, which is also quite important. However, Forsaken, are they going to try to go for the Baron?
Yes, they are going to try to go for the Baron. It is the territorial Baron from what I can see. I'm not entirely sure. I believe so. And Forsaken are going for it. They have a look at the damage!
Because of Azir, they are getting it down so quick together with that Aphelios rooted comes Rambo knocked up in the air, stunned, and Whitman finishes him off with the help of Orianna. Orianna, though, stunned now as well. The white group might not even help him as Lucian is firing away, and Ravbin now throwing himself into the fight with the soldiers. Bellet is fighting off again as well. Whitman is now in so much trouble as Vi is trying to get him down, but Lunas has to flash away. It's a pure mayhem for Cryptocraft, and Forsaken are happily smiling. They haven't lost a person. They killed 3, and they have gained themselves a Baron.
Oh, man. Cryptocraft were trying so damn hard in that fight. There was a beautiful shockwave from Furby, by the way, but the problem for Cryptocraft is that at the same time, they cannot really cut through the front line because you could see Ariana. He went low, but he did not go down. He simply refused to die in this very fight. And at the same time, they cannot really get to the backlane of the enemy because that backlane has much more range than Cryptocraft possess. And if Lula's the only one who can go there, tries to go in, he's alone. Nobody can follow up effectively. And their own backlane is dying at the very same time from the hands of Forsaken. There were some health balls that went relatively low, well, pretty low, to be honest. Whitman almost died there, but the fact is he did not. So for Forsaken, this is looking so great right now. They're finally in the gold lead. They have more kills, more dragons. By the way, this is the sole point that they're setting themselves on.
Great position for Forsaken to be in. We're still yet to see Cryptocraft to find a legible answer, as it is 3-8, 3,000 gold lead on the side of Forsaken, just as you've mentioned, putting them in such of a nice position. Dragon now slain. In the meantime, Rafbin is going, oh, okay, Moonlight Sigil with the root coming in through as well, but here comes Vi with the Season Disease right on top of that Aphelios Wild Group. Heal, flash, tries to get to safety. The Equalizer has been dropped down. They're trying to kill that Aphelios, but instead they're going to lose Lunas in the process. Ravbin is indeed unstoppable as he gets down that Nami, and he's just scattering for the kills at this point. Forsaken gets themselves almost a clean ace, with Orianna now running for her life. Furby does not want to fall another victim to the team of Forsaken. Orianna, though, is on the chase. It is so confusing when they have Orianna and Ariana. But
yeah.
It is what it is, as their mid lane turret is going to fall the second one as well. It's just so damn clean from these guys.
Unfortunately, though, Brillman, that is something we predicted in the draft, haven't we? Cryptocraft want to go into the enemies because this is their only chance of getting to their backline and dealing decent damage to them. But Forsaken are ready. They're like, yes, go right into us. Please do. Please take the bait because we're going to send Ariana your way immediately. We're going to stop you with Maokai. And guess what? We have Ruffbin being the flanker and he is at your backline already and he is killing whoever he sees. This is an excellent position for Forsaken. And unless Cryptocraft finds some way on the map right now, honestly, it doesn't look like there is a decent chance for them to come back into this game because Forsaken are firmly in control of the whole map right now.
They are, absolutely. The replay is just showcasing to us what
Lulas.
Cryptocraft want to do, but what Forsaken also want Cryptocraft to do with that pickup of Maokai, as we are pretty much looking at Forsaken picking up the kills left and right at this point. Let's see what's going to change, though, because, again, I am yet to see a huge shockwave, and I am really interested to see Furby execute that huge shockwave. We need to see a bit more coordinated fight from Cryptocraft. It is hard to do in this position. 6,000 gold behind. Your Lucian has lost the momentum. Lulas isn't particularly capable of doing a lot at this current second because there's no big follow-up, I would say. And same goes pretty much for Rumble as he's falling behind now massively as well. Damn Kicks is trying his best to be as the Yeah, I mean, thumbs up
Doesn't
indeed.
feel that exactly. It just didn't feel any damage. Like pew pew pow. No, sorry, don't feel that. How the shields?
They really want to try and force him down there, but however, he's just a
Mm-hmm.
distraction. The bot lane turret is about to fall. The root's coming in through as well. Not going to find any targets, however, but they don't really need it. They need just to zone their enemies away, take down the turret, take down I want to say the Nexus. No, there was the inhibitor, but it's fine.
Nah, it's fine. It's done regardless. So it's really good for Forsaken. An attempt for a shockwave was there, but did not happen, unfortunately. So Forsaken are just retreating, being very happy with the whole lane that they destroyed at the enemy side. They are quite happy in every sense in the game right now, to be honest, and will be even happier in a minute and 35 from now because the next Drake is going to come up. Might be a soul for them, but even before that, we're talking about the second Baron of the game that is going to spawn. If Forsaken take this one with one lane already completed down for Cryptocraft, they're going to force Crypto in a situation where they will have to pick and choose. Are they defending the base because there is still Ariana with the teleport and Ruffbin has a teleport available too? Or are they going to contest the Baron because if they give it away, it's going to be another lane at least down for their side.
Perhaps even the end of the game as well, because if the team fights continue to go the way they're going right now, there's not really a lot that Cryptocraft are going to be able to do against the team of Forsaken, right? So that's a bit of a problematic moment to stay in as well. We'll have to see though. 30 seconds, 50 seconds, the time is ticking, the clock is ticking. Crypto are trying to gain as much priority as they can. The mid lane has been hard shoved in, especially with the help of that Azir turret. Now you have a little bit more control. Ariana also making sure that the top lane is completely under the control. And by the looks of it, first things first, they might want to try and take down the Baron first. Again, shove in the mid lane just a little bit more. Crypto, though, realizing that this might be their last stand, you can see Lulis is running around with the potion, so trying to make himself as tankier for the upcoming fight as possible. There's just so much range coming from Rafbin, so much range coming from that. It's really hard to just step up and do something.
That damage, Lulus is already losing HP and the fight hasn't even started. It has already in the Baron pit because the Baron is up and Forsaken are taking it with the ultimate from Malachi. No way for Crypto to come in.
4, 3, 2, 1. The Baron is down as Lulus goes with Season Deceased right in the midst of it all. Shockwave with an equalizer provides so much damage as Ariana jumps right into the fight with an all-out. Tries to go out, but he can't. There's the shot down coming in through. And now it's Forsaken that are on the run. The perfect teamfight house happened for Cryptocraft as they're looking to try to catch up with Belly. Belly flashes away from the wall breaker, trying to make sure that he is in a safe position. Damn Kings, they're still on the chase, but you're one against the entire army, mate. You don't really want to do that. Realizes it in, despite the fact that it is still a win for Forsaken. What a stand-up from Crypto.
However, they're still under the risk of losing the Dragon completely and losing the soul to Forsaken because Forsaken were very quick to base with their upgraded teleports from the Baron. And they, look at them, they're already on their way to the Drake. While for Crypto, they need to stop on their way and de-push the bot lane. And only after that, right now, they are starting to move towards the Dragon pit. They're going to be the second ones to be there. And the ultimate from Malachi is already back for Bally. This is not a good fighting spot for Crypto.
There's still shuffle available, no Season Deceased. No equalizer just yet, as much as I can see. There's not a lot of resources on both sides of the team because there's also no Moonlight Sigil as well coming from Ophelia, so that's also quite important to notice. Although the Drake has been started, Belly takes a bit of damage, now drops down the roots as well. He's going to drop down onto Lulis as he's trying to get away. Does as well. Oh, look at that. He's also dying a little when he was trying to chase, as there was also a Shockwave. Might have been used not in the best of the positions as Lulis. Looking for an angle to perhaps try and steal that Drake away. Can he do it? That's the biggest question. The culling has been used as well. Vetsky's still in the good position. Equalizer drop down 2, but Lulis is now dead. There's no way you can steal it, but no! No way! Dan Kicks with the clutch steal. Takes away the Mountain Drake. Takes the second one, denies the soul, and brings some gold with those objectives banned.
But Belly did smite it! Belly used the smite in the pit. What happened there? Am I going crazy? That was impossible, but somehow Dumpkins denied the soul to Forsaken. There is a chance for Crypto to stack the Mountain Drakes right now if they survive this push with the Baron minions, though.
That's a big question. Rafbin now pushing in through as well. The second turret on the top lane has been destroyed, and it's time to knock onto the door of the enemy base. 2 lanes being pushed simultaneously, 4-in-1 combination working splendidly right now. As Vetsky might be in trouble. One ultimate from Aphelios was enough to bring him down as the roots are coming in through. And they have to now go and defend their base with their backs against the wall. You have stepped up, but you have done it way too late for Gripchicraft as Forsaken. I'm bringing down last Nexus start season to season, but it's so long range engage coming from Lulas. He's trying to bring down the Azir, but he can't, as they are decimating the enemy base. The knockup is good, but the Nexus has already fallen. And Forsaken, in team fighting fashion, bring down Gripchicraft. Hi, Piotr. Hi, Piotr.
Hi, indeed, too. Our fellow Polish colleagues, but oh my goodness, DrBrilmann, that was a very interesting game. In the beginning of it, during the laning phase, it did look like Crypto had everything under control, and it made total sense. Again, they're bringing in the experienced players, they're bringing in the name of the team, they're bringing in the passion for the game, and they were bringing in a very good early game for Lucian, which seemed like the correct paveway for success. But then things just started crumbling down for them.
They did, absolutely. It was one of these moments when you realize that things are just not working well. The beginning was just so brilliant, and I thought they just need to keep up with that pace. More and more you force Forsaken with their backs against the wall, the better it is. But I also feel like they shot themselves in the foot a little bit when it came to the draft, right? Because overall pickers have been great, but they have denied themselves so many good picks on the mid lane, including with the ban of that Akali, including with the bans that could allow you to go into the enemy backlane as far pretty much as you can, right? Because Orianna, yeah, it was a great pickup overall, a great team fighting champion, great way of getting into these fights, but we haven't seen a lot of these shockwaves. Only one was absolutely brilliant when it came to the Baron fight.
I disagree. There were two.
We're coming to the interview.
There was one in the Baron pit. There was one there, but two were not enough, man.
That's the thing. And we are now preparing the interview. We don't know who's that going to be just yet, but we will learn in a moment. Okay, never mind. We know. Hello, Charisma, and welcome to our virtual studio. How are you doing, mate?
Hello, I'm doing great. It's been pretty nice starting the split with a nice whip, so I'm doing amazing. Thank you for having me, guys.
That's so good to hear, though. But can you please take us right before this game actually started? Because you were going against Gripchicraft, who are the team that has pretty much almost always consistently been at least in the top 4 contestants of Ultraliga. What were your expectations going into the first game of the season?
So I have a different take usually. I try to lower my expectations as much as possible. I don't really care if we are usually a top 4 team or who we are facing. To me, it's just, I trust my teammates. I know what we can do. So I just keep it simple. I try not to think too much about it, lower my expectations and just play our best. But I'd say I was pretty confident we would do well today for sure.
This is the question that I'm probably going to ask every single person I'm going to see within the next 2 to 3 weeks, probably maybe even more. But walk me through the current game, because in terms of not the game that we just played, but the game we are currently playing. Because League of Legends, it feels like we're just getting released League of Legends 2.0, all right? And the way how the pro scene feels in general is also quite incredible. So please just walk me through. How do you feel about it? What are your thoughts, feelings, expectations from the season as well, just from this game perspective?
I actually quite like it. I'm usually a bit I question changes a lot in League in the last years. The last seasons were a bit interesting, and I never enjoyed them too much at the start. But I think season 14 is quite refreshing. I think we haven't had this many changes in a long time. So I think it's actually quite nice to have a bit of change of pace in the game. I feel like you can play a lot of things. The meta is like quite open, I'd say, especially for bot lane. So I'm actually quite happy, honestly. It's probably the first season that I enjoy right from the start. So yeah, I mean, there are some things that need to be a little bit changed. Let's keep it like that.
Yeah.
But it's for sure a good start.
Sorry. I mean, I had my share plenty of Akali's jumping on top of
Yeah, exactly.
Surges, and I was like, where did that come from? And then, oh, right.
Yep.
Oh, well. It is what it is, I suppose.
It is what it is.
One of the saltiest people right now probably is upset with the way how he was absolutely one-shotted by Akali in the game, and just,
skill issue, that's all I can say.
Brilliant.
I love it. You gotta win more games and join our interviews more often, please. That is going to be my request from now on. But actually, speaking about winning the games, can you tell me a little bit about what is happening within your team and what is the team spirit right now? Because there are so many changes within the teams in Ultraliga. There are some so-called super teams, for our Polish scene. But you, in your team, have, if I recall correctly, 3 rookies in the ERL scene. How is it going for your team, and how is the communication going within there?
So at first I was quite surprised. I would say when I first started playing, I didn't expect, especially the rookies, to have so much of a presence and to be so confident in themselves. And the confidence really radiates to me as well. It makes me more confident in my own gameplay. So I'd say I'm actually quite surprised and extremely happy. Not only outside of the game, but inside the game, there are great people. They're extremely hilarious. Like, I love them so much. And they are really good players. They're confident. We hype each other up. Everyone is extremely vocal. It's really easy to communicate in the game. If we have issues, we solve them super quickly. I'm just really happy with the people that I ended up with in this team, for sure.
I wanted to make more jokes about fixing the issues very quick, but I decided not to. However, I think that on that very high spirit moment, it is a very good time to settle down that interview. But first, I would like to say congratulations on the victory once more, because it was a great victory on display. But the second thing, as the tradition goes in our virtual studio, before you leave, you can say something to anyone you like. You can give a shout out, even in your native language, if you wish so.
A shout out. Who would I give a shout out? I mean, I'll give a shout out to my teammates, I guess. And some of my other friends that are playing ERLs, they are probably up next. I have a couple people that I know here in the Polish scene as well. So I just wish everyone the best. And yeah, let's just keep winning. That's all I care about.
For sure, we need more of you on the interviews. Chrisma, it is so nice to have you here with us. Thank you so much for the interview. And once again, congratulations with taking the first victory in your first game in this season of Ultraliga.
Thank you for having me, guys. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Bye-bye.
Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came.
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody suspect a Kit Kat?
peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came.
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas Kit Kat?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, our technical issues have been addressed. Do we promise anything? No, we don't. Because that's how the first days just do roll, guys. So please bear with us as we are grinding our way through it together with you. However, technical difficulties have not struck Forsaken, as they were able to bring down Gleb in a very convincing fashion. It's time to turn our gazes towards our next contestant. Walk into the Coliseum as they are being represented. It's Team ESCA Gaming versus devils.one.
The same old names. It is so happy to have devils.one in Division 1, honestly, especially now that they are bringing in at the same time a new roster and some new names and some old names. Because, for example, we have Modlishka on the mid lane. Who could have imagined that? That definitely was not on my bingo card going into this year, but damn, Modlishka is back with us, and I can't wait to see how he's going to feel and look and play on the mid lane.
I definitely agree with you. There's a lot of things that I just feel like we really have to watch out to because, I mean, honestly speaking, especially when it comes to devils.one, right? There's a lot of things I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be able to present. Again, we've already talked about the fact that they have this legacy in front of themselves as the only long-standing organization in Ultraliga currently since the departure of Illuminare Gaming. Now we have this roster, which looks quite fine. We've got Modlishka making his return, and we also have Krisha, which is also quite interesting to me, as the man has pretty much made a name out of himself, especially playing a little bit with the Iron Wolves as well, being a very strong player on the team too. And I am quite curious to see what these guys are going to prove on the Rift.
I am so curious as well for the same thing, DrBrilmann, because I feel like this team might just be the biggest dark horse of this season. Because devils.one, as you said, have a long history with Ultraliga. They have been having the trophies of Ultraliga. They have been winning it. They have been also finding themselves at the very bottom of the tournament scoreboard. Things have been very different for them. But right now, as they're back in Division 1, they're actually bringing in a very curious roster because I have heard things about, for example, their new AD carry Antonio, who might just be the person you need to look at very closely in this team. And also him, together with two more people, Haster and Trophy, have been playing in Ultraliga Super Pujar just recently. Is it
Yeah.
Ultraliga Super Puchar or just Super Puchar? I'm never
It
sure
is
about that one.
Ultraliga. It is Ultraliga Super Puchar. Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much. But the thing is, they have been playing in it, and not just playing through it. They went through the open qualifiers. They beat Alia Bank team. We still remember Alia Bank team, right? They beat these guys. They took a game from 0 Tenacity, if I recall correctly. These guys have been having a really fun time there,
Yeah.
and I really hope they're bringing it into this season of Ultraliga as well.
They made quite an entrance when it
Yeah.
came to the Super Puchar. They have been, that just brings me so much joy that I'm capable of pronouncing at least a few Polish words. Hello, my Polish fans, fellows. I do be speaking Polish just a tiny bit. Siema, that's about it.
Nice,
But, you know,
very good.
siema, guys. However, yeah, they have made quite a name for themselves as they have just blasted into the entire place, bringing almost, I think it's, either bringing down Zero Tenacity, or they at least stole a game or two
At
from
least
them.
there was a game, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they've bested them in the best of 5, but I do believe that they have made a really strong contestant out of themselves, which is bringing us back to the days of old, right? Back in the days, devils.one has been one of these teams that have been just brewing the talents for the Ultraliga. They have been producing so much more talent material. However, not being the case for the last a few entrances that devils.one have had in the Division 1. This time around might be a whole different story. Again, 3
Yeah.
players. They are from Division 2. They are maybe not in the position to be told, like, you know, the prodigies that are coming into the game. No, maybe not, but they're still quite interesting to take a look at. For example, Hasta might be quite an interesting player. He has played a lot of weak sides in Division 2, which might prove to be quite important in the upcoming game, especially for Christian, right? Because this guy wants to roam, this guy not to roam, but to run around quite a lot.
Yeah.
I remember he played quite a bit of Sinjao, if I recall correctly, back in the days, who is, you guessed it, in the meta right now. So, you know, makes a lot of sense for him just to play this more in case he's not going to get banned, of course.
To be honest, yes. I am very unhappy with Sinjao being back in the meta. I expected meta to shift in a little bit different direction. It didn't shift as much as I would like it to, but the whole meta situation and the new league, you know, League 2.0 that we're playing at this season, I feel like this might be helping devils.one so much. That's something I said in the pre-show today. I really think that the teams with their rookies in their rosters and just new teams joining the Division 1 have their chance to shine right now with all the changes if they adapt to them quick enough, and if they can bring some new vision of the game. I feel like they might be jumping on the high horse, and I really feel like this statement is especially true when we look at devils.one situation. They have the old blood, they have the fresh blood, and I feel like they have it in a very healthy mix.
That's all, folks. No, sorry. I absolutely agree, though. And again, that raises the same question that we've been asking ourselves in the pre-show, in the first game, and we're going to ask ourselves probably a few more times, one way or the other. Just in the previous game, we've seen a rookie, Rafbin, who is a rookie for Forsaken, who's been playing 3 seasons in the second Ultraliga. He actually been playing in devils.one before, so that's also quite important to notice. And he has been obliterating the entire Rift on his Azir. So I'm quite interested to see what these guys are going to bring in. There is this veteran who's probably going to try to drive them somewhere. And even if you don't, I don't want to say don't know, but if there's this sort of moment that we're not particularly sure whether there's going to be gathering around the veteran or not. I think what makes it also a very good point in terms of overall just trying to take a look at it is the way how some of the teams in LAC are right now behaving, especially Matt Lion's Koi, which is the Mad Koi, which is the fish. So it's a Mad Lion Fish, I suppose. That was way too complicated for the joke, but you get my point. ESCA.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Right? So we can see that people are gathering around Niski, gathering around Alisia as they play in their teams, and everything is sort of just being coordinated by this veteran in the team. And I feel like this is exactly what's needed right now in devils.one as well, right? Because we need this coordination coming from Krisha, coming from his experience, coming from the fact that he played in lots of different teams. He needs to gather all of these people around himself and go, okay, I do this, you do this, we agree. And his teammate going, and they just, start to do the thing on the map. I feel like this is exactly what we need to see here.
I totally agree with you. And I feel like devils.one are in the situation where they can do that because they have Krisha and Modlishka, as you mentioned, who are bringing in that experience and who can be the leading voices. But at the same time, the other 3 new members in their team have been playing together. They have this experience of operating as a team, as a single unit. So this really does sound like a perfect combination to me. I think despite, some more of the recent memories of devils.one performing as a team, right now, them being the very new team that we're seeing in this season of Ultraliga, I truly believe they can go far. But I will neither confirm nor deny that until I see them in the first game.
Yeah, that's always pretty much the case. When it goes to Team ESCA, however, the argument pretty much stays the same. Mazzy, Buffy, and Gigile. I hope I'm not butchering this nickname. I'm sorry if I am. But they're also pretty much second division Ultraliga players.
Yep.
Played in Narax before, for example. Mazzy has played in Narax. MVE as well. Gigila also played in Narax at certain points. 3 seasons actually played in there. So they also have quite a bit of experience. Especially our Polish fans might actually know Mazzy from his champions like Sejuani, Maokai, Wukong, Viego, Sinjao. So there's quite a few things that he has played before. So I feel like ESCA and devils.one are sort of colliding in the same idea, I would suppose. There are rookies for our scene, for Division 1 scene. There might be not that much of a rookies when it comes to Division 2, right? But now it's time to prove yourself on Division 1 scene that you can actually do a lot of stuff.
I feel like they are, well, first of all, they are going to collide today in the game. We're going to see that. And secondly of all, yes, they are colliding in the sense of that they are bringing in a lot of fresh blood. And they are building what might be, for either of the teams, a very developmental roster. We are not claiming that either of them are that yet, especially for devils.one, probably because they already have some more experienced players on their roster. But if they prove themselves quickly enough, we might be able to say, yes, these were the new players coming into this season, but they have developed a lot. And that is hopefully what is going to happen to both of these teams, especially shifting for a second here to ESCA. I have not been following Division 2 as closely as I would like to, but I have heard things about Buffy. I have heard things, and I have heard people claiming that he was a very promising rookie last year. The people were looking at him and the people were expecting a lot from him. So probably if I'm looking at the whole roster, and if I had to pick one person to look at, for devils.one, it's going to be Antonio. For ESCA, it's going to be their mid laner, Buffy.
By the way, Buffy and Gigile has already played together in summer 2023. That's actually a very interesting. Yeah, that's actually also a interesting fact. And I agree with your point. With all the fibers of my heart. Yeah. It's just I had a brilliant. Okay, this is going to be a real moment for me, a human moment. I had a brilliant thought in my head that I wanted to continue to corroborate on that thought and just push it through. I completely forgot it.
Oh no!
I know.
Let's help it come back. Did you want to say something about ESCA or devils.one or both of them?
I do not remember. This is a true brain lag moment that I've never had. Well, I did have that before, but I didn't have
technical issues with DrBrilmann, everybody.
Yeah. If anybody wanted to know, am I being under control of Skynet? Yes.
And it's not doing a very good job at controlling you right now.
No. I mean, it's
we gotta change the provider.
Technical issues. Apparently it happens to AI, powered by AI. Anyway, no. Yeah, so I'm also quite curious to see how the entire matchup is going to play out of it. Especially if you think about it, both of these players are coming from not both of them, but both of the teams. A lot of players from both of these teams coming from Division 2. So it's a little bit of like you're seeing your old friends, you're seeing your old enemies and stuff like that. This is basically like reuniting on the Rift right currently, if you think about it. Also going to be interesting to see whether we're going to see the Buffy's Jays, since he is quite known for his Jays. Not the most popular, I would say, pick currently. So, you know.
Unfortunately, maybe. I'm not sure if it's fortunate or unfortunate, to be honest, because in the previous season we had a lot of Jays. It was getting first pick so many times. Right now, Jace is in a good spot in League. The problem is so many other champions are in a good spot as well. That's why I want to see more shifts happening in the meta, because we have really strong champions and many new champions are becoming really strong, but we are seeing the same old picks. We're seeing Azir, Orianna, Maokai. Give us something new, please. And I'll be looking at Buffy as the player who can give us something new. Jace is not going to be something entirely new, of course, but at least it's going to be something, some tiny bit of spice added to the soup.
The perfect novelty. I'm sure every single fan of Ultraliga will know exactly what I'm talking about. Nasus mid, do it.
No, not the Davidsonic incident.
Oh, you and I remember Davidsonic very differently. I am right now going to throw that Easter egg for the, exchange Budapest for Davidsonic and say the rest of the line. Avengers, if for anyone wondering the conversation between Hawkeye and Black Widow, Barton and Romanov. No, don't remember it. It's actually one of the most famous banter that they had. When they go, it's all like Budapest over again. You and I remember Budapest very differently.
DrBrilmann, I don't watch movies. I play League and cry. I have no time for movies. My schedule is packed. I play League, I cry.
Is there an Easter egg I can make with crying?
Please don't.
I'll think something up. Folks, we are waiting for the draft to start. It's probably going to start as soon as possible. I think you all know anyway what I'm going to tell you. So we are waiting for this. It's going to be very, very soon there. And apparently there is a little bit of a time we need to wait for it. So, how was your day?
My day was fine, I woke up. I didn't play League, so I had no time to cry, no reason to cry. So that was a good day. But then I went to Ultraliga and I watched the first game, and now I'm waiting for the second one. How was your day, DrBrilmann?
It was amazing. A day in the paradise, pretty much. I've watched the first game, absolutely loved it. Experienced some technical issues, absolutely hated it. Hoping for less of them.
Yeah.
I think my hopes are not being heard, but that's how it pretty much rolls around with, especially with the remote casting, guys. Like, honestly speaking, sometimes remote casting can bring so much more difficulties than you think about it. So
yeah, because for example, if you were in a live studio right now and I was standing there in the studio talking to you guys, and DrBrilmann was next to me in the studio talking to you guys, and he made another reference from the movie that I obviously have not watched, I could at least punch him, and I cannot do it here. So I just have to smile politely.
I would maybe file a lawsuit, but that depends.
You would not.
Let's dream. However, the funny thing is, even if you're in a live studio, you can't really escape it. Again, look at the LAC and look at the fact that everything
that's true, yeah.
Really hard to pull off. And I guess that's always the way things are going. You can't really escape it. It's going to be smoother as we progress into the season. I can pretty much. I'm not going to promise anything, though. I'm just going to hope, as well as you two, it's going to be better.
To be honest, even if we were in the studio right now, we wouldn't have any Portuguese casters to bring onto the air, so that still would be sad. I mean, I could, I guess, count as a Brazilian caster, but that's not the same. You need the Portuguese guys. They always bring all the fun in.
Archerom, where are you?
Archerom! Oh, yeah.
I need you.
Where is the man when we need him the most?
You have it. You
He's
have
like
a
the
guitar. I have a
Avatar.
piano. I have the piano. He has the guitar. We can play Last of Us. We wanted to, so we can do that together.
I would love
We-
that.
We literally made a banter. I've thrown this idea that we can play the Last of Us together. Never happened though, but one can dream, one can hope.
One day, hopefully.
One day when we meet in the Ultraliga studio, when we're going to experience a technical delay,
I
I will bring my piano with me. It does weigh a lot because it's a solid piece of wood and metal, but it's fine.
We don't need some help with that.
My back probably will.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
And by help, I mean surgeons.
Maybe. How about we just organize a studio at your home? So you don't have to bring the piano anywhere.
Okay. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. And then we bring in Artrum from Portugal somehow. To be honest, Artrum is the man to save the broadcast. Look, he's Portuguese. He's a Portuguese caster, so that already qualifies. He plays a guitar. He has already been on the technical pause at LSC last year or 2 years
And he was
ago.
playing the guitar.
And he was playing the guitar, which was very off-tune, but it doesn't matter. He was still playing the guitar. So, yeah, we need Artrum.
See, that's pretty much what we need. It's like in every single great television show, there's 3 hosts always. Look no further than Top Gear. You've got Clarkson, May, and Hammond. So what we lack right now is pretty much May.
Yeah.
Because I'm definitely Clarkson.
Tag yourself, game. I'm Clarkson.
What?
I mean, you are.
Yeah, I mean the amount of very strange jokes and very, very questionable geniuses moments that I have that are practically genius, but turn out to be not really genius is a lot. So I guess I'm going to qualify myself as the angry Britishman.
I feel like it's your alter ego.
And I have some good news for you. We are going into the draft. So, Atrix and Azir instantly banned away by devils.one. It's like they're not interested to play against the Azir whatsoever. And the champion's name that we're not going to pronounce because of the fear of pronouncing it wrongly is also has been banned together with Lee Sin.
I'm happy that he's banned. Honestly, I have no guarantees that that would go smoothly. But so do you think ESCA apparently? But devils.one are also going to ban out Lilia. Fun fact: Lilia is so back in meta. If you didn't know,
Yes.
She hasn't really seen a lot of pick and ban ratio. But guys, it's a sleeper pick. If you're playing solo queue, take Lilia. Thank me later, or don't. I mean, I'll tell you what to do.
I will not confirm nor deny that, but it's interesting to see what the draft is going to bring us. A little bit of different approach from both of the teams, not the standard. A lot of AD carries are now open. Kalista, Draven, Varus, yes, he is open as well. I feel like we're going to have a fight for the bot combos right now because standard answer into Varus is definitely going to be the Aphelios, but now you can try to fish for different things. You can go with Lulu, you can go with Milio, you can try to take away the Nautilus, which is a great combination with Varus, and then for the team fights afterwards as well. So theoretically, now you can try to concentrate on that top lane, make sure that this is in your favor as much as you can, and deny a good support for devils.one before revealing your pick 3.
I love all the 3 supports that you mentioned, to be honest. And I would love them for both of the teams, and both of these AD carries would be super happy with them. All of them just work well in the current meta. All of them work well with the AD carries that we see right now. I really wonder what else is going to be there for devils.one in terms of building around Varus. But look at that. It looks like ESCA having a slightly different idea. You mentioned that Sejuani before we jumped into the draft, and I really want to see her picked. And she is going to be picked. My Frozen Queen is back in business.
The champion right now to go to in the meta if you want to make sure that everything is under the control. Krisha, please don't do that. No. Thank you so much. We have not seen a lot of success when it comes to Nidalee in this league historically for the past four seasons. Might not even see it. That really pretty much depends. devils.one might be, yeah, they are looking for a Renekton. So I am thinking about the fact that probably devils.one are going to try to play it as the weak side. You can't really pick Gwen right now as well because Renekton stands pretty okay against the Gwen. So overall, just a good pick. I'm wondering if they're going to try to secure the support for themselves now since ESCA didn't do it.
Patches come and go, but some things stay the same. Renekton is still very much in the meta. I love this Karma. Most probably a support can go to the mid lane to Modlishka. Modlishka is the person who can pull off Karma mid lane. Crazy enough, there is the thing, Karma top lane with a heart steal.
Yes.
It sounds disgusting, but that is a thing. It's not going to happen to devils.one.
No, it sounds disgusting. It is disgusting, but it is a thing.
But it works.
That's
what's disgusting about it. Oh, we have Ornn, the man, the legend.
The man, the legend. We still have signed the petition with the fake one. Shouts out to you, mate, even though you're no longer with us. In terms of no longer with the league, don't get me wrong, please.
Bro!
But yeah, like, don't get me wrong, please. Don't interpret it wrongly. He is alive. He's just no longer casting.
He is alive and well, yes.
Still, we would like to change the Riot Games logo to Ornn. Great pickup overall. Gonna provide a lot of very nice additional buffs to the team when it comes to the itemizations, as the second rotations of ban coming in through. Graves banned away from ESCA. Good, because they want to try to take care of control of the jungle, make sure that Sejuani has no problem wandering around, while devils.one might try to focus the supports this time.
I wonder what the choice of the jungle is going to be for devils.one, because they could try to match Sejuani's tankiness and triggerness for the team fights in the jungle, but also they can go for something a little bit more spicy, because we see the return of those assassin junglers, and it looks like ESCA are thinking pretty much in the same direction with banning out the Graves and the Viego from devils.one. The one-shot assassin junglers are back in business, and the beautiful thing about that is that it can be both AP and AD, doesn't matter, and the pool is pretty big. So I'm looking at devils.one to see if maybe Krisha has some funny things on his mind.
Blitzcrank has been taken away as well from the side of devils.one, right? So that pretty much narrows it down to you either pick an enchanter, and they are just ridiculously strong in the current meta, in the current patch as well. There's all the sense in the world to play them, or you play something with hard engage. What they're opting to do instead is to secure themselves a mid lane picker, which is going to be an Orianna. Overall, quite good, because you have a lot of control and you're enhancing with even more control. But now you're forcing devils.one first to show their jungler and their mid or support pick, depending on what it's going to be, if they're flexing Karma or not. And I guess based on that, they will decide if they want to go with hard engage or instead go into something like Enchanter.
All right. My idea was that it doesn't make too much sense to flex Karma right now, because Orianna has been picked and she's a very safe, one of the safest blind picks right now. She can stand safely against pretty much anybody. But if they decide to go with what they're showing right now, and yes, they are indeed flexing Karma to the mid lane, picking Rakan, who is one of the best supports in the current meta. It's what I've heard from people, and you, DrBrilmann, are going to be the one to vouch for this guy. This is great for devils.one. So much engage and so much control.
This is brilliant. ESCA recognizing this, they have left the support as the last pick, and they are going with Renata. The perfect pickup right now. There's nothing better at the current way of the draft for you, because this Renata might be just one of the reasons why devils.one will have a bit of an unplayable team fight, because there is everything in order to make sure that you don't get to Aphelios. My only concern is I don't see way too much damage on the side of ESCA. When it comes to devils.one, there is a lot of damage on this side.
But ESCA are going to be scaling up. Both Orianna and Aphelios are pretty scaly champions. They need to get their items built in. And with the current items, Orianna goes for Malignance, and she does a ton of damage if she places the shockwave correctly. This is still going to be damage. It's just the problem is ESCA will need to wait for it for quite some time until it's going to finally pop, quite literally, the enemies. While for devils.one, this problem does not exist. They have much more damage in the beginning of the game, and I want to see them abusing it as much as possible.
I feel like a lot of moves are going to be made pre-level 6. And especially they're going to try to make sure that the skirmishes 2v2, 2v3 maybe not happen that so often on the bot side, especially after level 6 again, right? Because of the hostile takeover. This is going to be such a game changer, I feel like, especially in the later stages, because Xin Zhao now cannot play his game really well. I mean, he still can go in, but he's going to turn around almost instantly. And then Rakan, the same thing. What you want to do is either yourself as the first person, depending on your itemization and the way your game is playing. Because right now, support items, the round begins. But still, the support items provide Rakan a lot of ways how you can play the game currently. So you can play with the Celestial opposition, or you can play with Solstice Slay. There is a different Solstice Slay that just
say that 5 times very quickly.
Solstice Slay, Solstice Slay, Solstice Slay, Solstice Slay. Now, if you play with Solstice Slay, then that means you want to get into the fight as soon as possible, knock up some of the great entrants, and then perhaps try to disengage as soon as possible, or with the quickness, and then start to dance around. Right? If you're playing with the Celestial opposition, you can allow yourself to play a little bit more aggressive, right? Because you get a little bit of that additional defense coming into this team fight. And again, that's why Renata is so brilliant. The more defense you have, the less you're gonna do.
However, first of all, everybody, welcome for the second time today to the Summoner's Rift. But second of all, the two main engages for devils.one, apart from Rakan, are AD damage dealing champions. And if they are the ones to go in first, if they're not letting Trophy be the trigger for the team fights, ESCA are going to have really easy time with a well-placed hostile takeover. They're pretty much turning their whole engage around, and from there on, they can have their own, because they still have Sejuani, they still have On. These guys want to be starting the fights on their own terms.
That's a very good pickup, actually. Absolutely true. I haven't even noticed it. But that being said, welcome to the Summoner's Rift. It's devils.one versus ESCA. Hello. We're going to have a fight.
Hi.
So, devils.one open up with a pretty aggressive ward. Now they will know where Mazzy is and what he's doing as soon as he's going to do Raptors, and they know they're pathing. Both of the junglers are going to path bot, so I'm quite interested and eager to see if they're going to try to pull the trigger as soon as possible, or they're going to do it the other way around. We will see. And bot lane already having fun.
Oh, they are going to have so much fun on this bot lane. This is Rakan. You know it better than anybody. What does Rakan really want? Deep down his heart, he only wants two things. He wants Xayah, and he wants to be jumping around back and forth throughout the whole laning phase.
You can see that he actually can't, because the lane is being taken down very quickly by Digital UFO, which means that they are going to take level 2 quicker if that continues to be the pace of the laning phase. And if that happens, Trafi and Antonio will have 0 chances of actually initiating the fight. And with that level 2, both Rakan and Antonio will have to be very careful. And I think with that last minion, yes, level 2 has been hit. Now you can go for a handshake, try to look for something, or get absolutely zoned out of your lane.
Get complete control of the lane and just never let the enemies bounce back to the middle of the lane, thus never letting them have any crazy shenanigans around the bushes. Ooh, Huster, that is a lot of damage. Kind reminder, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody, On deals ton of damage. So that's a Sejuani, by the way. So for ESCA,
He's an assassin.
Yes, there are some unexpected assassins, so to say, in their team composition right now.
Okay, Christian. A bit of a risky move, especially with the fact that there's no priority for him on the lane. And you can see both duos are now shifting their attention. He's fine. He's going to walk out with no trouble. Gaining a bit more information on Mazzy, of course, is going to be quite crucial. In the meantime, solo bowling might happen. Has still holding on to the flash, being very patient, but he will walk out. Mazzy going relatively low, and seems Christian wanted to steal it, didn't steal it. So he wasted quite a bit of time there with not even able to steal that away. Mid laners might be shifting a bit. Weird.
Ooh, that's very weird. I'm looking at Christian, trying to understand what exactly is going on there, because he's behind in farm. He just tried to have some shenanigans with Mazzy, and Mazzy is not full HP, but that Mazzy knows what's going on. Is he trying to go for a counter game? Because the bot lane is there.
Oh, ground entrance with the knock up onto UFO, as Judah had to flash away. UFO will waste his flash as well, because they know that Christian might punish them for that quite a lot. Right now, that paid off quite massively. Disrupt the entire laning phase for ESCA was one of the best calls that Christian possibly could have made, because both Aphelios and UFO are right now sitting without flashes. UFO is falling behind in terms of XP, which is brilliant for both Trafi and Antonio. They'll have to try to catch up in terms of tempo. They have resetted, but the next reset coming from Antonio and Trafi will be way better. And I wonder if they're going to hutch up the lane in order to reset right now, or instead they're going to try to freeze it and capitalize on the weakness coming from Gigila and UFO, the fact that both of them don't have flashes.
But But I gotta say that this is the classical Krisha that we've been missing quite a lot. He loves going for the risky moves. He usually calculates them quite well. And funny enough, here, despite having zero pressure on the bot lane, he was justified in his attempt to go into the enemy jungle because there was Madlishka having a lot of prior on the mid lane. Poor Buffy, poor Orianna had no chance of leaving the lane whatsoever to try to go to the jungle and help jungler out. So he went in knowing that if anything goes south, Madlishka will help, and it's still Karma. It's still originally a support. She will help.
From devils.one, this player right now might have been actually the one that sets up the early game for them rather extremely well. Because we've been zoomed in onto Krisha, and that is perfectly justified. The man right now stabilized the situation in the bot lane quite a lot. Both of ESCA's bot laners don't have their flashes, which means they can't walk up that easily as they did before, since they have to be always scared of the fact that Krisha is going to be somewhere lurking in the shadows, and you cannot run away from him anymore, since the only pretty much tool that you have pre-level 6 on that Renata is the handshake. So he can now try to opt to go for the Drake instead, or try to go for the Void Grubs, because if you look at the top lane, has prior, right? So you can either try to set up a play here on the bot lane, which seems to be the case, or you can go top.
I think they want to have something on the mid lane, on the bot lane. Sorry. Maybe next time.
Steal it.
Maybe third time's gonna be a charm.
Yeah, well, they are saying that third time is the charm. Mazzy just walking up here on every ward possible.
Just casually.
So casually walking on enemy's vision. They do know that he's here, so they are going to respond accordingly. And Krisha? Still looking for something.
He's lurking for an opportunity, not the item, I mean, but just the opportunity in the game. He's level 4 versus level 5 on Mazzy, so there is a slight disadvantage there. But he has his bot lane around, so maybe they can have a full on turn 3.
Grand entrance onto Gigila with the Ignite already ticking. Traffy has to get out even though he's stunned, but Gigila is so much trouble. He doesn't have the flash and gets super punished for it. Might get bailed out though, but no. It's first blood for Antonio as the fight still commences. Mazzy had to flash away, trying to run for his life with the flash, with the arrows. That's a double kill. devils.one are playing this absolutely perfectly. What a start for their early game.
By the book, that was so clean from everybody involved, especially Antonio. I promised you I would be looking at this guy in the game, and I was looking at him in this fight, and he was so clear in his movements and Varys. That was a very good game from devils.one right there on the bot lane. It gives me memories, however, from the first game we saw today with the 2-0 happening for the AD carry of the blue side in the very beginning of the laning phase, but hopefully for devils.one it's gonna go different. Modlishka is just establishing the dominance there, isn't it?
Indeed. And looking back at this fight, look how absolutely brilliantly that sets up into their hands. Just by the mere fact that both UFO and Gisela do not have the flash in their hand. Right?
Exactly.
Yes, there is a level advantage of Mazzy, and you could argue that that made it a bit harder than it could have been, but punishing two bot laners that don't have a meanings of escaping, especially when there's such a good chaser like Xin Zhao, is just fantastic.
Exactly. And I don't think the level difference was that big in the end because it's just one level. It's pre-level 6. Without the ultimate, it's hard for Sejuani to turn around the smaller skirmishes like that. So definitely for devils.one, perfect moment to fight, and they took it no hesitation whatsoever. They, however, did not take the Drake out of that, but there is again a justification because the Void grabs are so damn good and they're being almost dead right now.
Pretty much what you might have expected, since the bot lane situation not only just stabilized but even went better, since there's 2 kills in the hands of Antonio. Since that, you could also see that Haste has the lane priors, therefore the Grubs is not a particular problem. Overall, devils.one feel themselves very comfortably on the map, and it's the question of how they're going to utilize it right now. ESCA deciding that they need to pretty much answer objective with an objective. They took the prior in the bot lane, trying to work with this right now. Madlishka is here. Mazzy looking for a Clash of Prison, finds it as Traffy's trying to save his AD carry. Doing this quite graciously as Lekains has been used. Level 6 is all across the board, but nobody's even quite capable of doing anything for now other than just exchange blows. Notice there's no quickness, no hostile takeover. devils.one are trying to use the best out of this situation. Instead, though, they are opting to walk out of it, give that Drake away. It's not that big of a deal since there's so much resources have been wasted. And Traffy now has level 6, so I'm wondering if we're going to see a move from them or not.
Quite possibly, but he needs to do it right now before there is level 6 hit on that Renata Glask. I feel like it might have been one of the reasons why devils.one decided not to push the fight around the Drake any further, because if UFO was to hit level 6 mid-fight, that would have turned things completely around for devils.one. They didn't want to be caught in such a small place with a hostile takeover.
Definitely so. Right now, just freezing the lane, making sure that Renata cannot walk up and get that level 6. More you deny it, the better it is for you. However, Mazzy is around here, so as soon as that level 6 is going to hit Renata, you might look for a play here. He is walking up and he's walking right into traffic. They're going to know that he is here.
The man does not care at all.
The man does not care at all. But it will allow ESCA to start farming up that experience. It will allow them to try to get themselves back into this experience game. Or maybe not now at the very least. devils.one is just so much in control of this game.
Exactly that. They are controlling things. Maybe the difference is not too big right now, but look, it is already around 2k difference between the teams, and devils.one are maintaining the control. Right now, what they need to do is wait for a little bit more than around 2 minutes, I believe. I don't remember when exactly the last Void Crabs were slain, but that is definitely going to be the next objective for them. And if they stack all 6, that's when things are going to become more fun for them, because that's when they will start pushing into the turrets. And come on, they have Antonio and Varus. They want to be taking those turrets as quickly as possible.
Definitely so. Right now, my only interest in terms of how exactly it's going to play out actually rests on Krishia, because Renata hit that level 6. We know that this is pretty much the turning point, because right now it's going to be a bit harder to execute these 2 to 2s, 2 to 3s, 3 to 3s, right? So maybe right now we're going to see a bit of a shift. Top lane is still isolated. Both of the top laners are doing pretty fine. Nobody is nobody's dying, let me put it this way, right? Nobody's dying, nobody's in the clear lead. There's a bit more of prio coming from Haster, since he's really good at lane clearing as soon as possible. So you can try to play for these Void Grubs, just as you mentioned. Maybe look for something in the mid lane as well, since Karma is doing relatively okay against that Orianna. While ESCA looks like they want to shut down Antonio.
Mazzy, just don't do it for the 3rd time and don't walk into that very same bush, please. But he is looking for something. Look at that. He has the Glacial Prison available. He hasn't been spotted anywhere yet.
No, I don't. Yeah, wow. That's actually quite brilliant. There's a ward, though, in that little bush.
Yeah.
You need to try to clear it out first.
Worked out to note. He hasn't been spotted anywhere. It's still a miracle.
Oh, Traffy, though. They are making sure that there's... again!
Mazzy!
Again! Traffy is just playing out of his boots or feathers, whether you want to call this in this game. He's making sure that ESCA have no ways of shutting down Antonio. Krishia is here, so it's a 3v3 proper this time around. However, we see also mid lane is trying to make some moves. I'm really interested if ESCA are going to try to do something at this point. Handshake misses. No, everybody's just going to disengage.
It's like everybody's looking for ways to go in, but then nobody finds them and everybody just disengages calmly. Because yes, I have to agree with you, ESCA. We're trying to rotate Buffy more towards the bot lane, put in some vision in there in the river, but didn't see any opportunity. And Modlishka was the one who saw the opportunity. The man keeps farming. He's on par with Buffy, but he has been constantly pushing the wave in, not letting Buffy roam anywhere.
The brilliance of devils.one control of this game is just mind-blowing, as right now they know they have prio in the mid, they know they have relative prio in the top lane right now as well, since Disalini, I'm not sure how to pronounce this correctly, so again, I am sorry for butchering these nicknames, but we all learn, folks, it's only day 1. However, Disalini had to push that lane from his tower, push it out. Therefore, a lot of time to take the Void Grubs. Pretty much sets up devils.one right now for a perfect pushing opportunity. We'll see how they're going to try and use it. The next target might be just the Herald for them, since there's just so much control over both top and bot sides of the map.
But the Infernal Drake is coming up in 5 seconds. The Infernal Drake is so good, and with the changes on the map, it's a little bit easier for the blue side to be there first on the river, and that is exactly what devils.one are doing right now. They are starting the Drake. It's too good of a Drake to give away to the enemy, especially when they already have the first one, but the teleport is coming in.
And the hostile takeover, the one that we have been talking about together with the head shake, making sure that Hasta cannot really go anywhere. The fight now breaks off as Krisha is in the midst of it all. Ultimate from Aphelios coming in through with the cleanse, and Flash instantly answered into that Renekton's. Krisha might be caught out, tries to re-engage. No, he's going to die as Traffy takes down Orn, and it is a good fight for ESCA, or for devils.one rather, I'm sorry, in this moment, as they are chasing down Buffy. Double flashes have been used in order for Buffy to get out of that Rakan, and Mazi walked up. Might have been a bit of trouble, but Antonio didn't manage to arm up his arrow in time. ESCA, despite this hostile takeover, were not able to punish devils.one for taking down the Drake.
You predicted the issue for ESCA absolutely correctly during their draft phase. They have the control, a lot of control, and they're bringing all in beautiful hostile takeover, just the perfect one, combined with the Glacial Prison, combined with nothing, because there was no follow-up damage. Buffy and GGLer were just walking into the fight, and they were not in exactly the perfect place to start hitting the enemy carries when they were caught by all that control. The moment was lost. The moment was there, but it was lost for ESCA, and that's why devils.one turned this around.
Bit of a problematic situation to be in for ESCA. They're falling behind 3.3 thousand gold, as this gold gap actually keeps slowly increasing. Not too much, but it is slowly increasing. The Herald now is being taken, which means that there's even more opportunity for devils.one to do something. They have rotated their top lanes towards the bot, which is quite brilliant for them, since they don't need to take down that top lane. All they need to do is now make sure that top lane is not, bot lane, sorry, is not getting pushed in. Hasta is going to clear out the lanes and the waves very, very quickly. Therefore, no trouble there. You can use your mid lane in the top lane, your bot lane in the mid lane, and pick your poison. Do you want to bring down the top or the mid lane turret as your Herald target?
You can rotate things however you want around the map, exactly. And that is what devils.one have been doing throughout the whole game. From the very beginning, they just wanted to have the freedom of choosing what they want to be doing, because ESCA right now, what they're doing, if you look at the map, they're just answering devils.one across all three of the lanes, and they cannot really find their own ways to go in and push things a little bit further and get things going on their own terms. They are behind in gold everywhere. If you look across all of the lanes, pretty much they are behind. Orianna is the only one who is leading a little bit because of the CS difference between the mid laners, but it doesn't really matter too much right now, because both of these mid laners are level 12. None of them have really reached their power spike yet, so this lead is not helping ESCA as much as it could have.
Definitely not. Now they are taking control over the bot lane. Madlishka has been rotated here. They are shoving it in quite a bit to make sure that that ESCA are forced to answer this. Herald will be dropped down, so it is the mid lane that they are going to set up for a breaking currently. And as you can see, the charge is going on. The Fast and Furious goes Krisha and right in to the turret as it gets down. Might even get a second boink out of it. No, the other way. No. You're not going. It's the correct way. I don't think they got the charge as they wanted, but it's fine. Can you get it? No. Head is now being destroyed. Only one turret out of it, but it's still a very good one.
It's a very good one indeed. It's the turret that you need to open, the mid lane outer turret, allowing devils.one to move easier right now towards the next objectives. We're talking about the dragons. Don't believe the timer, by the way. It's going to be the Chem Drake. The Chem Drake, again, has not really been changed, and the terrain is pretty much the same as we saw in the previous season. So not exactly the best soul to fight for, but a soul regardless, right?
Yeah, one way or the other, it's still quite useful to have it.
Mm-hmm.
You can... Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's about it.
Yeah, I'm brain lagging again. Technical issue, folks. Skynet is taking over me in a very bad way. Skynet, please let go of me.
Desert Line was trying to set up some things on the top lane. Did you see it? It looks like it's not really ESCA versus devils.one. It's ESCA versus the wards. It's ESCA versus the Vision. Every time they're trying to have some shenanigans going anywhere on the map, devils.one are like, that's gonna be a ward right there. Sorry, you're not doing anything here anymore.
I feel like devils.one right now absolutely shut down ESCA because of their macro, right? This is something that you also
Oh,
mentioned
no.
that I'll have to hold in. Croatia might be in trouble. Hostile takeover, not exactly the best one. Only 2 of them have been caught, and now ESCA might have to retreat. And Traffy with the flank, triple, even 4 men with the quickness as Maz has been rooted. Here comes the on, though. Might be a little bit of a turnaround. Antonio, in the meantime, has managed to kill Aphelios, and this is the moment where ESCA have to turn around and just run, because there's no damage you will be able to do towards your enemies whatsoever. It's a triple kill for Antonio. What a answer, and what a flank coming from Traffy. This man is shining on that.
DrBrilmann, I don't know about you, but I think I'm slowly but surely becoming the fan of the bot lane of devils.one, because what they've been doing in this game was fantastic. Look at Traffy. He's going through the enemy's jungle. He knows he can do it, because there is the last go was not it, but
no,
he knows.
It's actually... No, it's
Wait,
brilliant,
what?
actually.
Tell
because
me.
he's cutting an opportunity for them to run away.
Okay, yes, it makes sense in that he still could have used it to jump in, but he didn't need to. He's recon, so
could, yeah.
either way he wins. But the thing is, he knows he can do it because he sees the enemy jungle. He sees that nobody's there, nobody's going to outflank his flank, and he goes in a beautiful flanking engage. Traffy and Antonio are really the 2 people to look at and to watch closely at devils.one team right now.
Absolutely fantastic performance from the rookie. I am quite interested to see what else they're going to bring into this season. However, this game is still not at end, even though it is a very hard situation for us to play around. 7,000 gold is the lead for devils.one. They are completely in control of this game, as they might be looking for a early Baron. A little bit hard to execute, but you can still try to do it. You've got damage, maybe not that much as you could have had with Aphelios and Kalista or Azir, so you can't really burn them down that quickly. Still could try to do it. ESCA know that they need to answer this, know that they need to try to fight for the vision, and they do it, but not too successfully, as Haster breaks down their bot lane.
Haster just does not waste any time whatsoever. devils.one are starting your favorite Baron, by the way, and Haster is taking the bot lane at the same time. He has a teleport available, so he can act as the trap for the enemies, making ESCA choose what they want to be doing right now. They want to be just sitting in their jungle, but now they know.
Okay, both of the top laners have their teleports available to them. The Baron is going down really, really slow. That might have been the best of the calls. devils.one, it seems like they just want to bait it out. And that is working indeed. Double teleports have been used. It is on Traffy. It is noticed by the enemy because of the fact that there's at least a little bit of vision being set up. devils.one will have to drop this attempt, since they don't really have enough resources to bring down the Baron. Traffy not being caught away gets out on the grand entrance and the battle dance. And it just seems that ESCA have managed to push devils.one away from that Baron pit.
For the time being. But look at that, everybody has their ultimates available. Everybody is ready to have a fight started should they need it. And devils.one want to get the control of the mid part of the map pretty much back again into their hands. It's going to be super crucial because it will allow them to still keep the control over the Baron, and they need a lot of control considering which Baron we have right now on the map. ESCA. Okay, I was scared there for a second with their bolt maneuvers.
With the Baron
It's
flip.
fine. Yeah, almost a Baron flip. That was close enough to be how do I put it nicely? We've had incidents like that in Ultraliga, and they rarely end well.
Everybody had incidents with the Baron flip. It is one of the most known syndromes and incidents in the League of Legends pro scene.
Yeah.
So, it is quite important to look out for it. Also, what is important is that when you mentioned the ultimates, there was also there's also a thing about some of the spells, right? Because Antonio and UFO, both of them are going to have flashes soon, because UFO already sits on his flash off the cooldown. Antonio still has his flash on the cooldown. Now, that means that they could already fight, since they are absolutely in the position of force. But if you want to do it with the greatest safety as possible, then you need to wait until Antonio will have his flash as well, right? Because there's just too much control on the side of ESCA. They can utilize it, they can use it. Therefore, having that flash will just have this a little bit of extra insurance that you pay for with time, right? That in the team fight, everything is going to go your way. And I feel like that's might be the thing we are waiting for at this point.
Since we have the items back, finally, on our display, Mikhail's Blessing has been picked up by Trafi. This is the ultimate support. This is the Giga Chud support that you always want to have in your team, especially if you're playing as an AD carry. He just wants to keep Antonio safe. He has one job. Okay, he has two jobs in this game to have beautiful engages onto the enemy and to keep Antonio safe. And he has been doing a fantastic job so far. He will continue doing that right now that he has the option to cleanse the CC away from Antonio, since Antonio is not running any cleanse of his own. On top of that, Lishka is not itemizing as an AP carry. He is going to hate like a truck still because of the Malignance, and you already saw what Karma can do with her empowered Mantra Q. But it's still the support Karma that is going to, again, help out Antonio do what he does best, apparently, kill the enemies.
Also would like to mention that Rakan is now playing the Solstice Slate, which also gives him quite a good setup when it comes to damage from Antonio.
Yeah.
Since when you slow down or mobilize someone, it pretty much opens the target for the incoming damage for a short period of time, which is very useful. Currently, it seems like devils.one are just going to try to stack up the Drakes as soon as they can. There is going to be 3 stacks of the Chemtech Drake, which is quite nice. It is the way how you pretty much want to use the Chem Drakes. You want to stack them as much as you can. However, seems like for now there's not really a lot to do on the map. ESCA can't really try to fight for any of the objectives. They need to try to fetch as much resources as they can because the gold gap continues to grow bigger.
It does. However, I am starting to get a little bit worried for devils.one. Just a little bit for now. But I'm looking at the items. Already 2 items on Buffy, and the second item is boldly just slap the hat on top of no other items that you have built pretty much apart from the Seraph's Embrace, and that is a lot of damage. There is one who is also upgrading the items. You can already see that the Kraken Slayer on that Affiliate has been upgraded, so the damage is there for ESCA already, and it's going to be built up even more from there on. I wonder if it's something that they can try to use to stall the game for a little while longer, unless Haster decides to stop them like he's doing right now on the bot lane.
I'm running, even though that's on, but I'm still running. She's trying to run for his life. Oh, Dizzling is really keen on just making sure that this guy is forced away from the lane. That's actually quite a great play for him, making sure that he can push out the lane as much as he can, so that there's no cheeky play coming from devils.one. When you push out the lane in the bot lane, that means that gives devils.one much more time to try to execute the play on this Baron, right? And that is pretty much what devils.one need to fetch for right now. They don't really care about the Drake. It's in the 3 minutes. You don't need to care about the Soul. Currently, you can try to care about this Baron, because if you don't do anything on the map, then it's just gonna go progressively slower and slower. Right, and if you push out, or rather shove in that mid lane, as Haster is doing again, you're making sure that ESCA have to dump resources into it. And yes, Trafi might be cut away, but no, not yet. ESCA, will they pay for this? Looks like they are. Buffy, though, might be in trouble. Trafi now going in to get a double knock-up with the charms as well, but there's not too much. Hostile takeover goes absolutely wide, and that's when devils.one know that they can start the fight. Antonio walking up so closely, but he's doing just too much damage to the enemies. Buffy will be taken out as well. And UFO, despite the handshake, it seems like your hand is going to be shaken as you all go into the grave. Trafi takes the kill. Madlishka chases down the Ord, and it's a clean ace. And by the looks of it, devils.one are here to make a clean victory. 11-0.
11-0. I don't believe my eyes. I said it already. I was expecting devils.one to shine in this season, but I didn't expect them to enter Ultraliga with that much style. 11 is my favorite number. The clean games are a special type of honey to my soul, and we haven't had that many in Ultraliga. And I would need somebody to do the calculations for us, but I have a feeling that last time we had a clean game in Ultraliga, ESCA was on the receiving side.
I am not sure. I will have to ask some of the some of our prodigies, maybe perhaps people on Twitter can help us out. We would be very grateful for that information. However, I have to say, what a game of League of Legends. Even though it was completely one-sided, there was nothing ESCA could have done pretty much against devils.one. I don't feel like it solemnly lies on the shoulder as like ESCA are guilty. Not particularly. I feel like devils.one have played this game in terms of macro and micro quite brilliantly. Traffy absolutely smurfing this game on Rakan, really. Korotkiy setting up his bot lane in an absolutely giga chad way. And then the entire map just was absolutely in control of devils.one.
Absolutely so, yes. To be honest, we knew what to expect from Croatia. When he is not going for crazy picks like Needly, like he threatened us to in the draft, he shines really nicely. We know what to expect from Alisia. I had no idea what to expect from the bot lane, especially Traffy. I didn't know him before this game. But now, devils.one have me hooked. That is not something I expected myself to say, but I might be slowly but surely turning into a devils.one fan after these games. Just one game. Let's see how they perform tomorrow and in the upcoming weeks. But this was very damn clean from them. And I want to see more like that, with them going into the game with a plan and executing it by the book. You saw it in every single fight. They knew which ability to wait from the enemies in order to miss. In order for them, right after that, to use it as a trigger and jump onto the enemy and kill them.
I feel like when it comes to ESCA, this game just wasn't their shinest one in terms of it already started with the draft when you look at it and think, yeah, I'm not really sure how you're going to execute this, right? Because you had pretty much the setup. You had a very good pickup of Renato. That could have been maybe even amongst one of the best things you could have picked up in this particular situation, especially against Rakan, especially against the overall engage that the side of devils.one have had. But then the mid lane pickup and the top lane pickup, that's when things started to go a little bit weirder for me. I feel like we needed something like an Akali. We needed something like a Jax. We needed something that's just going to help ESCA be a bit more proactive in these fights.
I have to fully agree with you. All of your concerns came true in the end, but there is one thing we have no concerns about. It is the fact that we're going to have the interview after this game, and we have the pleasure to actually have Modlishka with us on the interview. Hello, mate.
Hello.
Good to see you. Congratulations with your first victory in this season.
Thank you very much. I hope it's off to a good start, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to that victory. A clean victory, which is not something you see every day. And I want you to walk me through it, because in terms of the macro that you've displayed in this game, I felt like everything just went as smooth as it possibly could have. And I want you to tell us, is it actually that's true? Is it actually everything went according to the plan, or there was something that you look at and go, yeah, we might want to fix that later?
Yeah, the game was very clean and very planned. The enemies didn't want to fight us at all, so we tried to go for a little leads as much as we can until they couldn't prevail anymore.
I have a question to you about your bot lane, actually, because we know you really well, Modlishka. We know you, we love you. The name is right there among the legends, but your bot lane is more of a dark horse to us. Can you tell us a little bit about them? Because they performed really well in this game. Is it something we can expect from them in every game from now on?
Of course, my bot lane is ready to perform and solo kill everyone in this league.
That's a statement. I love
That's
it.
a great way of putting it. But walk you through it from a different perspective. Now, you are, alongside with Korotkiy, pretty much the experienced player when it comes to the most experienced two players that we have on the team right now, because you both have performed in Division 1. How do you feel the guys are adapting towards playing on the grand scene of the ERL and not in Div 2?
I think we are adapting very well. The future weeks are going to show if we are right about it or not. But I think in the grand scheme of things, we are going to thrive very well, and we are looking for playoffs for sure.
That's another statement, Modlishka. I love it so much so far. But my question to you, okay, so we established right now that you are one of the 4 teams who are going to get into the playoffs. Who do you think are going to be the other 3?
Well, definitely Z10 and the AOE people. 4th spot, who knows? Can be anyone.
And now just to turn your attention a little bit out from the game itself, because it is what it is. Now let's talk about the game itself, meaning the League of Legends game we're all playing. I will poke every single pro I can right now, because I want you to walk me through, how does the game feel to you? It feels like season 14 has brought so much changes, and it's just a League 2.0. So, what is your perspective on the game currently?
Well, the map feels very open, and a lot of leads can be acquired through clean and precise early game. Also, the objectives in the jungle feel very rewarding. There are a lot of small neutral objectives that can grant you a lot of lead when it's combined. But overall, the game feels pretty much the same.
Okay. We have a different feeling about the game, but actually, know what, I like it. Thank you. But Madlishka, again, huge congratulations with jumping into this season of Ultraliga with style. We love seeing that from you, and we can't wait to see more games like that, or maybe even better. But right now, as the tradition goes, if you have any shout out to give, maybe even in your native language, you can do so right now.
Sure. Pozdrawiam Acze, Artur i Kiszonki. So, goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Madlishka, and good luck in future games.
Yeah, hope to see more of you. Goodbye.
Well, that's a way to put it.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love the confidence. We are going to give even better games. Our bot lane is going to kill everybody. We are going to be the top 4 team. Game feels the same.
I mean, quite frankly, after the game like this, after a clean win 11-0 in no time, basically, because mostly the games of the pros right now go for about 30-35 minutes. I believe this game went just a little bit over 20.
Something like that, yeah.
So that's not exactly the biggest timer that we could have had. So yeah, the amount of confidence coming from devils.one is pretty much understood, but we need to look towards other teams, because right after the break, we're going to jump to game number 3, and it is going to be, in my heart, Top Centrus, but in reality, Iron Wolves to take on against Orbit Anonymo Esports. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came.
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas Ticket?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we blast through all the obstacles that have been thrown our way today into the game number 3. And it is Top Centrus Iron Wolves, Top Centrus in my heart, Iron Wolves in reality, versus Anonymo Esports. And I feel like this might be just match of the day for me.
Yes, honestly, yes. Of course, we still have the last match of the day where we're going to see the so-called Polish super team Zero Tenacity going against the brand new addition to Division 1 back to the game. But right now, this is going to be the match. For me, I have a lot of expectations towards Anonymo. And I touched already upon some of them a little bit in the pre-show today. I will be looking at the only change in the roster they have apart from the change in the coaching stuff. But I'm going to be looking at their jungler Afroboy because boy, oh boy, this is a very demanding roster that he's joining right now. But not Anonymo, sorry, but rather Iron Wolves. DrBrilmann, I let it take it away from you. First of all, because you love Wolves. Second of all, because what is going on?
I'm not Wonder, so I'm not going to be able to pull up the paint right now and just show you what's going on. But what I'm going to be able to do is to tell you I've got zero clue what to expect, because let's take a look at this from this perspective. Now, he's Shadow. We know the guy. He's been here for quite a bit of time. A very young player as well. He's 19 years old, and I believe he might be one of the youngest players. There's a few who are 19, 18, someone even 17s. Hasta, for example, from devils.one. He's very, very young. Yeah, one of the young players. Quite a promising top laner. We've seen him quite a bit in the previous season, and some of his performances were quite promising. Then we've got Roof and Ends. Both of these guys have been around for some time. Both of them are pretty much experienced when it comes to the Ultraliga Division 1. We've seen them throughout the few seasons at the very, very least. And then there's this big question marks that come in when there's Kalen and Odin, when you just look at it and go, okay, because I have no idea what to expect. Again, we've been talking about this in the pre-show. We're going to talk about this again now. There's not a lot of information we're able to get on these players because of the fact that the majority of that information is literally behind the Chinese wall. And that is not even an over-exaggeration. That's actually the way it is, right? So unfortunately, we'll have to see what they're made of as soon as we get back into the Rift. And I feel like this is exactly the test that you need to put these guys to, because Anonymo are the contestants for number 1 slot, right? For the top 1 spot that we have in our league. They already won the title, so they are still the reigning champions. Because they've won the trophy just this summer, right? So they know how to play this game rather well. But as you've mentioned, Afroboy's coming into the squad is going to shift the dynamic with Block Calm. It's really hard to pronounce your nickname, mate. I'm very sorry. But with him coming now as the head coach instead of Kwon that we've seen throughout the previous season, we've been lucky enough to have an interview over here as well. It's going to be an interesting dynamic, at the very least for me.
To be honest, the talks about Anonymo's dynamics started when Prime joined their roster. The thing is, and it hasn't changed, Prime wants to be the main player of the team. Prime wants all the resources into him, but so does Neramin, who is playing on the bot lane, who is still the AD carry, and who is still the most fashionable person in the whole of Ultraliga. I really don't know how Afroboy is going to deal with this. I hope the team had enough time to find out what to do and what is going to be their game plan, because otherwise it is really hard when you have 2 opposite lanes who want all the resources into themselves, and you're the one as a jungler who has to pick and choose.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And it's going to be a spectacle to see whether they can retain their title. However, yeah, we've just seen the roster of Iron Wolves, and boy, am I not excited, because this is something that we pretty much all the time talk about. Whenever you have somewhat of an import, whether it is a Korean import, Chinese import, any other European land import, anything really, it's always a question of how well we're going to be able to communicate with the teams, with the rest of the team. Now, both of jungle and mid duo are Chinese. This is both really good and really bad. Because mid and jungle duo are arguably one of the most important duos that you can have in the game, right? Still quite arguably, because there's a lot of different synergy that also comes into the place, and you can make a valid argument about this. So that's why I'm saying it is arguably. I've said arguably way too many times, but you get the point. However, in the same time, arguably, yes. However, at the same time, question how well are they going to be able to communicate with the rest of the team? What is their English? How well are they able to transfer their thoughts into the heads of the players they are in the same team with? And with AD carry like Roof, with AD carry like Ends, with support like Ends, it's going to be important to make sure that these messages are conveyed as clearly as possible.
Absolutely. So if they manage to win the game today and we get some of them on the interview, definitely that's going to be one of the first questions we're going to be throwing at them, because I really wonder how the communication looks like for them. We already have the experience in Ultraliga with the teams who had who we suspected would have some issues within the team with the communication. Turns out everybody has worked through them, so this is not something that is going to stop you from winning games or from performing well in the league, but that is something that can be an obstacle for you early in the season. So we'll see how it looks. We will see whether or not any issues, if there are any, translate into the game. But honestly, for me, I can't wait for this match to start.
We are probably going to jump into draft shortly. Gust occurs. But yeah, and I also am quite interested to see if there's going to be draft changes, right? Because for Orbit and Anonymo, I feel like they're probably going to pretty much stay behind this meta wall and try to get things rolling as much as they can from the meta perspective, right? And that would make perfect sense to me, especially with the fact that Nerman is a very prominent Varus player. So I'm expecting either a Varus ban from Iron Wolves or Varus being instantly picked up by Orbit Anonymo. But what pretty much interests me the most is the way how Odin and Keelan are going to approach the game. Right? Because are they going to bring something different? Are they going to bring their own region perspective into the drafts? Are they going to try to perhaps fit into this European meta or the overall meta? I don't know. And I feel like a lot of this is going to shift the overall dynamic of the game, because it is important to know what the mid and jungle duo of the enemy team is going to do. And if you are with as much of a surprise as we are, I feel like it has a certain toll on your preparation.
Absolutely does. I gotta agree with you with the fact that the jungle and mid duo are probably one of the most important ones. Right now, you could say it has shifted a little bit because mid lane is much less gankable than it used to be. So junglers, as we could see already through the games we had today, junglers are mostly looking for the opportunities around the bot lane, around the bot side of the map, because bot lane has been made much more gankable from both sides of the map. However, mid lane is still super important to you, and of course the jungler is the crucial part of the team. This is the make or break deal in so many cases, so I really wonder how the junglers are going to perform and what they're going to pick.
Starting off with Xanthi Van. Actually, I think that's pretty much of the most understandable ban you can think. He's Giro. If you want to make sure that the lane is destabilized as much as you can, would you take away one of the most stable champions, which is Xanthi?
And the champion that Hizuro has played almost 3 times more than any other champion in the previous year.
Yes.
Almost 3 times more than any other champion. So it makes total sense for Orbit to just shoo him away as the first ban.
Excuse me, would like to ask you to leave, sir. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yeah, exactly.
And now the rest of the bans are pouring in. Ash and Jin being taken away from both Roof and Ends, which is quite a strong 2 individual champions currently at the bottom lane. Kalista being taken away from Nerban. Still, Varus is open. First pick is going to go to Orbit Anonymo, and I wonder if they're going to prioritize the Varus or not. Rumble, we've seen what Rumble can do. Not really that big of a display when it came to the game that we've seen him today, but still, Nocturne wasn't banned and instantly gets picked up by Afro Boy. I hope you have an answer, Wolves.
The Hexplate, the experimental one, and everybody's dead. Oh, they have an answer! Finally, we're gonna have a Nico game. No idea where she's gonna go, whether it's Odin or Ends, but I love it.
Okay, so they instantly take away the Nico and they take away the Varus, making sure that Orbit and Anonymo cannot play exactly the champion that Nerman is the most comfortable at.
Yeah.
And instead, is that going to be Ziggs bot lane?
Yeah, I think it's Rosen Ziggs. Rosen has played a lot of Ziggs in his career.
That's also true, yes.
Yeah, he has a lot of picks. The man's champion pool is as deep as it gets. But Ziggs is one of the champions he has seen a lot of success on. And if Orbit Notable want to be pushing the lanes a lot, which you want to be doing, especially if you can have control over the top part of the map with the Void Grabs, and you can with Aatrox on your side, perfect pick.
Renata being answered into the current team composition, so it feels like they're paying a lot of respect towards the top side of the map of Orbit Anonymo. Aatrox and Nocturne going to have a much harder time to try to initiate a fight into Nico, into Renata. And now I'm wondering what's going to be the jungle pickup for Wolves. Is it going to be something a bit safer? Maybe like a Xin? Or Lilia, maybe even? That actually might be a very interesting pickup in the current situation.
Maybe even Maokai. We saw already how Maokai can be well into the compositions that want to engage into you. So maybe that's going to be the answer, because right now you already have two champions who want to be going into you, especially with Nocturne. The thing is, though, Nocturne with the current items literally one-shots everybody, and he already has 3 really squishy targets on the Wolf side who, if they're not careful, are going to be very one-shotable. They don't really have any escapes. Nico does, Varus doesn't, Renata doesn't. Really, really risky right now for the Wolves. They need something that's going to survive.
Blitzscan around taken away from Wolves, they're making sure that Chipseed is not allowed to play the game as comfortably as it would like. Perhaps... well, no, Jax has been taken away. Nautilus is still up there and available, and I'm wondering what Wolves are going to open it up with right now. They have top and jungle. They can open up Vi, theoretically. I know it's a bit weird, but it will give you a lot of space to try to go for Royson if he's going to be the one playing Ziggs, or Viego. Actually, pretty much doing not particularly the same thing, but comes from a somewhat of the same idea. You want to trap to make sure that you trap Nocturne and Aatrox in a position when they can't do their things. And as soon as they die, you turn into them, and now you can use this weapon against them.
Okay, we got a little bit better there, but what Nerman was showing us. I love the idea of bot. I would like to see bot for Orbit Normal. Not sure if that's what Chips is gonna go, but honestly, whatever Chips picks, I trust him. He was one of the best supports we had in Ultraliga in the previous year, in the previous season. So I trust the guy with whatever he decides to go for, and we know that he has a lot of really great synergy with Nerman since they've been playing together for so long and so well. So whatever he goes for, but he goes for Emilio, we take it, we say, okay, another Emilio, fine, we like it.
It's a good pairing with Aphelios. Right now, this is one of the strongest combos of Aphelios, Milio, Lucian, Milio, all things like that. But now it's the top lane of Wolves that they need to show. And Axante taken away, there's not a lot of these tanky options you can opt to. Jax is also off the table. So you need to think what's going to do well. Is it going to be Renekton? No, it's going to be Ornn. Okay. I can't say Ornn is feeling the most jazzy in the current meta. It doesn't really feel like this. It feels like he's been better in the previous one, honestly. I might be mistaken on that one, but I feel like he's not as good as he's been, honestly.
I feel like, to be honest, it's not about how good Ornn is as a champion right now as an individual. I feel it's more about what the team desperately needs. And they desperately need a very, very tanky front laner. There are not many things, especially with the bounce that you've already mentioned, that are going to withstand a lot of damage from the enemies and stay alive. Ornn, in that sense, makes perfect sense to me. Plus, he's a really good initiator. If they want to be the one pulling the trigger onto Orbit Anonymo, risky move, but okay, if they want to, they have the tools to do so.
That is definitely true. Overall, the composition from Orbit Anonymous speaks, we are going to slay you in team fights. It speaks to me exactly with this way because of the amount of things they can do. Milio can pretty much just cleanse out the control that is coming out from Nico, coming up from Renata. No, not from Renata, but at the very least from Nico. So it's at least something you can already start to work with, right? While in the same time, the fact that you have Nocturne in the current state of the game means that there's a huge chance you might be able to just insta-win the jungle. And I'm going to have my eyes really set upon the mid lane more than ever to see where the priority is going to shift and who's going to be the one to control the pace of pretty much jungler's game.
Looking at the mid lane, you have to remember how Royson usually prefers to play. And I really don't think he has shifted his playstyle throughout the offseason. Of course, that's something that we're going to see in the first game. But if something works, usually people don't touch it too much. And Royson has always been the type of player who really waits his laning phase out. He stays super safe. His deaths during the laning phase are almost non-existent throughout his professional career. He wants to wait out until he scales, and he's on one of his comfort picks. I think the mid lane is not going to be as volatile as we would like it to be. To be fair, I think my eyes will be mostly on the jungle and on the bot lane.
Perhaps might be just the case as we jump into the Summoner's Rift. For game number 3, it is the game right before the last one, so strap yourself in. You might be in for a treat. It is Orbit Anonymo versus Iron Wolves. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Oh no! Why did you? Why? Okay, doesn't matter. It's all right. It's rules. It's fine. Wolves. Let's look at them and let's talk about them, because we know something only about 3/5 of the team. We don't know anything about their jungle and the mid lane, which means we have to be watching them, and we will be watching them very closely. For Kylin, this game looks like a really good scenario for Viego to go in, because that's something you said already. I love the amount of good resets he's going to have in a big 5-on-5 team fight. I love it, especially if they somehow manage to get Prime down. That's going to be big, but that is where the problem comes from. I don't think Prime is going to be that much of a team player. Maybe something has changed, but in the previous season, we saw Prime really most of the times playing his own game on the side lanes, and we're not.
Also very interested to see how the laning phase is going to go. Look at this, already a lot of exchanges. Ends manages to pick up some good trade, but overall, both the bot lane duos really want to try to get as aggressive as possible. Seems like they're doing it quite all right as well. Afterboy is now completing his red second level. Okay, with the flash forward with the handshake as well, right into the wall. Maybe not worked exactly as he wanted it, but a good try nonetheless. Again, interesting scenario where Wolves actually managed to take the needed minions way faster than they were to get the level 2. Now they get the prio, but Afroboy, level 3, may just go for it. Ends, has the 6th sense, but he's not going to get out of it as he is now flashless, and he's going to be punished for this. It's the first blood. Afroboy takes the kill. Renata without a flash. It's a really, really good target.
Yes, it's not exactly the target that can get away from you, but top lane is fighting as well.
Might be looking for a kill here. Airborne goes Hijera, now looking for to run away from his love. Still holding on to these flash. Amount of patience of that man is just incredible. Still saves it. Prime didn't manage to finish him off. I have to say the resilience of Hijera in this fight has been quite incredible.
He knows the limits of Ornn. He knows just how long he can stay alive in the fight like that without really going down, which is something you cannot really say about Ends. Very aggressive flush right there from Afrobo, but he really wanted to secure that kill. Unfortunately, no assist went into the pockets of Neramin, so he's left completely cashless after this exchange. But it doesn't matter as much, as what matters is the fact that the balance on the bot lane has shifted towards Orbit Anonymo's favor, and that is everything that Neramin needs right now. He needs to stay safe because he doesn't have any of the summoner spells available, and he needs to farm up because Aphelios desperately needs money.
The fun thing about the gank that just happened is the fact that this ward pressed down, I don't really know by whom. Was it Neramin? Was it Chipsy? But the ward that was pressed down was one of the reasons. In the mind, Roof now fighting here, channeling through his arrows. He might die here. Heal has been used. Chipsy still pushing forward, though, trying to finish him off with some of these autos. Neramin cannot chase, of course, thanks to the fact that he doesn't have any summoners. But it was a very, very tricky exchange here. Wolves might have tried to bite on a bit more than they can chew. Odin is he's looking for it. Doesn't have an ultimate though, so that might be just a bit more trickier than he would like it. He is going undetected though, so I'm wondering if Wolves are going to push now. Kylin is also here.
Pack is here.
Yes, and the flash forward with the root. They're punishing now Neramin for the very same thing, but the arrow it missed Roof. When it mattered the most, you did not deliver. Such an upsetting play coming from the Wolf side.
So close, yet so far, just out of barely out of reach for the teeth unclosed. They couldn't really get the kill. And yes, it does feel like right now they are biting a little bit more than they can chew. At least not giving anything in return to Orbit Anonymo. But Orbit Anonymo is soon going to have their summoner spells back on the bot lane. The Ghost is already there with Nermin. I believe Chipsy has the flash. Soon the flash will be back for Nermin. And another attempt like that from Wolves might just be turned completely around for them. They gotta be careful, but who is not careful is his Zero. He just doesn't care. He can take a lot of damage apart.
Well, he didn't get the knock-up, so it was a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
But regardless, still able to get out of it. After the reset, there's the exchange of objectives that we see pretty much often right now within the game. Honestly, interesting fact that you can also notice is that this virus is going to be Lethality virus, which is considered to be one of the best builds currently, even though there's also Poke virus and so on and so forth, just because of the sheer amount of damage you can bring down to the table. So the dragons have been exchanged. Not too bad for Wolves because it's an Ocean Drake, which can help you during the laning phase. That's at least something. And I'm wondering, what was that? Oh, that was Melio. Sure. No, it couldn't have been Melio.
No.
Why was he flying?
I am not sure. I don't know, man. Don't ask me. I am completely lost, just as lost as you are. Mystery.
Hey? That was a very weird cosplay of a helicopter. Oh, that's Nico's emote. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, the helicopter emote, right.
The helicopter emote. That got me so confused. Yes.
Oh. We both are lagging right now, DrBrilmann.
That's the theme of today, I suppose.
At least we know.
Kylan is here. They're looking for a gang, but no, I don't think so. World's Ender is already available for Prime. No Call of the Forge God from the side of Ornn. So that means the team fight might not go as good as you would like. And overall, interesting state of the game. Now, there is 1,000 gold lead for Orbit Anonymo, which is rather good, but bot lane is winning for Wolves. They are 10 CS. They have 10 CS advantage. Mid lane is absolutely stable, and the only lane right now that is in desperate need of help when it comes to Iron Wolves is the top lane. Hijiro is now being punished hard by Prime. We know that he's a very strong player when it comes to the top lane, and going toe-to-toe against him is really hard. So overall, Wolves are hanging on pretty much okay against the reigning champions, I would say.
To be fair, I don't think that the situation on the top lane is hurting the Wolves too much, because Hijiro is playing Ornn. Ornn is a weak side. Ornn is totally fine being on the weak side. They need to make sure they can neutralize Prime, not by killing him necessarily, but by not giving him any kills and too much of a prior. He's having a lot of prior in terms of the gold and minions right now, you could argue with that. But by having Hijiro be self-sustainable on the top lane, this allows Wolves to be over and over aggressive on the bot lane. And look at that, Kylie is back there, but again, this is red side versus blue vision. He has been spotted.
That's one thing, and second thing, Nermin's going down relatively quickly. There's no hostile takeover, but there is paranoia, and I would like you to keep that in mind. Nermin burning from an ignite, making sure that they have to step out of it. Roof is now absolutely forcing Orbit Anonymous bot lane out under their own turret. Interesting display of power. Kylie might be looking for a way to get yourself a kill. Heartbreaker is available, but he's not going to make it in time. And Wolves, they take over the bot side.
So between the top lane and the bot lane, they chose to focus all their attention on the bot lane, which again makes total sense. You need to pick and choose either of these lanes, not just... Okay, that's an interesting way to stop the recalls. We like it from Royson. But you need to pick and choose your side, not only as the jungler for Orbit Anonymo, but also as any team that is playing against them. They decided to put all of the eggs into the basket of the bot lane. Haven't really found any success in killing Nermin as much as they would like to, but at least they're making his life almost miserable there, with him having to recall much more often than he would like to, not having the perfect state of the whip on the bot lane because of how much Wolves are forcing him out of there. And at the same time, the top lane for Wolves is fine. His hero is just chilling. It's on. He doesn't care. It's so hard to kill him, especially if you don't bring your jungler in, and you can't bring your jungler in. He's busy mostly trying to help the bot lane out.
It's interesting that Royson decides to drop down the bomb in order... I will have to hold my thoughts over here. Afro Boy is here against Kylan. He is more powerful than Kylan at the current moment, especially with the level up and the fact that he's got a little bit more items to his hands. However, it is quite interesting that Royson decides to drop down the bomb, make sure, okay, Chains of Corruption coming in through, Root as well, a lot of damage, but they can't really force any fights here. So what he wanted to do, I believe, is to try to make sure that Neriman and Chipsy have a bit more time, right? So that you could try to reset the tempo in the bot lane and make sure that there's more priority for Robert and Anonymo. And that is working for the time being. Handshake coming in through together with Hostile Takeover. Can they try to finish it off? Neriman takes so much damage as Ent has to flash out. So much action now throwing in around. Royson and Odin are here together with Kylan Afroboy. 2-level advantage, but the red team gets the first crop and the second too. That's a really good answer from Morse. They manage to find more and more tempo advantage for themselves. Teleport coming in through as means that Hijiro is coming. That's a knock up onto Brian. They stun and they kill him just on the place. Hijiro was looking for more. Maybe was trying to get more action. Roof will be brought down by Royson. He also used a teleport to get to the top lane. What a wonderful exchange from both of the teams.
It's extremely interesting what Bulls are doing in this game. They are going in extremely aggressively. That reminds me of the first time we actually saw Wolves playing in Ultraliga, because they were the new addition when Ultraliga expanded a little bit, and they were known for their super aggressive plays and their desire to fight and team fight constantly. And they're doing the same thing in this game, but just taking it to a completely next level, because they realized that the bot lane, as much as they were trying to force it, was not really working out, so they shift to the other side of the map. They get the Void Grab, super important for them at the current state of the game, and they get a kill onto Prime, so they're pretty much successful in shutting down both of the lanes as much as possible in their situation.
I feel like what's going on right here is the fight for tempo, is the fight for making sure that neither of the... What's going on with that word? Well, if you place us in front of the... That's brilliant. I never knew that instruction existed, but now I do. The Smite battle won by Afroboy. Thank you for the leash, he says with the thumbs up and walks away, as this soul of the game is going to be the Hex Soul.
Yes.
But yeah, both of the teams are right now fighting for the prior, fighting for the tempo. And it feels like neither of the teams are in absolute winning situation. Right now, of course, it's AoE that have a bit more control over the map, thanks to the fact that they're worried about Dragon. Now they have a bit more control of the bot side of the map as well, with Afroboy pretty much shadowing the lane. Might be looking for more here. Odin is trying to bait people out with his helicopter emote as he going on to Afroboy. Okay, smiting that Scotsville crap. It's a little bit of the revenge, I guess.
Yeah. But look at Afroboy. He's not afraid of the enemies whatsoever. He only has one item, but that is that experimental hex plate that he has gotten. And this is the perfect item for him. He hasn't been using one part of the item so far, the one that gives you additional ability haste. Yes, ability haste on your ultimate. But it also gives you a lot of additional movement speed, especially after casting the ultimate, if I recall correctly. So this is a great item for him, and Afroboy really wants to be forcing things on the map right now that he hasn't completed.
That was okay. That red buff didn't come to his spawn. This game shows a lot of interesting interactions I've never seen in the game, but I guess, as I said, start of the season, we're all learning, boys. So, you know, we have to learn more and more, I suppose. In the meantime, the gold gap a little bit increases for the side of Orbit and Anonymo. A lot of it sits in the fact that Ziggs is now in possession of the kill and the top lane is in full control of Orbit and Anonymo. Might be looking for something more when the Herald spawns up because of that prio. That Prime is constantly taking on that side of the map. Not sure what else is going to be there. So the bot lane has been hard chopped in. Bot lane is now might be rotating towards something, but there's no objectives on the map currently that you can easily rotate yourself towards. I don't think that's the case.
No, it can as well be a waiting game right now, or it can be shifting even more attention to the top lane, because look at Prime.
Jira might be dead. He's airborne, trying to run for his life, has the flash available to him, still holding on to it. World's End has been used, and now Prime trying to run away. Ultimate has been called, but it might be too little too late, and yes, indeed it is. Prime has slain him as he taken a little bit of those turret shots, but it matters so little. Kylan and Odin are here to try to recognize the mistake, and they will, as Kylan hops over the wall on his Heartbreaker and finishes off with the kill. Second one for the jungler of Wolves.
Great answer from Wolves. They recognize immediately that that is going to be a fight lost, and they rotate immediately towards the top lane to make sure the Prime does not come out of the fight completely victorious. But Prime is becoming an issue, to be honest, because look at that, he already has the Sundered Sky completed. The item that many previous Gold Drinker users are building these days. But wait for it, because Afroboy really wants to have some things going.
Yep, there is 4 people on the bot side of the map. Handshake into both Rosen and Shipsy with the hostile takeover, now jumping down. And here comes the Paranoia together with the Pod Blossom. Odin now with the great flank maneuver, making sure that they can get out something out of this exchange. Wolves are brilliantly answering to whatever Orbit Anonymo are doing.
And did you notice how much they were grouping up in that fight, especially when Paranoia hit? You could see exactly why it was working out so nice for them, because they made sure they had enough vision onto each other to see if Afroboy even wanted to use the second part of his ultimate and to jump in. He decided it was not worth the risk because everybody else in his team was a little bit too far to follow up on that engagement. We already saw in the previous games today what happens if somebody engages too far into the enemies with no follow-up. Spoiler alert, they die.
Now, Roof might be in a bit of trouble. It is connecting as the bomb coming in through. Roof flashes it out, though, thanks to the fact that Flash manages to save himself from certain death. Neriman, I'm not sure he will be able to bring down that turret just yet, but he will have a lot of time to at least do a lot of damage to it. No, I think that's the full turret. That might be actually the case because of that Void Grub's damage that he has.
Yes.
The true damage to the turrets right now
He doesn't have the Void Grub.
No, he doesn't actually. That's also true.
Oh no!
Teleports coming in through. Odin is now here as well, together with his Jura. Kylin's here. Pop Blossom onto both of them with the flank. They punish and they kill right there on the spot. He's Zero now donating the kill towards Odin, and it's Kylan who's 302, and it's Odin who's 202. Apparently, if the Korean imports are not working, you do it with the Chinese imports. As now, 2 kills to the side of Wolves, a turret as well, and they are in full control of the state of the game.
Absolutely, so that was a very, very expensive turret for Nerimi. They had to pay for it with their dear life, and right now it is again who is having better vision, who is able to utilize the vision better with the teleports available to them. Brilliant use of teleports from Wolves, by the way. We have the replay of the fight that happened quite some time ago, and look at the mid lane. Look at how quickly, how much in advance the mid lane and the jungle duo are starting to move towards the top lane, even before the fight is anywhere close to ending. Pretty much the moment it starts, with Prime having the items he's already completed, they know this is most probably not going to be the victory for his hero. That's why they move in there to answer it, and they answer it almost on time. And the beautiful pop blossom. Look at the grouping up. Look at how much everybody's running towards each other. The communication in this team, we were worrying a lot about the communication issues in the Wolves side. I don't feel like they have any, at least looking at how they're playing so far in this game.
Look at the live, though. Look at the live feed, because there are fighting here breaking out. I believe we're just going to see how the chips are going executed, and then we're going to get back into the actual game. Herald has been picked up by Afroboy, who's running around with that push tool in his back pocket. And it looks like Wolves are trying to force Orbit Anonymo out of their own jungle, making sure that they can't use the Herald, which is in a really nice spot right now. The difference in turrets between the two teams right now is quite massive. All tier 3 turrets has been destroyed on the side of Wolves. Only one has been destroyed on the side of Orbit Anonymo. So that Herald might get at least tier 2, maybe even get themselves to tier 1.
That would be lovely, because Orbit Anonymo need turrets down on the enemy side right now. They have Rosen, so again, they can push super quickly. So if they're doing exactly that, they're having Afroboy and Rosen together, and they're going in.
Can they catch him? Pop Blossom coming in through as well. Try to make sure that you buy yourself as much time as needed with the root coming in through as well. Odin out. And now the rest of the pack is here. One wolf dies, but the pack survives, apparently. That's the thing here. As they defend their own. Odin will return back to the base. Didn't even invest a flash in this fight as well.
Not at all. He didn't need it. I mean, he could have needed it, to be honest, because Afriboy was really catching up with him super quickly, but the Pop Blossom was more than enough to stop the engage from that Nocturne. And again, the reactivity from Wolves is absolutely insane. The way they constantly look what is happening on the map and the way they constantly rotate as many forces as possible towards the action. Should it be already happening or should it be just the possible action? Insane map control from the Wolves.
It is indeed. Kylan might be looking for a way to go in, but no, he's just trying to make sure to zone Neramin away. Lane has been pushed in just a little bit, so they might try to unlock the map potentially to set vision around the Baron. Of course, with both Roizen, Nocturne, and Aphelios, you can try to bring that Baron down quite quick. Maybe that will even work. White and red guns would be perfect. You would try to do this right now, but no.
No. It's way too risky. Remember, the Wolves are everywhere on the map. Everywhere all the time. It is very risky to go for an objective when everybody from Wolves side is alive, especially since they have the items. Look at that. Just completed 30 defools for Kylan. He's sitting on 2 items. Prime
Zero just walking up. But right now, his Zero is back into the game. He's got 4 assists, already completed his Sunfire, plus the Brumble Vest, plus the plated Steel Caps, meaning he's able to pick up that fight. And now the Herald has been unleashed. Roizen, together with the Rift Herald, are going to push. Odin is here. Teleport coming through means that Zero is here. And they are running away, which might be even actually a good idea as the knock-up onto Chipsy happens. They're still chasing Kylan, though. Has to flash away as Neramin was delivering a lot of damage. Afroboy is here to try to help them as Prime makes his way from the bot side of the map. Might be looking for more fights here. Onto Ends now. Has the flash available to him, so he can use it at any given time. Might do it just now as a paranoia to try to finish him up with the bailout. He goes berserk, but it's not going to help too much as he's going down. Kylan hops away on the Heartseeker. Now tries to go for more. Odin with the knock-up. And now goes Yuzuru as well. It's a bit of a chaotic fight, but it's a question who's going to come on top. And it doesn't really feel like Wolves can do anything about this time around. They might have overextended, and it seems like a communication issue that has happened over here, but it wasn't the cleanest of the fights. It looks like Orbit and Anonymo are going to take the Baron for it.
You gotta remember that Orbit and Anonymo were patiently farming for the majority of their lanes. They have been doing exactly that for the majority of the game, and they have the items now. The Storm Surge is the second item completed for Roizen. He deals a lot of damage, but is it gonna be enough now that they have to leave this Baron alone because Wolves are closing up?
They are indeed. And yes, Kylan doesn't have a flash, doesn't have an ultimate, but that doesn't mean he cannot try to hop in somehow and try to steal it. Can't hope over the wall, I believe, with his W here. He has to invest either Heartseeker or a flash, but it's still a bit of risky maneuver, and a lot of pros have been talking about the fact that right now taking down Barons on 20th minute is a little bit harder than it was before.
Yeah.
Since it's got quite more tankier. What you could do is to instead go for this dragon. It's going to be 2-4-2, which is a good way of establishing a little bit more control over the map. And Wolves, they just need resources at this point.
To be fair, everybody needs resources, because if you look at the side of Orbit and Anonymo, poor Neramin, who has been suffering so much in the early game, is sitting on an item and a half right now, so he's behind Roof at the current moment. Everybody needs more items. 2 items on Prime, looking lovely. I would love to see one more. It's pretty much same goes for Afroboy. Look at this beautiful teleport from Hishira. Let's see how exactly things went down for Wolves, because the beginning is looking rather good. A lot of damage onto Kylan, of course, which means one of their initiators, engagers, is going to have to retreat almost immediately before the fight actually even starts. And Prime doing the Prime thing. Prime loves his flunky maneuvers on his top laners, and he's going in very aggressively. Finally, a good paranoia from Afroboy, and not exactly the best hostile takeover, and the Wolves are pretty much set for a failure in this fight after that.
It feels like this was the moment when it went south, because when Odin went in with the Pop Blossom, it feels like it was just a way to try to disengage from the fight, but Hishira understood it as the call for action and thought they might try to get more kills out of it. Unfortunately, Roof doesn't have enough damage just yet, and they need just a bit more of these resources to be able to go toe-to-toe with the enemy.
Well, to be fair, Prime was going down extremely low. He was almost dead, but he has a lot of healing. First of all, this is Atrix. Second of all, Sundered Sky, ugly item. It gives you healing. along with the other things, it also gives
That's
you
an
healing.
interesting reason to call an item ugly. It's ugly why it gives healing. Yeah?
No, to be fair, it's not ugly because it gives healing. It's ugly because of the other effect of it, that it gives you the guaranteed crit as your first attack onto the enemy. It is disgusting. But also healing, that really helped Prime. He healed a lot in that fight, and because of that the Pop Blossom didn't work, and the whole idea of Wolves to get at least something out of that fight did not work either.
Right now, it's a bit of a harder situation to dance around because the Baron is up. You can try to go for it, and it looks like AoE are going to just try and start it. Kylan is sitting on that Heartbreaker, so he can go for it. Are they not noticing it? No, they're not, because both Afroboy and Neriman are perfectly capable of bringing it down. That was the cheekiest Baron that I've seen in a long time. And they are going to get it. They have tricked Wolves into believing that they can't do it because they stayed in the mid lane. They made sure to drag their attention elsewhere, and now Wolves are left with trying to defend the siege of the base that is incoming.
To be fair, one of the many good things about Orbit Anonymo that we kept praising for them throughout the last year was their vision control over the map. Not just in terms of what vision they're putting on the map, but what vision they're clearing from the enemies. No vision available whatsoever for Wolves at the pit or around it meant that they had no way of understanding what was going on there.
Absolutely true. Now let's see how they're going to try dance around. And Afroboy, together with Chipsy, are pushing in through the bot lane, making sure to shadow Neriman as he's trying to push through more and more. Mid lane in the meantime getting pushed by Prime, so it's 4-1. Roof is going to try to answer it. Odin and Kylan are making sure to try to clear the waves as soon as possible. Nico can clear the waves quite effectively, so that's what they're doing. Enz is going to join them, has the flash available to him, so does he has the hostile takeover. He might try to use it to his own advantage, but the turret is going down so quick thanks to Roizen and thanks to the Baron buff. It really seem like they can do a lot. Prime is closing in as well, and Wolves are slowly but surely are getting pushed with their backs against the wall.
With their backs against the base, this might be the last stand for them. If Orbit Anonymo force a really good fight with the enemies, it might be over.
Ishiro now going on to Neriman with the paranoia as well, but the Pop Blossom doing so much damage. Royson could not do it, and the hostile takeover now will do the trick. It's the shutdown. Wolves found the beauty combo that they needed, and Prime has nothing to do but either fight or flight, and it looks like he is choosing to flight. Trying to drag the attention towards himself, as now he's going to get stunned. Flashes away, tries to run for his life more, then knock up and the pull onto Kylan. Kylan runs away from it. Prime is still running, tries to dash out. Afroboy is running for his life as well. Orbit Anonymo have not expected such team fighting skills from Wolves.
Hello, I would like to report a crime. More specifically, that damage from Wolves, because there has been a murder on the bot lane, a double murder on the bot lane. Look at that. Very good initiation for Kojiro, but his half health doesn't look too good. Whoa! Nico flies in and says, excuse me, I have a say in it. That's why she's so powerful right now. She doesn't even need those explosive items like Storm Surge that everybody and their mother are trying to build on the AP killers right now. She's a killer on her own. Hacks Rocket Belt to jump into the enemy's beautiful Pop Blossom, and that's more than enough to completely disturb Orbit Anonymo.
We'll have to fight for it one more time as Odin turns himself into a ward apparently. Hex Drake has been started. It's a 12-point fight. Wolves want to contest it. It's a question whether they can, because the poke damage coming from both Neriman and Rosen is quite big. Kylan already not feeling too happy about it. Prime making sure that nobody can use the blast cone, and Kylan instantly had to go into the shadows. Here's Jiro trying to tank as much as he can as Rosen is dropping away his bombs. Running relatively low in mana, already 50%, but it's all good for now. Rue firing away, not finding any targets. Dragon has been started now by Wolves. Afroboy has the paranoia available to himself, so that means he can try to use it. The bomb is coming in through. Kylan is almost dead. Pop Blossom goes absolutely wide, and now Orbit Anonymo understand as this is the time to start the chase. He's running for his life, flashes over the wall. As the rest of the Orbit Anonymo are trying to catch up with them, maybe even go towards the mid lane. And yes, indeed, Neriman is punishing Wolves for the fact that they overstayed for this dragon and fought for it, as the base turret is going to fall rather quick. Moving in more, maybe for an inhibitor, perhaps. but they have the damage to do it.
Oh, they have all the damage. Yes, Wolves have a lot of explosive damage, but Anonymo have any damage they need. They have explosive damage on Royson. Look at his 3 items already completed with the Storm Surge, the Serf's Embrace, and the Rabadon's Death Cup. But they also have very sustainable damage in the face of Nermin, for example. With 2 items going on to the 3rd one to have a little bit more of survivability. But Anonymo versus Wolves, this is the tale of an aggressive hunter versus a patient hunter. And in this tale, Anonymo are the patient hunter. They are waiting. They know when everybody in their team power spikes, and they know what everybody in their team wants to be doing in a game like that. And they love playing in very long games. Remember, guys, remember the previous year, Anonymo's games were painfully long sometimes, but it had a great payoff in the end because Anonymo want to scale up and then destroy their enemies. So I wonder if it's going to be the case today again.
Might be just as well, because Wolves are proving that their team fighting capabilities in this particular game might be just a bit better than Orbit's. They have found such great ways of playing around what Orbit and Anonymo have brought down to the table, but now maybe just a bit too tricky. So Afro Boy completes the Guardian Angel. Now it's going to be just a tiny bit harder to make sure that things are going their way. Baron is up in 30 seconds. No flash on Kylan, but it will be up. Both the Roysons and Afro Boy's flash will be up as well, and Chipsy will be flashes together with Prime. So it is a question how the fight is going to break out. Teleports available almost pretty much all across the place outside of Royson's, but he will have his teleport rather quick. Odin farming himself up, maybe looking for that recall into teleporting back into the fight. Perhaps we will see.
Perhaps. But Wolves, some of them still have only 2 items. 3rd item, very good one on Odin. Storm Surge finally completed. The damage from Pop Blossom is going to be absolutely deadly for Anonymo whenever it hits. But Anonymo, the 3rd item onto Nermin. Nermin is on a power spike right now, and that power spike should be enough for him if he doesn't catch the Pop Blossom to survive through the majority of the fights. But let's see if it's going to be the case, because everybody's looking for an opening. The hunters are hunting, but who is the prey?
2 minutes on the clock before the Ocean Drake is going to appear. Roof takes quite a beating with these bombs from Royson, as now, well, Storm Surge is paying off. The amount of damage coming through this item is quite extensive. Clearing out the vision, pretty much exactly what Orbit and Anonymo want right now if they want to establish control over the top side of the map, shoving in the lane as way.
If Odin jumps in, Nermin is dead. Nermin will be one-shot by Odin with his items.
But there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up now for Odin to try to go for it. They might be just looking for a way to start the Baron. And yes, it looks like they are indeed, as it starts right there. Going down quite quickly. And the rest of the Warsaw here. Prime making sure to not allow Kylan to walk in. Here comes the Call of the Forge God on top of them, as Prime is now getting a lot of damage. Pop Blossom onto Chipsy. He's dead, but he's not the target that you need. He's sure in the meantime. Force as well, as Ends is here fighting too. Kylan and Roof shut down Prime. Ends going to be taken away with the ultimate. Now it's 3 versus 3. And it's pretty much a fair game. Kylan now stuck in the pit, has to heart seek out, doesn't have the flash, nothing! And that means that this might be just the game. Odin tries to do at least something there. I mean, fighting with the Baron. Afro Boy really low, but Odin overstepped, and that's the shutdown. As it might be just dead. Roof firing away. Rosen is now on the chase. The Baron is slowly dying. They might be waiting for more. Chips is going to have the Baron buff. Can you steal it? No! 32 HP, that was just it. But that is also, that might be the game. Rosen is looking to end it.
It's Rosen at 6. He's going to destroy these turrets, and who is going to stop him? There is Roof, there is Ends. Okay, they're alive, they're back at the base. And Rosen just escapes with a Hex Gate right on time for the Drake to spawn. That is going to be a soul point for Orbit and Anonymo. Orbit and Anonymo love their fights, but they also love punishing the enemy for their mistakes. And boy, there were many mistakes in the previous fight coming from Wolves. The most dire one is the fact that, as you rightfully mentioned, Odin did have a really strong Pop Blossom that resulted in almost a one-shot, but that was not the one-shot he had been looking for. If Nermin only would have been brought down, that would have been a fight over for Orbit Nono, because he is right now the powerhouse for the team. But as long as he's alive, he kills everything he sees.
Look at the clean feed. Looks like we are got a bit of a problem here, as Israel might get initiated upon. There's a paranoia, but it doesn't result in any kills. Guardian Angel also picked up by Kalin, so that means he's in a bit of a better position than he was before. Odin does not walk up because that's merely his clone. Roof is dead in the meantime, 30 seconds before he's going to come back to life. And it seems like there's again a 4-2. We've seen it before. We see it again. Prime is pushing in the bot lane as mid lane is getting sieged by 4 members of the enemy team. Banshee's Veil now taken away by the Rocket Belt. Odin trying to make sure to play this game of mind as he's making sure to have AoE on their toes. They're pushing into the Nexus turret. Can they fight for it? Now Odin with the Pop Blossom finds Chipsy. Again, not the target he won with knock-up onto Nariman. That misses his Euro a little bit low. Odin has been slain, and that might be the moment for them to walk in, and yes, indeed. AoE take the walls apart, and the resurrection is going to mean absolutely nothing. But in this hard-fought game, Orbit and Anonymo take the win.
These are the reigning champions of Ultraliga for you guys. They are here to defend their title and to show everybody how much they deserve it. And boy, oh boy, that game was a beautiful one. But to be fair, it was far from being completely in their control. The first half of the game, Wolves were storming them with so much aggression and dominance that Orbit and Anonymo felt like they were falling apart a little bit. But again, remember, they have a lot of patience in their arsenal and they waited this game out until they realized what the game plan for Wolves was and until they found a perfect answer for that.
Absolutely. It was an interesting display of how both Wolves and Orbit and Anonymo are going to approach this game. And it feels like maybe a little bit more of experience coming from Orbit and Anonymo's side has played into their favor because they knew how to start to play around Wolves' bold aggression that they were using pretty much all across the team fights from a certain moment, right? And they were finding quite incredible pickups, quite incredible quite incredible picks onto Rosen, onto Nariman, but in the end, then as soon as Rosen and Nariman start to be so much patient, it just pays off quite differently. But we can hear it from the team itself. We have Blockham here for the interview. Hello, mate.
Yeah,
congratulations on the victory. And again, sorry for having troubles with the pronunciation. To be honest, you have picked up a very hard nickname to pronounce.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's all fine. Like everyone messed up.
Can I jump in with the first question, please? Because I have a very big one. You are one of the teams that didn't have many changes throughout the off season, but you have 2 very important ones. One of which is being you, but I want to talk about the other one, if I may. Afroboy in the jungle. There are very big shoes to fill from Severo, but Afroboy seemed really confident in this game. I want to hear it from you, though. How is the new addition working with the roster?
Yeah, I think that he's like feeling the role better than Severo. I think we needed something more stable early game, and Severo is more of a playmaker. So we were looking for just some stable shot calling jungler that can play for the team, not for himself. And I think we did a good job. Like Afroboy is doing his job really well. So yeah, I'm really happy with the pickup.
From Afroboy, let's go to the second change, which is you. I would like to hear your thoughts on taking over the team because it was Quan who was the head coach of the team in summer when they took the trophy. And now you as the head coach, you as the one leading these boys up, I am quite curious to know what are your thoughts on the roster and the way you've perhaps changed or evolved from summer to now. Because this game, it was very good, but it felt like Wolves had the team on their tiptoes quite a few times.
Yeah, I think from this game, like enemy comp was just made to make picks. Like some of the kills they took kind of randomly. They went 5-man bot, which I don't think was good for the tempo of the game. And I think on bot play, on Nashor bot play, we fucked up with Neramin not flashing the Ornult. But about like my change, I mean it was kind of done in the season. Like players wanted me to step up to the role, just because they think that I was more consistent, let's say. But we tried to make it work with Quan. I mean, it didn't work out. He wanted to lead the project, so he left. But overall, I'm quite confident with just doing my job myself. I think last season also we worked more as coaching duo rather than like head coach and secondary coach. So it's not like I'm not used to leading. I think I have like only a few more things to do. I mean, things added to my job. So it's not that big of a change for me.
I would like to know what is on the to-do list for the 2024 season for you, for your team, for you personally. What is the plan for Orbit Anonymo?
I mean, we plan to like make better score than last year. Like I think last year going twice, like not going out of the group, New Masters was not really good. I think we could do more. And I think in summer especially, like we underperformed really much. So we want to aim for top 8 New Masters. For Ultraliga, I mean, we didn't play versus Titan yet. We play versus them tomorrow, so we will see how the matchup goes. But yeah, like we aim for finals. I don't care if we win or not. Mostly we care about New Master performance.
That's a very interesting plan you set upon yourself, and I'm going to be really looking forward to see you guys perform onto the EMEA Masters, especially with the new addition to the team in the likes of Afroboy. For now, I would like to let you cherish your victory, as it was quite a nice one. Boosts up the morale of the team, of course, to win their very first on-stage game. But as the tradition goes, I'm pretty sure you're aware of it really, really well. Before anyone leaves our virtual studio that we have created, you have an ability to give a shout out to whoever you choose, maybe even in your own native language. So take the stage.
Yeah, I mean, I would mostly want to shout out Ultraliga stuff. I think they did a really good job for the split. Like the start of the season was really good. My team, like I think they worked really well. Like I don't have like any bad things to say about them. And my dad, who is watching the game.
Thank you so much, Burhan. And good luck in your performances in this season. And if you get to the EMEA Master, we'll be watching closely. Good luck there as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Big plans, eh?
Yeah, I know, right? It really makes me wonder. Like the only thought I had from some point on the interview was how many slots is Ultraliga gonna get on the EMEA Masters? Because if it's only one slot, for example, then it's not about we don't care about winning Ultraliga. It's about we care about winning Ultraliga because EMEA Masters slot.
I mean, if there's going to be only one slot available for EMEA Masters, I'm expecting just underground King of the Iron Fist Tekken type of, fighting. Or actually, no, I expect Mortal Kombat to unleash over there. Fatalities being made left and right, because there's just nothing else that I think that is going to be there in the finals. But we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. However, we are still not done for today, because as mentioned by Blockcom, there's one more team that needs to prove that they are here to go for the EMEA Masters, or perhaps get brought down by the rookies. As we're going to come back from the break, it will be Zero Tenacity versus Back to the Game. We'll be back very soon.
Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came...
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
It drives me so crazy.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas Cat?
hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgone. Just remember. Gone is our home now. It's only memories. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Looking onto a life that can never be. What did you believe? Believe you would find. And so you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering without. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, just remember. We retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgone. Just remember. So we'll die and we'll fall here. We're lie torn and broken. Die but will not be forgotten. We remain and we stand here. So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, just remember. We retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgone. Just remember. So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Madness.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back as we are getting ready for game number 4. It is Zero Tenacity versus Back to the Game newcomers for our league.
Well, newcomers for the Division 1. If you have been following Division 2, you most probably have noticed them because they have been taking Division 2 by the storm, and it doesn't look like that was their end goal. It looks like they're aiming much higher because look at that. They went through the qualifiers and they're right now here with us in Division 1, and who knows what their end goal for this season looks like.
I mean, right now it is safe to say that they've been put in trial by fire. I would say it's baptism by fire if you pass it, but then it's challenged by fire if you don't, because Right now, you are going against one of the strongest teams that our region can produce. There is no one at the scene who has been as much talked about as Zero Tenacity. Even though there is always Anonymo, yes, definitely, and they are still the reigning champions. That is also very fair to point out. But it was Zero Tenacity that we also, or not also, but always have understood as the boss of the league, right? As the last raid boss. You walk into the rift, and instead of the normal theme, you just hear boss music from Dark Souls, pretty much.
Yeah. To be honest, yes, if you just look at this team, this is not the team that has been built to win Ultraliga. This is the team that was made with one specific idea to go into the EMEA Masters and to crush them. Because they have players who have been playing in EMEA Masters in their roster, like Rodori, for example. He has scored the second place in the, I believe back then it was EMEA Masters, maybe in 2022. But then you look at their mid lane, Kofte, the new mid laner for Zero Tenacity. Last spring, he won EMEA Masters with Istanbul Wildcats, who took the whole tournament by storm.
It's interesting that right now Zero Tenacity is completely rebuilt. If you are remembering the squad that we had before, with Rizaki on the team, with Kola on the team, with Ice and Kabi, if I recall correctly, who was the support, and Sloki as their mid laner, then you would be interested to find out that there is no such names on the team anymore. Instead, right now, it is joining us Melonic. You probably do know him if you are a die-hard Polish fan, that you have seen this man perform in a lot of different teams and regions. Then you can also see Blue Razor. You can also see Kostic, just as you mentioned him. You can also spot someone you might be quite familiar with Harpoon, as the man did a lot of fuss around him when he was playing back in the time in Team ESCA Gaming, and Erdot joining them as the supporter for the team. This is the opposite team, the back to the game.
You know at least 2 names in this roster as well. Well, again, 4 out of the 5 players have been playing through the Division 2, through the open qualifiers, and are with us in the Division 1 right now. Cozy, previously known as Polsky Calls, is the new addition to the roster, but you remember him from the previous split. His Camille is forever engraved in my heart, for example. But then on the bot lane, who is a quarter? Seems familiar. That's Katra. That's our boy Katra right there on the bot lane as the support for the team. So you know 2 of these names, even if you haven't been watching Division 2 of Ultraliga. But the other 3 names are still familiar to you if you have.
Of course, Katra can be remembered from his time in Cumberland Friends. And it was pretty interesting to see him to execute everything the way he has executed, right? Especially with the fact that we've seen him perform on Rakan rather well. So that's another thing to watch out for, since Rakan right now is pretty much in the meta, as we have been showcased already. So yeah, other than that, the guys are pretty much the newcomers. But since almost every team currently is showing us some newcomers in certain capacities, I don't think that's too big of a trouble. And I'm going to again be quite interested to see how are they going to be able to put themselves up against such of a brute force as it is Zero Tenacity.
Indeed, we have a lot of rookies in this split. The rookies for the Division 1 scene, the rookies for the ERL scene. Back to the game is no exception to that. Which is why it is a tough game for them to begin the split with, because rookies are almost everywhere, but Zero Tenacity are a rare exception of that rule. They have no rookies on their roster. All of their players have experience in the ERL, have experience in the first divisions of ERL. We have people coming from LFL. We have people coming from TCL. TCL. I always forget the order of the letters for some reason in this league. We have
TLC, it's tables, ladders, and chairs from WWE, so that's a bit different thing.
Yeah, I'll try to remember it that way. But we have people who have been playing with Prime, BDS, Heretics, Solari from LFL, not me, but the LFL one. This roster is insanely strong. This roster is as good as it gets, to be honest. They have so many medals behind each of the names that we see on the screens right now. And it looks like the end goal is to go for even more of those.
It is a roster packed with, instead of rookies, it feels like Zero Tenacity decided to get every single available veteran that they can just find. And that is pretty much what's happened here. I believe that from this entire roster, Harpoon is probably going to be the quote unquote the least experienced one.
You think
I would say.
Excuse me,
Probably.
are you saying that about Ultraliga Season 7 MVP right now? The MVP
Yes, I
of
am.
Ultraliga that overshadows
I am.
everything else.
Sure thing. The history is not going to remember that this way, though. So if you look at the squad itself and the way the squad is packed, it's a little bit of a overkill, it almost feels like. And now my big question is how these guys are going to play together, right? Because very oftentimes when we look at teams that you just look at the overall package that you receive and you go, okay, this is stacked. A lot of times we see that, yeah, but there's also the communication issue. There is something else. Problems are arising from all across the border. And my biggest question in terms of how the thing is going to go is, how are they going to address the fact how many veterans are there? Because there are different playstyles, different approaches, and I'm interested and eager to see Zero Tenacity try to work with this plethora of personalities.
You gotta remember though that it's not only the roster of players that is new for Zero Tenacity, the coaching roster is also a very fresh one with also some familiar faces if you have been following the Polish scene, or even not Polish, if you have been following the LFL scene, for example. Names like Hajime and Haji, for example, will definitely ring a bell for you. But what I'm trying to say is that everything is new for the team. And while it does look a little bit risky on paper, because yes, we have seen the super teams being assembled and then failing miserably, this does look like a very promising start for the renewed Zero Tenacity.
Not sure if we can regard to any of these top two teams as super teams when it comes to both Orbit Anonymo and Zero Tenacity. It doesn't really feel like they fall under the idea of a super team. But being one of the strongest team in the league, that is probably true. We have to see how they're going to play today's match out, because that's going to tell a lot of the way of the preparation that they're bringing to this, of course. But on paper, sounds as strong as it can get. We are in the draft. Let's see what the boys are preparing.
The boys are cooking. And I can't wait to see what the meal is going to look like. But we're going to start with the bans, not rushing anywhere, but the things that I absolutely want to see banned are going to be, yes, Lucian, thank you very much, are going to be maybe Varys and Melio. Just looking at the bot lane, there are things that disturb the bot lane a little bit too much, so I would like them out. And Nocturne, for sure, Nocturne.
There's too many things to ban out. There's also LeBlanc to think about. There's also Rumble to think about, and you don't really want to give these away. Interesting approach. So right now, Zero Tenacity seems to have their own sort of game plan that they have right now. Yeah. Since it's Ashe and Karma being banned out, a lot of things targeting towards the potential mid lane flex or the supports. Wondering if B2TG, this is going to be quite a mouthful, but okay, are going to answer with, okay, that's a Nocturne ban. Kalista? Melio? Probably Melio. Makes sense.
Quite possibly either of the two will do. Caitlyn, I'm also loving this ban, to be honest, because Caitlyn has been feeling rather comfortable with the bot lane for the same reason as ever before whenever she was in the meta, because of her range. With so many short range AD carries like Kalista, for example, who just has been banned, Caitlyn has been thriving, but not in this game. We're starting strong with a Rumble for the Zero Tenacity side.
Makes a lot of sense to me. There's quite a few power picks still left to be taken, Azir being one of them. You can try to opt into this as your first pick. Mid lane now, sort of. We might go into a Varus pickup or for Salami. A well-rounded pickup just overall, very much long range. So I am expecting Zero Tenacity to go something perhaps Graves, and maybe they want to get themselves a Nautilus even straight away. A Nautilus or a Kali would make a lot of sense for me for the next one.
I would love to see Akali, to be honest. She is feeling so strong with the new items, with the even more one-shot potential for her as an AP assassin from the mid lane. But unfortunately, we haven't really seen enough of her, nearly enough of her in the pro game so far. So I would love for somebody, maybe even today, to change that and bring some justice to our girl Akali and bring her to the mid lane. But I'm not sure if it's going to happen. Could happen here. She is indeed in a very good pick into Azure. She doesn't care about many of his things. For example, his Shurima shuffle. She just doesn't care about it whatsoever. But I think I love this one even more. We already saw the Nico one-shot potential in the previous game. Wonder how it's going to look like in this one.
The good thing about Nico is that it pretty much does, in a certain way, the same thing as Akali is capable of doing, which is get to the enemy's backlane very, very quick. Of course, you could argue that Akali is doing it faster, but with the fact that you can also provide a lot of that team fighting capabilities down to the table, makes Nico in a certain way even more important than Akali, depending on how do you want to approach this. Sion now picked up for the top lane in order to just make sure that Cozy will be able to be the weak side, I suppose, because against Rumble is going to be just a tiny bit hard, since he's going to prioritize taking full control of the lane. I am expecting, back to the game though, ban out Nautilus, because that would be one of the probably, or 80 characters. It's a hard one, isn't it?
It is a very hard one, but to be fair, with 80k not picked by Zero Tenacity by Harpoon, and by knowing a little bit what Harpoon usually prefers to play as, it is a perfect opportunity for Back to the Game to ban out as many of his champions as possible. Well, you're only limited by 2 of those, but that's already more than nothing. It's better than nothing for sure. I don't think they would like to even focus the supports right now that much, because Aphelios and I don't even know who else. Wait, there are so many good AD carries right now.
You would probably look to ban out Aphelios. You would look to ban out, wait, who do we have on the board already? Lucian, Kalista, Aphelios, Caitlyn, Ashe. Kai'Sa's not really feeling good right now. Or I mean, you could. Kai'Sa doesn't really feel good right now. Jhin, yeah, that's the other one. That's the other one that feels kind of well into the certain into this meta. You could also think about now banning the supports, but Harpoon, I feel like right now that might be a Jinx angle, honestly, because we've seen Harpoon to play on Jinx quite a lot.
That's true.
Back in the day. And theoretically, as a follow-up with the Nico, with the Xin Zhao, it might be quite powerful. So I am not sure. Okay, so Jarvan the Fourth now being taken away, which leaves B2TG to either open up a support or a jungler. You can open up with Lee Sin now.
Yeah.
One of the ways. Or Maokai, okay.
Or Maokai. That works again. Already 2 strong engaged champions on the side of Zero Tenacity. So Maokai with his ultimate makes total sense. I'm still baffled. Okay. I was suspecting there might be some early game oriented AD carry and already so driven today, but he was banned out. So I would love for him to happen. Him or Samira, for example, would be just a perfect combination, a perfect way to end day 1 of Ultraliga. But no, it's going to be things.
Coming to his favorite champion that he played in this time of Team ESCA gaming for so long. It is the Jinx for Harpoon, and I am genuinely excited to see what he's going to bring out with it. But who do you pair it with? Now, you could try to take out the Nautilus, and that would make a lot of sense to me. Or you can go with Emilio. Okay, an interesting approach.
Emilio is just... The thing is, he is really good in specific pairings, especially when his AD carry is not really mobile. Jinx doesn't have any sort of escape. If she's flashless, she might as well be as good as dead. So Emilio, I am loving this so much for Zero Tenacity. That's not picked yet, right? No, that's not picked yet. They're hovering the Senna.
This is locked in. It's a Senna. It's a Senna support for Back to the Game.
Welcome back, Senna support. Long time no see. But so to be fair, it is the perfect time for Senna to be back. She feels really strong right now, especially with the new support items. And the fact that she can get gold from so many sources. I love it.
Now, it's an interesting situation for me. So this Senna is an interesting reaction to Melio, because Melio, as much as I am a fan of going with Nautilus when you have a long range with the Zia and Varus and so on and so forth, there's one thing. Melio is actually going to be quite good in order to stop Maokai from rushing right into your mids, and so it will be good against Azir, because Azir wants to dash in as soon as possible. And with his, I believe it is his Q, correct me if I'm wrong, but he can knock people back even when they're trying to do either the dash or the Nautilus's hook and so on and so forth, which is why people consider Melio to be a counter pick to Nautilus, at least to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Now, that means you can't go with an engaged support of your own. You can go with an Enchanter, yes, sure, but you have a Varus. What are you going to do? Right, you just go Senna, because now you don't care about engaging. You have the long range.
You do. And the longer the game goes, the more range you're going to have as Senna. It is a very good pairing for the later game team fights, to be honest, because Senna has... What does Senna want? Senna wants to wait out. Senna wants to get as much gold and especially souls on her lane as possible during the laning phase. And Senna wants frontline because she operates best whenever she's in a very good safe backlane thanks to her range. And she has a frontline right before her to empower and damage through them. She has Cyan and Maokai. What better frontline to ask for, especially Cyan?
It is a little bit of a risky play here, because you are playing against Nico and you are playing against Xinjiao, so you may get caught out really, really quickly in these fights, or at the very least your laning phase may be just a nightmare. We've seen it with KC versus... I can't remember right now. In one of the games, Bo was just babysitting the bot lane and making.
Oh, one of the games they lost, right?
Not like they managed to pick up a win this week, but we're not going to start the beef just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn to the beef that we have on the Rift. It is the last game of today, and it's Zero Tenacity versus Back to the Game.
Back to the game, the newcomers to first division of Ultraliga, Zero Tenacity, returning back with a big name and a completely new but still very big roster. I wonder how this game is gonna go. Who did you predict to win in this game, Brillman?
I don't know.
You don't remember? I'm gonna tell you, you predicted Zero Tenacity, and I'm even gonna tell you another thing. Everybody, all of the casters for English cast and Polish cast have predicted Zero Tenacity to win this game. So Back to the Game really are going into this match against all odds.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to live up to these odds. A little bit of a slower start. Some pickups here and there on the top side of the map. Quite interesting to see how this whole exchange is going to go as well. Korotkiy, though, trying to assert as much dominance against Sisyph as possible. And this is going to be quite an interesting exchange. So Akoda trying to bring down as many of them as they can. Looks like level 2, though, is going to be by Zero Tenacity, indeed, as they are already pushing forward. Level 2 now picked up by Back to the Game as well. W goes absolutely wide, so there's going to be no root arrow to make sure that the trade is good. And the trade is won by Back to the Game. Very interesting level 2 playing out here by the bot laners.
Do you really want to be exchanging that aggressively with the Varus whenever he has an Arcane Comet as his keystone? It is the best rune for him and for many other champions, to be honest. If they want to have a strong, consistent poke on the laning phase, it is really hard to match.
Well, let's see if they have a reason to do so or not, because trying to establish the dominance is pretty much quite important, especially in this particular matchup, because you don't want Akoda to walk up to the minions and be able to pick up the stacks. This is pretty much one of the biggest concerns at the current moment. Akoda, they're doing quite a good job at picking those stacks up. And it continues to harass them as Blue Razor invades into the enemy jungle. Shasky might be in a bit of trouble. Smite War? Okay, reset. No, never mind.
Never mind. The blue buff has his own plans for how this exchange is going to look like, but Blue Razor is very persistent, but not enough.
Not enough indeed. Might be looking for it to go here, but I don't think he has... No, he doesn't have Oracle Lens just yet. That means he won't be able to spot away the ward that was placed there, but back to the game, so that he can't really go for a gank. Instead, he's going to take a scuttle. Perhaps try to go rotate towards the top side of the map, since there's a lot of prior on the solar lanes of both Melonic and Korotkiy. So Zero Tenacity are in control of that side of the map.
Yeah.
Bot lane might be just a bit more explosive.
Might be, but to be honest, I think we still need to be looking where exactly you just said, the top part of the map, because this is 4th minute already, which means in less than a minute, the 3 beautiful pug-faced creatures are going to spawn in the Baron pit, and it looks like it might be the plan for Blue Razor to go for that, especially as you just mentioned, the Prio on the mid lane, the top lane, fully in control of Zero Tenacity.
Korotkiy now going for these very aggressive trades, making sure to poke Sisyph as much as possible. Q has the level advantage though, so it might be okay, not anymore. Root coming in through, Sisyph might be just a bit of trouble. A few autos to make sure that he's going to back away. He's got the teleport available to him, but the lane is going to crush one way or the other. Gets out on a slither HP. Korotkiy now making such a good work at forcing Azir out of the lane. Airdot is here too, together with a quarter. They are 2 versus 2 in the right now. Root coming in through. Korotkiy looking to maybe finish the deal with Sisyph. Sisyph has the flash available to him, so Korotkiy might be just playing a little bit on the verge. But nothing comes out of it. And Blue Razor is not really quick onto getting on these grubs, but that's just so much pressure.
Yes, this is not exactly a slow-paced game. We haven't had any kills yet in 5 minutes, and one might say, oh, this is not the Ultraliga I remember. But listen, everybody's playing a very tactical game right now. This is going to get explosive. This game is going to be very dramatic as the mid game is going to approach us, as the items are going to be built. 2 item, 3 item Nico, 2, 3 item Azir are going to one-shot everybody on the enemy teams. But before that, we need to get to that point, and that's what everybody's working on right now, on their getting to pot.
Korotkiy, though, yes, indeed. He is having such a hard time on that top lane, standing against not only a veteran top player like Melonic, but also the fact that you have to fight against the Rumble, who's right now so powerful. Back to the game. Decide to answer with the standard exchange. You go for the Drake instead of the Void Grubs. You know you won't be able to take the Void Grubs, so you try to bring down the Drake. It's an Ocean Drake, which is relatively nice in that beginning of the game. You also get the 2 stacks for a quarter. Not too bad overall.
Not too bad at all. And I hope we're going to keep a close eye on the quarter stocks, because those are going to be rather important to keep an eye on as the game is going to progress, because right now it is just a tiny small center, but later on it's going to be a big and very dangerous center with the attack speed, with the attack range, and everything else included. For now though, this is Zero Tenacity who are having the tiniest ever gold lead possible. Other than that, the game is dead even. Might change on the bot lane. To be honest, if it's going to change anywhere, I bet it's going to be bot lane.
Might just as well be if one of the teams are going to try to get more advantage there. For now, Harpoon is losing a little. And Trade's not really speaking to his favor as well. Blue Razor is around here. Sisyph is still sitting on that flash, so if he will need to use it, he will, to get out of the harm's way. No objectives on the map currently to try to work for. A lot to prior in the bot lane from the side of B2G. They might think about a dive, but Shasky is just so far away.
If they get level 6 on a quarter very quick, maybe, because I think it's still level 5 for Melee. I'm not sure. This number could be either 5 or 6, but it shouldn't be level 6 because Harpoon is still sitting on level 5. There is an advantage for back to the game's bot lane, and some kills for Salami could definitely benefit them quite a lot in the long run. But for now, it still feels to me like back to the game are playing this game very methodically and very slowly, mimicking what Zero Tenacity you would expect would do in a game like that. And that is exactly what's happening.
Still 3 minutes before the next Drake is going to spawn. Equalizer drop down. Okay, Mosey Cozy. Still not Mosey Cozy. I just mixed up the 2 nicknames together apparently, because that's what I do. Not able to take the kill. The equalizer has been used. No teleport to get back into the lane. Very quick as well. Cozy, I don't think he's going to reset. I think he's going to stay just a tiny bit more. Doesn't have the teleport as well.
I don't think he has the money for a good reset right now. He's sitting on some items, specifically some AP resist items, understandably, because he's starting against Rumble, and that's a menace when it comes to the damage. But he definitely needed to push a little bit further. Plus, look at the state of the lane. It's going to be rather good right now for him to reset and come back to the lane and most likely seed somewhere in the mid of the lane. But he's not recalling. He has another plan, I think, just looking at the minimap. We'll see if it works out.
Well, the crash didn't work, and if he recalls right now, he'll probably lose quite a bit of CS, which is not exactly the best, considering the fact that you are falling behind quite massively already. But it's not too much, but it's still enough. Melonic right now is a very good position because he has more damage thanks to the fact that he resetted. He's going to get a lot of minions from this wave. Tries to even stack it as well. Cozy will look to try to punish him as the wave crashes here, but it's not going to be too much of a damage. As junglers, they all have level 7 already, so the ultimates are available all across the place. Might be looking for the next objective to spawn, which might be the dragon, one of those to push for.
Quite possibly. Bot lane is trying to have exchanges here and there, but really I think we need to be thinking about the next objective. In a minute and 20, the Drake is going to spawn, and I would love to see some fight happening right before that. With both junglers already having their ultimates available, Shasku definitely would like the fight, if it even happens, to be as big of a team fight as possible in the current scenario. Well, for Blue Razor, to be honest, Xinjiao doesn't really care. These champions really feels very confident in smaller skirmishes. He might be looking for one right now, but oh boy, the vision game from Back to the Game around the bot lane is pretty strong, eh?
It is indeed. They make sure that Blue Razor cannot enter any places, from any places, and not able to. I cannot speak apparently. Not able to gank them, as both the Quarter and Salami are continuing to build themselves up. Harpoon not falling behind that much anymore. Yes, after this wave is done, it's going to be about 8, 9, 10-ish, 8 to be precise, the difference in CS. So Harpoon has been catching up quite well. It's going to be another Lethality Varus by the looks of it.
Is anybody building anything else other than Lethality Varus these days? I mean, there are different builds for Varus. There always are different builds for Varus. You can build him pretty much however you want, but it does feel like I'm seeing much more Lethality Varuses these days than any other way to itemize him.
Well, the lethality is very strong currently because it just annihilates enemies' armor, and I believe even magic resist as well. I think, but I'm not sure about that. I think only armor. So it is, it is only armor. So it is rather useful. In the meantime, back to the game. They started the Drake for themselves. Teleport coming in through as well to make sure that they do everything according to the pan teleport. Okay, the Drake has been slain. The Blue Razor tried to steal, but he couldn't really do it with his ultimate now dancing around in the flames. Pop Blossom not going to connect because a quarter flashes over the wall. They have managed to get Maokai, so it's at least first blood. Might pay with his life here as Kofti now runs around, still sitting on that flash. A quarter takes so much damage. The ultimate coming in through, but it's not going to be now. Erdo flashes over the wall. Kofti is still fighting away, but he's not going to finish the deal. Salami takes the kill. Now it's Harpoon and Blue Razor firing away. Melonic is here with the active. Equalizer has been dropped away. Salami now dead, and the next target is Blue Razor. They managed to get him. A corner gets 2. Even in the process, it's an absolute mayhem. But it is 3 kills towards the Rumble.
Oh no. If I had this Rumble in the enemy team right now, I would say, okay, guys, VFF, we go next. This is over. It might not be over Back to the Game because the beginning of the fight, for example, was rather successful for them. And I'm especially curious as to what exactly happened to Kofti because he died flashless. He flashed right before he died, but he didn't flash over the wall. So I would love to see on the replay what exactly happened there. But Melonic right now has definitely been set for success, building up towards probably Leandro. We will see about that. Maybe something like Malignance is going to be back in business. Here comes the replay a little bit earlier than could have been with the slain of the dragon, with Infernal Dragon, notification, and Kofti trying to go in, only catching 1, which is not even nearly enough for them. Zero Tenacity are waiting until the last moment, until the reinforcers are going to arrive, because there is no teleport for a Rumble, so he has to walk all the way from the top part of the map, and I'm still not quite sure how Korotkiy, aka Nico, died there, but it doesn't matter because who's going to die right now is going to be back to the game. Whoever is left of the Melonic taking the triple kill. Melonic is said to be the hyper carry for the team from now on.
There's a lot of gold there, though, that was received by both Salami and Accorda. 2 assists, 1 kill for the Varus, 2 kills, 1 assist for Accorda. These guys are building themselves quite massively, and you already have Yumus and the Bloodsong on that center. This is going to be a lot of damage that is going to be produced from that bot lane duo, and I am willing to see how far they're going to take it. Already taking full control of the mid lane. We see a little bit of rotation, perhaps towards... it is the Herald already up there, if I recall correctly. It's not the Void Groups anymore. And now with that, yeah, it seems to be. And now with the Prior that you're getting in the top lane, thanks to the fact that Cozy is slowly but surely building himself up, with your bot lane in the mid as well, it feels like this is just the time to try to rotate yourself towards the Herald.
Which will be quite lovely, to be honest, for either of the teams. This mid lane looks like it is begging to be open from either of the sides, and for either of them it's going to be rather beneficial because we have a really strong Drake that demands you to go into the jungle as much as possible, because this is the Infernal Drake, the only soul that has been changed, and you exactly that Accorda is doing that. He wants to be going into the jungle and collecting these little stacks because they give you ability haste. Very nice to have.
They do indeed. So your Tenacity, though, capitalizing on the fact that back to the game, dropped the Prior a little in the mid lane, decided to rotate Accorda towards the mid, maybe towards the bot, sorry, maybe might have been interested to try to catch up Korotkiy there. Not going to work, so instead the Herald is now going to fall into the hands of Zero Tenacity. They can utilize it in the top lane, actually, if you think about it, because right now with such a straight lead from Melonic, that can propel him into the stratosphere furthermore, or you can drop it down in the mid.
I'm not even sure where it would be more beneficial. Do you want to feed Melonic even more? I would say yes, but also Harpoon. He's building up the items, already sitting on the first core item right now. Full Jinx, the Kraken Slayer. Needs a little bit more. Ideally, would love to get to the 3-item power spike full Jinx and then feel like killing everything and everyone on the reef, to be honest. So I don't know what the plan for this Herald for Zero Tenacity is going to be, but I can't wait to find out where they release it.
Dragging up in 40 seconds. Both of the teams are trying to get the Prior. Mid lane now being shoved in. Erdot is going to make sure to try to stop that Prior as much as he can, dragging the minions away as well for Harpoon to catch them all up. A little bit of that Prior has been returned. Teleport going to be invested by Korotkiy to shove in the bot lane, make sure that Sisyph is there to answer it and take a little bit more time in order to respond. Top laners now moving themselves to the top bot side, of the map, which is pretty much giving away the fact that we are going to have a skirmish for their Drake.
And it's a very important Drake and a very timely Herald, right in time, because the Drake is spawning right now and it's going to be a right into the turret, giving enough time for Zero Tenacity to rotate towards the river.
They are setting up the vision already. 3 wards placed pretty much instantly. Erdot, though, taking a lot of damage in the process. As everybody's now walking up, I believe the Scuttle even has been taken. Full control of the river passages now. Korotkiy now getting down, rooted. The knock up onto the Shadow, though, so it wasn't exactly the best. Back to the game, respond with a push onto the mid lane turret. Sisyph and Accorda trying to do this work on their own. Sisyph a little bit separated from the team. Not going to get punished for this. Zero Tenacity are back to the Drake. It's back and forth, and back and forth.
Back to the game or back to the Drake? That is going to be the question right now. But Zero Tenacity apparently choose the latter because they're at the Drake and look at how quickly it's going to go down. Is it enough time for the enemies?
It is burning. The pain train stopped by Blue Razor. The Drake has been slain. Now the Equalizer has been dropped. So much damage. Blue Razor now in the midst of it all. Shaq had to flash away as the shuffle has been used to make sure that Korotkiy does not walk up. Cozy is also feeling rather not well as he had to flash away from that fight. Zero Tenacity are in full control of whatever is happening in that bot side river. Super Mega Death Rocket is not going to seal the deal as Korotkiy now walking up with his rocket build. Yeah, just merely a miss here. And back to the game. Felt like they were powerless to fight against that Drake.
But there was so much damage from Harpoon, but not enough. I can't wait until he builds the second item. Thinking, i.e. for him right now, the crit chance on the Jinx against the enemy team is going to be massive. He's going to shred both through their front lane and through their back lane. And speaking of shredding through their front lane, that is pretty much what happened in the previous fight. Really good setup from Zero Tenacity. The fact that back to the game were a little bit spread around, they couldn't really use Azir's ultimate the best way. He tried to shuffle away Korotkiy, which he didn't even hate, and that didn't even make sense. And the ultimate could have been used somewhere else in that fight, but it wasn't. And that's why Zero Tenacity getting the Drake, getting out of the pit alive, and overall feeling rather good in the game, especially since this mid lane turret is still somehow standing for them.
There's just so much threat coming from Zero Tenacity's composition to access Akkorda, to access Salami, to access Sisyph. That just makes really hard for back to the game to play the game without this constant threat of Korotkiy jumping into the team fight, making sure that they can play. He's giving them so much space just by his mere presence, and you can see the amount of respect Sisyph was giving him in this previous team fight. I am quite curious to see whether they will try to fight out of this respect, because yes, Equalizer by Rumble did a lot of damage in that fight, but if you set up the fight not in the choke point but in a different place, that might be a whole other story.
I would love to see the story to happen, but right now the story might be happening with the top lane because
Sidestepped.
Blue Rise is here, looking for some ways to go in, but they will find the turret there. That is more than enough for them. Look at the little pugs. They're so ugly and so pretty at the same time, but so useful to whoever has them.
The Grubbies.
Grubbies, exactly.
The Grubbies doing the work as Cozy had 2 ultimate out from Melonic. His flamethrower is indeed an incredibly powerful tool. The tower has been taken. Might have been looking for also Sisyph in that fight, but didn't happen. Akkorda might be in big trouble. Is being marked by Blue Razor. Sidestepped everything. Flash away. Now Blue Razor being a little bit slowed. A lot of damage in the process. Korotkiy with the root onto the Maokai. Not going to go with the Pop Blossom. Has the flash available to him, so he might look in Salami. What are you doing, mate? You shouldn't be doing this. And he's instantly punished for this at Harpoon. Picks up that kill. It was very, very unthoughtful of you, mate.
Tiny mistake, and he even sacrificed the flash for the trying to get away in the end. He is dead. They lost the turret pretty much because of that, and now when he resurrects, he's going to be flashless for the upcoming dragon fight. Oh, this is not a good look for back to the game. Unfortunately, Salami, one little misstep for Salami, a big misstep for the whole team.
Right now, setting up for the upcoming T-Phone is going to be way harder than it could have been before. And even being alone in a lane and trying to catch up some farm is also going to be quite hard for a Salami. There's just too many things that can catch you, and you don't have the ultimate plus flash to try to get out of whoever is trying to catch in these fights. 2 carries, actually, well, not carries, but damage dealers, rather, are going to be flashless in the upcoming fight. Both Akkorda and Salami won't have the flash, which makes the fight for Zero Tenacity way easier than they would have even hoped for. 1 minute on the clock, as Sisyph might be just the next target.
Yeah, I think he recognizes that something wicked might be coming exactly his way towards the top lane. So he's running away, very respectful of the enemies, but the fight slowly but surely, potential fight rather slowly but surely, is shifting towards more of the bot side of the map. For back to the game, the ideal scenario right now would be to crack open that poor turret on the mid lane of the enemy and to use Sign on the bot lane, because he's really close to the pit and he doesn't even need to teleport. He can just run away with his ultimate that he has available should the fight even happen there. For Zero Tenacity, what do they want? Do they want to catch somebody? Do they want to just force the fight around the pit? We'll find out very soon, I think.
Main lane again getting hot shoved, again trying to target that mid lane turret, again trying to get the needed pro. Shasku in the meantime with Blue Razor trying to settle the differences, the root coming in through the knockup as well. A bit of damage coming from Sisyph, not just enough though. Harpoon firing away into Cozy, but it's Cyan. You won't be able actually to penetrate him too much. Korotkiy! What are you doing, mate? As he just picks up Salami right there on the spot. Cozy continues trying to fight forward. Shasku looking for Korotkiy, looking to end him right there, right now, as Akkorda is running for his life into the mints, but there's nothing that back to the game are capable of doing. Tried to heal himself up, didn't work as he just sends himself flying back. It is in pure shambles for back to the game as Zero Tenacity laughingly run away with the Drake.
I would like to go back to the statement. They are the super team because look at what their players are doing. Korotkiy incredible because of his engage, but also because he survived. He was so low on health, and it did feel like the repetition of the previous fight in the Drake feat where he flashed and died immediately after that. But this time, he somehow miraculously managed to get away from the enemies. Same goes for Blue Razor, going super aggressively onto the enemies and going super low, but sticking to the Drake, making sure he's around and he stays alive and he controls the enemy's jungler to have the smite advantage all the time to him, while the rest of the team are chewing the enemies away while accidentally killing one or the other. On the way doesn't really matter that much. What matters is that they have 2 Infernal Drakes, 7 kills, very nice gold lead, and they need to be fishing for more leads right now because they're as strong as ever.
Next target probably going to be the Baron, as the damage will be more than enough with the Rumble, with the Jinx, with the Nico. You can try to force him down as quickly as you can back to the game. Doesn't really feel like in a position to try to contest it. And it seems like Zero Tenacity, they're trying to regain a bit control of the top side of the map. The vision is already being pressed as well. Korotkiy being caught out, doesn't have the flash available to. In the meantime, the fight is breaking up. Blue Razor going onto the Cozy. The Roots are not going to find even a single person as Melonic teleports himself right into his shutdown. In the meantime, Sizivek has won that fight, so it's minus the mid laner. Can you capitalize on that even more? Blue Razor gets him back himself into the fight, flashes away instantly. Equalizer drop down by Melonic to create a little bit of space for his jungler who's running away. As Sizif attacks him with the soldiers and orders the kill threat for this top laner. Didn't really get him though. Teleport will deliver Salami as they will be the one to start the Baron. It is a little bit risky though.
It is a little bit risky because it's hitting their backline. This is the Baron that is hitting the backline of the enemy, or whoever is the furthest one from him. Harpoon, really low on health, but healing up. Is it going to be a fight?
Tries to go for something. The healing coming through from Airdot. Use the ultimate. Not the dragon, but the Baron rather has been reset. The amount of respect coming from back to the game is just incredible in this game, as they realize that the fact that we can start the Baron doesn't mean that we can kill him, because he might be caught away here. It's an unfortunate trap that they've set for you, mate, and you will be dropped down here. Chains of the Corruption, maybe with the help of the Shadow, they can try to fish for something, but the Shadow just disappears right where it stood.
Yes, the Shadow tried to leave for a little while longer, but couldn't. And a very nice Void Red Sentinel has been taken by Blue Razor. After 20th minute, if you take it, doesn't matter if it's in your jungle or the enemies, everybody in your team gets a buff. So Zero Tenacity right now are really happy with the red buff for everybody on their team. And to be honest, perfect for their team composition because everybody needs a little bit of oomph. Oh, we're going to see how Korotkiy went down because he's having a fight here. It's not a real one-on-one because Shasky was there a little bit in the beginning to help, but Sizif is having so much damage already. He is shutting down Korotkiy in no time and then rejoining the fight. And Zero Tenacity are going to retreat here, but we know that they always come back.
Good pickup for back to the game, but not enough execution, and perhaps even a bit of a bolder move to try to go for that Baron. Maybe it was a better idea to try to fight it. Maybe they shouldn't have retreated. In the end, it is the same thing. They weren't able to take the Baron. They've lost Cozy there in the process. And now we are back to square one. The Baron stays. Korotkiy now has the flash, which is a bit of a different scenario for both of these teams. Also flash available to Sizif, Salami, and Accorda, so that is pretty much important, as Dragon is going to be up in 55 seconds.
It's going to be a soul point for whoever picks it. And both the teams are looking for their ways to go in. But with 2 objectives on the map, it is always a question. Do you want to go for either of them? Or do you want to fish the enemy to let them lurk into the trap unknowingly? Because you are at the same time taking the other one. Might be a big question for Zero Tenacity because they have vision around the Baron Pit. They have vision around the Dragon at the approaches to him as well. So they can pick and choose right now which objective they're going to go for. While back to the game, still need to fight for more control over the lanes. They just got another auto turret removed from the bot lane, which means they have their auto turrets at all, and they need to take at least something more from Zero Tenacity because I don't know how, but this turret on the mid lane is the MVP. It's still alive. I don't know how, but kudos to it.
The Razor tries to jump and stop the advance of the minion wave as much as he can. In the meantime, Erdut throwing away his bubbles. Korotkiy
That is a huge deal breaker because he is in the fog of war. Nobody knows where he is. And back to the game, need to realize that they cannot do it. Oh, okay, he's shown. Pop Blossom coming in through. Instant flashes out. Kofti might be just dead here. Flashes out as well. In the meantime, SlowQ there in the fight. Not SlowQ, but Shaskyu rather. I'm sorry for that mistake as Kofti goes down. Solari picks up that kill. And it might be just the opening that back to the game have needed. Kozi now tries to dance around. Blue Razor coming in closer and closer. This is Smite War who's going to win that. And it's going to be the red team. As Blue Razor did fail to deliver the soul point to his team. Melonic now tries to step forward. So does Blue Razor, looking for a way to go. Shaskyu a little bit slower. Harpoon takes quite a bit of damage from that poke from Varus. And it seems to me that Zero Tenacity are willing to reset. Brilliant reaction coming from back to the game.
Vision. This is the game of the Vision right now. It is as important as ever. Everybody had flashes and everybody knew what exactly was coming their way from back to the game. That's why Kofti's whole plan did not work out. Maybe it's going to work out for Zero Tenacity right now, but back to the game are closing in.
Teleporting in, it is Sisyph who's going to really arrive on the top lane and make sure that we are not letting these guys to get away with this, and they are not getting away with this indeed. Zero Tenacity decided to drop the Baron. It is too risky. They don't want to risk it.
Oh, finally! The poor turret has finally been released from its misery. So the mid lane is a little bit more open for back to the game, which is super important. Sitting on the soul point, they will need to fight for the next Drake. They need to keep control around the Baron pit. With the auto turret from the enemy side removed, it is much easier for them to go in and put more deep vision into the enemy's jungle. And we already saw how much the vision can save their lives in some unfortunate situations.
Dragon's up in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Makes it quite a long distant target. It will come up, if not in the nearest of the futures. Baron is up and running. And Banshee Veil picked up by Scissor, something that I have missed. But it happened. Quite important now because it will allow Sisyph to be a little bit bolder in these fights and will force Zero Tenacity to try to find answers. In the meantime, control of the mid lane has been established. Looking probably for more here. Top lane, though, instantly answered by Sisyph. Zero Tenacity are taking it slow, but they are trying to set up this Baron.
To be fair, they cannot afford another mistake like what happened to them in the previous fight. They cannot afford to go down right on the major objective because there might not be the next objective right after that. That's why they're slow right now. That's why they're pushing in. That's why they're scouting for the words. But Blue Razor!
Being caught away, exactly what we have been afraid of when we were talking about this in the draft. And now they understand this is the time to start the power down quite quickly. Shaskyu is here. Maybe try to go for the steal. Kofti looking for a flank maneuver. Kozi is trying to walk up and provide a little bit of that distraction, but it's Kofti who's looking for this flank maneuver. Might even end this fight with one good Pop Blossom. Doesn't have the flash available to him, actually. Means he have to go the long way around. He's looking for it. Solari might be in just so much trouble. Is here, and that is a sandwich that they're being caught in. Chains of Corruption is going to stop him right there in place. Ultimate to get out. Sisyph was looking for a shuffle. He missed!
No.
And an equalizer in a perfect choke point. As Zero Tenacity are picking back to the game apart. Finally, the Pop Blossom has been delivered, but it wasn't the playmaker. It was the mistake of Azir, of the Emperor, that brought down the entire kingdom, as slowly but surely Zero Tenacity are sieging the enemy's base.
Back to the game are not getting back to this game, DrBrilmann. This might just be over for them right here, right now. 27 seconds on Sisyph. He is not getting up to see his base because look at what Zero Tenacity are doing. They're destroying it and everybody else in the process.
It was a costly mistake to make, and Zero Tenacity are proving why are they being considered top 2 or a top 1 contestant for our scoreboard.
I'm not even sure if they're top 1 or top 2. I will be looking forward to seeing their match with Obit and Anonymo. But right now, there was a supreme display of talent from them, to be honest. Did feel a little bit shaky after that one fight, especially where Kofti got just completely caught out with his beautiful flank maneuver that could have worked out, would have been beautiful. Never happened, unfortunately, for him. But everywhere else, Zero Tenacity were feeling in control of the game. And to be honest, while I loved everybody individually in the game and them as the whole unit, 5-man army, Blue Razor had my eyes for the majority of the fight. He was bold in his movements. He was engaging into the enemies, which it looked like he was engaging recklessly, but no, every single time he had everything out of his control because he knows the limits of his champion so damn well.
Absolutely. It felt very stable.
Yeah.
It felt very stable from Zero Tenacity in terms of we know what we're doing, we know what we're trying to do, we know what's the idea behind what we're trying to do as well. So if that is happening, then why the stress, right? And that felt and that felt like the game plan for the team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we've been a little bit, I don't want to say outdrafted, but it would, I think it's the better way to say it would be a bit surprised in the drafts, right? Because I didn't expect them to have so much control or so much prior towards the ADCs, so much prior towards the supports and so on and so forth. But then as soon as things started to work out for them, it went just like a snowball or a well-oiled machine rather, that just kept slowly getting to the point. Okay, we got this, now 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 we got this. You know, just the train, it drives.
The pain train.
It wrecks.
It was the pain train, and it did come for Back to the Game. We had a lot of expectations for Back to the Game, but let's face it, we knew it from the very beginning. This first match that they got in Ultraliga was a very tough one, but at least they got the hardest one, so maybe going on it's going to be easier for them. Or maybe not, I don't know.
You know, like in some cultures, you jump over the fireplace, and that is somewhat of a trial. Well, Back to the Game fell into the fire. With that being said, we are ready for the interview, and it is exciting joining us here after the victory of his team. Hello, mates. Congratulations on the victory. How do you feel?
Thank you. Well, it feels good to get the win. Obviously, like you guys said already, not the cleanest win, but still, you know, a good win, and we need to start off strong. Obviously, we have high aspirations with this roster in this league, and it's important, no matter how the win comes, that you know, we get it in the first game.
Actually, can I ask you right away about the roster? Because you yourself mentioned on Twitter that you were super excited personally about this roster. How are the guys working together as a team right now?
I mean, honestly, everyone is super amazing. It's just in terms of personality, work ethic, you know, just their drive, their willingness to improve. So yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. We had our boot camp in Korea, which we're super thankful for to Z10, which I think helped us a lot. And now we came back. We started, you know, figure out the new patch and everything with that. So for now, everyone is doing good. I'm happy with everyone, and it's going in a good way, I think.
You've mentioned the new patch. I really would like to say, yeah, for those of you who are wondering, the viewers at home, sorry for not pressing it to your knowledge. Get lost in formulation, refuses to elaborate, leaves. But Xani is the head coach of Zero Tenacity, in case you're wondering at home who we're talking to. But you've touched briefly upon the new patch, right? Because when you went to the bootcamp in Korea, correct me here if I'm wrong, but it was on the previous patch, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So now he came back to the league is 2.0. We've been talking about it the entire day. We're going to be talking about it for many, many weeks to come. How do you feel about the game, and how do the guys feel about the game?
I mean, I think the game is quite exciting. There's still some things that need to be figured out. Obviously, we have the new thing, for example, the void grabs. Herald is a bit different, which bring freshness to the game. But at the same time, we don't actually yet know the exact value of each of those objectives. So figuring out what's the value of void grabs compared to, for example, the dragon, or the value of void grabs compared to, for example, invading enemy camps, things like that. So it takes some figure out to do. The big thing is as well like the new items that actually, you know, it like the meta of the champ that's being played depends a lot on the items in the game. And so I think the game changed a lot for those reasons. Obviously, the map changed a bit, which brings some like exciting new gank opportunities. You know, there's maybe more laning on mid. So yeah, it's been a bit of a process since we came back. You know, also we had like a Christmas break, and then now in the last like 2 weeks when we started practicing, we got more to explore like this new patch and everything that's going on in the new season.
I want to ask you about one thing because right before you, there was the game of Orbit Anonymo, and they told us quite directly that they are aiming to win Ultraliga in this season and go to EMEA Masters and hopefully win them as well. My understanding is that that is exactly the goal that TS0 Tenacity are having for this season. And I don't know how much insight you have onto Orbit Anonymo, but what do you think is this rivalry is going to look like this season?
Well, I mean, obviously a team, you know, they are a team that have some veteran players, they have some decent players on their team, and I think, you know, as a competitive team, they have to say that they're aiming to win. We have to say the same, but I think for us it's really, you know, we have to do it. Like, we're really not here just to win Ultraliga. For us, it's just a stepstone. It's not even a goal to win the Ultraliga, to be honest. That's how confident we are in our roster and everything that we are doing with our staff and everyone. So for us, it's a must. And then we try to go for the EMEA Masters. For me, I think right now we look at them as like the second or third team, but since they won today, I guess the second team as our biggest competitor, basically. But we don't see them as you know, someone that we're looking into or think that there will be a rivalry. Basically, from our side, there should be no rivalry if we do our job properly. That's what I would say.
Love the confidence. Thank you.
Yeah, I love the fact that there's one thing that doesn't change about Zero Tenacity. What do? We're confident. We're just confident. Okay, I am gonna nickname you the G2 of Poland, honestly, because that's the way how you feel. Please make sure not to throw accidentally, as it happened in the previous season. Whoops, not going to mention that again. But, Sani, thank you so much for the interview. It's been an absolute blast having you here. Hoping to see you more here as well. But there is a tradition, as it goes. If you'd like to give a shout out to anyone, even in your own native language, please go ahead and do so.
I mean, first of all, to all of the fans, Polish fans, anyone, I want to say thank you for supporting us. Keep supporting us. We will do our best, like I said, to give you great showings, both in Ultraliga and EMEA Masters. And yeah, I think I will keep it in English because I want everyone to understand and all of that. We are right now playing in Ultraliga, even though the organization is from Serbia. We like all our fans, respect all fans, and want everyone to be on the same page. So thank you for supporting us and keep it up.
Thank you so much, Xani. Again, congratulations on the victory. Good luck in the future, and really hoping to see you here next time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
I can't wait to see how the season is going to progress, because I love it that in the very beginning of the season, everybody's like, we are here to win this whole thing. But, well, there can only be 4 teams that are going to go into the playoffs, and only one of them is going to lift the trophy of Ultraliga.
Well, we will have to see how is this going to help. No, help out. Sorry. How is this going to play out?
Yep.
Help out, play out. How the teams are going to help themselves out. You know the drill,
Yeah.
but it's fun. It's been an exciting day 1, genuinely and quite honestly. There is a lot to look forward to in terms of what's it called? Jesus Christ! In terms of the competitive spirit that is going to be within the league.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait to see what the upcoming weeks are going to bring our way, because we started with a very high note with some really important matches, but I feel like the rivalry between everybody is going to get tighter and tighter, because we only have 8 teams, and again, we only have 4 slots for those teams to get into the playoffs. So half of the teams are going to be eliminated as the time progresses, and I can't wait to see how it's going to unravel.
I can't wait as well. Just to be clear, tomorrow there's going to be more of Ultraliga games that you can look forward to. And just so that you know, on the 6 o'clock in the evening, we start with Team ESCA Gaming versus GRP Esports, then Zero Tenacity versus Anonymo, devils.one versus Back to the Game, and last but not the least is going to be Iron Walls versus Forsaken. A lot of action to look towards to. It is going to be a blast.
Absolutely. I especially will be looking forward to Zero Tenacity versus Anonymo because what might be the top 2 teams are going to clash with each other, and you cannot miss that one. I promise.
I definitely agree. Folks, thank you so much for sticking here with us despite all the technical difficulties that we have had. But even though we have prevailed, it was a great day of Ultraliga season. Are we season 11 now? We are, aren't we? 11, yes. I know. Time flies. I was, and will be your humble servant, DrBrilmann. I was joined here by Solari. And I would like to give a shout out to Mayutek, who was our today's host, and we are going to see him tomorrow as well. But for now, take care, have a good night, see you tomorrow.
Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came.
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody